Pokemon Ninjutsu Master Chapter 301 to 350. Chapter 301. Did Dr. Volcano find anything? Luokan and Jun Shacheng came to the research room. Dr. Volcano was frowning slightly, looking very distressed. There was a precise instrument beside him, and a pitch-black seed was placed in the instrument. I found it a bit, but if it's the same as what I guessed, then this matter is a bit troublesome. Trouble? What trouble? Dusty asked. The volcano didn't answer immediately, but asked again, have you seen the flare core? Is this thing really related to them? Luokan nodded. Yes, my secret research in Vladali was to discover an underdeveloped seed, which is not much different from this seed, but not as powerful as this seed. Luokan will be researching. I told him what happened in the room in detail. When Dr. Volcano heard this, he nodded and sighed. Vladali really came up with something incredible. What happened? Look. Dr. Volcano tapped on the keyboard with both hands, and soon a lightning arc shot down above the instrument containing the dark seeds, covering the entire seed, and the lightning arc shone. The next second, a large number of colorful patterns were displayed on the screen in front of Dr. Volcano, densely covering the entire display screen. It's like knocking over a paint box full of various paints. But if you take a closer look, you can see that these pigment clusters will wiggle slightly. What's this tilde? Junsha asked with a frown. Dr. Volcano took a breath and said solemnly, gene. Each of these colors represents the genes of an elf. Dr. Volcano said amazingly. It's all about the genes of elves. Junsha stared at the screen full of paint. Even Luo Chen was very surprised when he heard the words. That's right, the red one is the gene of the fire-type fire-breathing dragon, the green one is from Dashua, and the black one is from Gengar. But, Dr. Volcano's tone improved a little, his face was extremely heavy, and the most unacceptable. His hand pointed at one of the paints on the screen. Look at this. Luo Chen looked at it. The paint was extremely bright red, and there was even a spark of fire inside his body, as if it was burning, like a star. Moreover, this pigment is very conspicuous. Other pigments are glued to each other and squeezed together. This pigment does exist alone, and even its surroundings are blank, and no pigment dares to be around it. This scene is like other paints. I'm afraid of it. It's as if the commoners have encountered an incomparably noble emperor. Diaresis and this one. Dr. Volcano tapped on one of the paints again. This piece of paint is blue in color and is located at the top of the entire screen. It is the only one at the top of the entire screen. No one dares to surpass it, even the red gene that is burning with flames. Just when everyone looked at it, an incredible scene happened. I saw that this pigment was in a lightning speed, like a tiger descending a mountain, attacking at a speed like lightning, and the brushed Nuoqians swallowed up a genetic pigment that was closer to it, and it actually had the ability to attack. Sex. What's going on here? Luo Chen asked. That's why I said the trouble is big. Dr. Volcano looked at Junsha and Luokan and said, these two genes are the genes of divine beasts. Faint. This Fratali has really developed a terrifying thing. He has already developed a method to control the genes of divine beasts. Dr. Volcano's tone was a little shocking. Chapter 302. As if to verify his statement, another group of genes also began to move, and the fusion changed instantly. During the speech, the color blocks near the beast genes were all swallowed up. After everything happened, the manic beast genes, but instead stabilized. However, it is like the eve of a storm. It seems calm, but in reality, undercurrents are surging. I don't know when it will be out of control and riots will occur. Dr. Volcano said to the two with a heavy face, did you see it? If you don't stop Fratali, the consequences will be unimaginable. Luo Chen's face was also a little ugly. He didn't expect that there was such a secret hidden in this little seed. If he guessed correctly, Fratali's purpose was to use the genes of the beasts to fuse with other Pokemon genes in an attempt to produce the strongest gene to realize the gene plan. If it is said that Latias and Latios were arrested before, they suspect that they are inseparable from the Flash group. Now, seeing the genetic experiment composed of huge data, Luokan began to wonder if there was a stronger black hand behind all this. With such a huge genetic research, the flare group is not so powerful yet. I suspect that there are people behind him that we don't know are contributing to the flames, but we haven't found any evidence to prove it yet. Luo Chen said to the two of them. As for her own guess, after the silence, Jun Sha was the first to speak. You are right, we ignored this. We always thought that the Flare Corps was a premeditated organization committing crimes. We never thought that such a crime-ridden organization might just be on the bright side, with stronger people behind it. Black Hand, I will send someone to investigate. Jun Sha nodded. It's not impossible. I will continue to study the divine beast genes in the seeds. If there are any new discoveries, I will find you immediately. Dr. Volcano also thinks there is such a possibility. The top priority now is to find the missing Fratelley as soon as possible and rescue the captured divine beast. Luokan decided to set the first task at this stage, and said to Junsha. You really take me as your subordinate, and you can directly order any tasks. If you marry me, you can use the entire Junsha family's intelligence network. Junsha listened to Luokan's instructions and was curious. It's funny, thinking that she can rank well in the entire Junsha family, how can she be so helpless when she encounters this Luokan? Hearing what Junsha meant, Luo Chen touched his nose, shrugged, and said nothing. Junsha complained that she was not slow at all. She immediately called her cronies and asked them to bring the news of the laboratory to the court, so that the entire Junsha family could monitor and investigate the flare group in an all-round way. Dr. Volcano is still continuing the research at hand, and the two left the laboratory without disturbing it for a long time. Anyway, once there is any new discovery, Dr. Volcano will immediately notify the two of them. XXX. The matter of Flalita could not be found overnight, so he temporarily solved the matter at hand, knowing that the flare group was behind the scenes was enough. Thinking of Sharona and Lily in Fubo, Luokan decided to talk to him first. They meet. So, in the next second, I said goodbye to Junsha. It's just a little bit of a mystery, why are you leaving? Junsha complained coquettishly. She wanted to have a detailed discussion with Luokan back to the judgment office, but I didn't expect him to leave so soon, thinking of the two people who were missing from him. Beauty, Junsha wisely took the words to her lips and swallowed them again. I have something to deal with. If you have anything, please contact me again. Luokan and Junsha explained a few words. After getting a positive answer, they called out Kuailong and set off towards Lord Fu's ranch. Ellipsis. Haiyi City Gym. In Lord Fu's ranch, Sharona and Lily bathed the Pokemon in the ranch and chatted a few times from time to time, very happy. Master Fu looked at the two full of energy with his hands behind his back and smiled, giving pointers from time to time. In the distance, a black spot was moving towards the pasture at a high speed. The large milk jugs that were originally surrounded seemed to be in danger. They dispersed with a bang, and the fast dragon appeared in the center of the pasture in the next second. Pull the wind to receive a pair of wings. Sharona and Lily looked up at the same time and recognized Luokan riding on Kuailong. They happily put down the things in their hands, ran over, and threw themselves in Luokan's arms. Luo Chen embraced each other with a full embrace. It's really spiritual. Lord Fu stroked his beard and smiled kindly. The two women quickly withdrew from Luokan's arms and stood aside blushing. Lord Fu went to prepare the things for dinner, leaving the time to the three people in the room. Luokan explained what Dr. Volcano had discovered to Sharona and Lily in detail, and not surprisingly saw the solemn expressions of the two of them. Mythical beast experiment. This flare group is simply too wild. If it is confirmed that they did it, the crime of capturing the beast is enough for them to drink a pot, not to mention the genetic experiment of the beast. Sharona said angrily. This Fratelley is just hateful. Lily held her pink fist, equally indignant. That's why I'm here to tell you that maybe you'll have to stay here for a while, and the flare group is gone now, but I have a hunch that they haven't withdrawn from Carlos, like a dark mouse that doesn't know how to hide. Wherever you are, you can still be protected here by Uncle Fu. Luo Chen told the two girls about his plans. With Uncle Fu's reputation, the Quantum Flare group wouldn't dare to be presumptuous, even if he took 10,000 steps back. Saying that Hyerna and Lily still have the Moon God and the Demon God, there is absolutely no problem in protecting themselves. Lily heard that Luokan wanted to leave them behind again, and wanted to refute in a hurry. Sharona grabbed her and shook her head gently. All they can do now is to protect themselves and not let Luokan have any worries. We'll be fine here with Forber, you can do it with confidence. Both of them said so. What else could Lily say? But Lily finally agreed. When the three of them reminisced about the old days, Fubo also made the meal and knocked on the door to let them go out to eat. During dinner, Luo Chen will tell Fubo what Lily and Sharona left behind. Fubo agreed without thinking. I'm old, and I will depend on you children for the future. Fubo smiled and patted Luokan's shoulder. The two girls were very happy with Luokan's arrival. They didn't let Luokan go until very late and went back to their rooms to rest. In the middle of the night, Luokan, who was training with Pokemon, suddenly received an emergency call from Junsha. Tell him that there is a new progress in the Flare Corps, and let him go back quickly. Early the next morning, Luokan said goodbye to Sharona, Lily, and Fubo. After riding a fast dragon to a certain height, they disappeared quickly. Ellipsis. Chapter 303. Relying on the speed of the fast dragon, it didn't take long for him to arrive at the Boros City Judgment. With his powerful mental power, Luo Chen easily sensed the general position of Junsha and the existence of another aura in the room. He roughly guessed who it was. Luokan patted Kuailong's body, signaled to descend, and jumped into the balcony exactly. He pushed the door in from the outside. In the room, Junsha and Joey were chatting vigorously. When they heard the sound, they looked back subconsciously and were startled by the sudden appearance of Luokan. You really don't take the usual path every time. You said that the time you came to our court, you entered from the main entrance. Junsha looked helpless. Luokan, we meet again. Joey smiled. Yes. Okay, let's not reminisce. You came just in time, and we just made a surprise discovery. Accidental discovery. Luo Chen frowned. The three came to the conference table to take their seats, and Junsha was the first to speak. Luokan, after our Junsha family learned about Fratellie's conspiracy, we specially held a meeting internally and decided to use all our strength to investigate, but it didn't work out as expected. The Flash group seems to have evaporated from the world. Not to mention the high-level members of the group, even the little ones who caused trouble in the group seem to have been explained in advance. Recently, the wind and the waves are terrifying. Junsha's tone is a bit incredible, how powerful their family is, and the network of relationships spreads all over the world. No matter which region, their Junsha family is one of the most powerful, but they can't find a single Flash group. It's kind of unbelievable. Vladilie's ambitions are full. The temporary calm is just an appearance. No need to do more. I believe that they will be revived soon, and it will not be too late to destroy them in one fell swoop. With this result, I patiently comforted a few words and prepared to continue listening, because if there was no gain at all, Junsha wouldn't call herself over in a hurry. What's more, Frattellie may be a troublesome and feared existence to others, but if his enemy becomes Luokan, he will not be able to ask for anything. It is no exaggeration to say that the elf power in Luokan's hands now, as long as the beasts in the area do not move, he can already destroy an area, and Kojira's intelligence personnel are also infiltrating various areas. Whether it is to fight the elves or the people, Luokan has his own undefeated grasp. Yes, no matter how dense the net is, there is a chance of perforation. Upon receiving the news that Junsha wants to help, our Joey family also used our contacts to start an investigation, and mobilized many Joeys in non-busy areas to return to the headquarters to help. Is there any whereabouts of the treated Shanyan team at the Elf Center? That is, this mobilization, unexpectedly obtained very useful information. Joey went on to say what Luo Chen said, and paused for a while when it came to the key points. Continue. The Elf Center is a product of our family. Each elf center must be registered within the family before opening, and then recorded in the information database. Materials are directly distributed by the headquarters every month. The Pokemon Center has been open for a long time, and the strange thing is that there is no news of this center either internally or in the information database. Joey opened the paper on the table, and on it were miniature maps of various cities in various regions. The dense red dots all over the place were the center of the elf. In desolate places such as the White Sandalwood Forest, there was usually only a single dot. The most central location, it is impossible to open an extra family in such a remote place. These unusual additions aroused Joey's suspicion. Can you find out when and who opened this elf center? Luo Chen asked Joey. Because I didn't know about this newly opened elf center before, I couldn't know the history of its existence, but by visiting the trainers who had stayed or had special training in the White Sandalwood Forest, I learned an incredible piece of news, Flare. The group was seen near this elf center before disappearing. At that time, the trainer who provided the special information happened to be doing special training nearby, and I happened to see the members wearing the Flare team uniforms, looking like they didn't know what to do nearby. Because there were too many people, I didn't follow them to check what happened. I thought it was just an activity of the team. I didn't expect this news to be so important to us now. A trace of doubt flashed in Joey's eyes. He glanced at Luokan subconsciously, and saw the same thoughts as himself in his eyes. Is it possible? Where is the Flare group's lair? Junsha also reacted and cried out in surprise. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Luokan nodded. He didn't expect that the Flare Ball would be so daring to directly create a fake Pokemon Center, and it remained undiscovered for so long. Now that you know where Fratali's old nest is, what are you waiting for? Junsha ordered them to prepare the airship, wait on the roof, and invite Joey and Luokan to join. Luokan shook his head and insisted on going by himself as before. Being slapped her face again and again, Junsha's temper couldn't help breaking out. She snorted and pulled Joey out the door without looking at Luokan. Joey smiled apologetically at Luokan. Luokan didn't care. He called out quickly in the next second. Dragon, flew towards the White Sandalwood Forest. 0. The White Sandalwood Forest is located in the Carlos area, adjacent to the White Sandalwood City. The interior is similar in structure to the Vivian Forest in Kanto. There are many kinds of elves, but because of its peculiar terrain and rich resources, it attracts a large number of training festivals to the periphery, and there are few central areas. A trainer enters. Two suspicious people wearing flame-colored jumpsuits and glasses moved quickly along the forest's internal test. One was riding a flaming lion and the other was wearing a cool leopard. Bah, what is the boss doing for us to come back this time? We are only one step away from getting the gene of that divine beast. Akabi said regretfully when she remembered that she had received the news of the emergency evacuation. How can we guess the boss's decision? Let's go quickly. The people in the ruling court have bitten us very hard recently. If they find something, it will be bad. The woman called Ba shook her head and said I don't know myself either. Thinking of the annoying Junsha family, the two stopped chatting, speeding up and moving towards the center of the White Sandalwood Forest. Has anyone noticed that Luo Chen, who is riding a fast dragon above the two of them, is listening carefully to the conversation of the two with his mental power, and has acquired a lot of useful information? Without disturbing the two of them, Luo Chen, who was looking down from the sky, watched the two enter the fake elf center, looked at the same exterior decoration as the ordinary elf center, and said with a sarcastic smile, the base camp of the Flare team. Soon not anymore. Sichuan. Chapter 304. Luo Chen didn't waste time, commanded the fast dragon to land not far from the Pokemon Center, and released Lucario on purpose, walking in tandem, pretending to be exhausted, and purposefully heading towards the fake Pokemon Center. Go ahead. The member of the Flare Corps in charge of Lookout, trotted to report to his captain. When Luokan pushed the door and entered, there were already a lot of people in the empty elf center. All the facilities were fully equipped. Even Fat Ketting, who was in charge of helping, wore a nurse's hat and enthusiastically pushed the elf ball to check. It looks like a normal Pokemon. To say the difference is that Miss Joy, who is in charge of the normal operation of the elf center, has disappeared. Luokan swept away with his mental power and found that the general strength was lower than the champion, not even the two women who had just entered. Hello, Pokemon Zhangju Ba Lingxin, do you need any help? A red-haired woman looked at Luo Chen, and twitched the corners of her mouth stiffly, pretending to ask kindly. Hello, my elf was injured a little through the battle. I want Miss Joy to recover for him. Luokan replied seemingly harmless. After he said this, the woman bit her lip unconsciously, and then replied, Miss Joy has something to go out, but it doesn't matter, she left Fat Ketting, give me the Pokeball, Lucario looks very energetic and will recover soon. The woman smiled and asked Luokan for Lucario's Pokeball. Luokan shook his head. I'd better wait for Miss Joy to come back. I'm not worried about others. The woman's smile became stiff in an instant, her fingers were behind her back, and she made a gesture, asking her subordinates to find someone to support her. You don't need to secretly find someone, this is the Flare team's lair, just call Flolita directly. After chatting with the woman, the spirit of Luokan covered the entire elf center. He felt the difference. The whole underground of the center of the elf was completely hollowed out and supported by steel bars, opening up another space. Just now, the woman asked someone to call someone and let him know where the entrance to the basement was, which saved a lot of effort. He didn't bother to talk to women anymore, and gave orders directly to Lucario. Lucario, use the wave missile. As soon as the voice fell, Lucario opened his eyes with a closed eye, and the blue energy balls gathered in his hand, and the wave missiles of the same size were launched at the same time. By the time the members of the Flare team reacted, they had already lost consciousness. Good job Lucario, aren't you ready to come out? Luo Chen chuckled and looked somewhere. A figure with fiery red hair appeared. It was Carlos Fire King, and the core cadre of the Flare Corps. The last time he was killed by Dustfall at the Flare Corps base was Pachira. Since you are here, it seems that this is really your old nest. Haha, I met again, I didn't expect you to find it. Pacula looked at Luokan, her eyes were cold and lingling. I have always wanted to avenge the last revenge, and now it's completely different from what I was at the time. You can stay here for me today. After saying that, Pacula threw a Pokeball with killing intent. Come out. Pacula threw an elf ball to the ground, and the moment it touched the ground, a elf whose body was like ice crystals was released. The shape is similar to that of a crystal. Its face has a plus pattern of 7 yellow dots, its legs are tapered, its body is balanced by 2 vertices of the cone, and 3 crystalline fingers are attached to the ends of its cylindrical arms. There are 4 ice thorns on the back, 2 on each side. Luokan squinted his eyes. Ice God Pillar. The Eye of System Detection. Name, Reggae Ice Pillar. Level 90. Attribute, Ice. Qualification, Divine Beast. There was no Ice God Pillar when Pacula and Luo Chen fought before, and looking at this Ice God Pillar she only got it recently. With her strength, it is impossible to catch the Ice God Pillar. It seems that during this period of time, the Flare team, or the organization behind the Flare team, has achieved great results. Ice God Pillar, Frozen Wind. Bing God Pillar heard the command, and the cross-like light spots on his body flickered. In an instant, a thick layer of ice formed on the ground, and dense hail fell from the sky, whistling towards the falling dust is smashed, and each one is full of power, and it can smash a big hole on the ground when it hits the ground. Lucario, use the wave missile against the ground. Lucario's blue light flowed, and almost instantly, the wave missile appeared in his hands, and he followed Luo Chen's arrangement and used it directly against the ground. With a huge reaction force, the storm's attack was diffused. Okay, that's it, use your chi and fists first, then use your chi and fists. Lucario dodged the attack of the Ice God Pillar. The next second he turned his back on the customer. He only saw his hands conveying skills to the outside world, and a dozen chi and fists were thrown out. Hit the ice pillar from different angles. Shadow clone. Seeing that the kai and fist angles were about to hit, Pakira quickly asked Bingshinju to use the shadow avatar. Bingshinju relied on the shadow avatar and extremely fast speed to avoid most of the chi and fist. Crosscut. What? It turned out that Lucario used teleportation and flying knee kick to instantly appear behind the ice god pillar while he was dodging his chi and fist. Boom. A loud noise came from the whole body, and the ice god pillar collided and collapsed the hill next to him. Seeing this, Pakula didn't panic in the slightest. Sure enough, you're not an ordinary person who is difficult to solve. A pokeball was thrown from her hand again. Suddenly, a dark red figure appeared on the spot, giving people a feeling of incomparable evil. The shape resembles a Y-shaped bird, the snout resembles a bird's beak, and it bites up and down to close. The three flaming patterns where the tail and the wings connect are all the way to the end. The black tattoo is attached to the blazing pattern, and the powerful wings are the sharpest connection. With huge sharp claws, 3 of them are bent inward, and 2 of them are open to the outside. The bird's legs are particularly developed, and the muscle content is amazing. The Eye of System Detection. Name, Yveltal. Level 100, Level 2 Divine Beast Elementary. Attribute, Dark. Qualification, Divine Beast. Ellipsis. Luokan's brows furrowed. Yveltal, as famous as God Z, one of the 3 patron saints of Carlos, God Y. Amir Pakula actually has 2 divine beasts on her body. How many divine beasts did this flaming group, or the forces behind him capture? For the first time, a haze appeared in Luo Chen's heart. XXX. To be able to capture so many divine beasts, the opponent's strength or means is a bit difficult. Ellipsis. Chapter 305. God Y is evil plus flying. In the last chapter, maybe the weather was too cold, and I couldn't move my mind. I vaguely thought that its body was dark red, and it became dark. Close black lens bracket. Lucario come back. Luo Chen said with a sound. Lucario nodded, knowing that he was not the opponent's opponent now, and stomped back to Luokan's side. Do you think this is the end? Pakula's eyes flashed and she shouted, Yveltal, Mega Evolution. In an instant, the dark black flames on God Y's body circulated, like a black sun, illuminating half of the sky dark red, and the flames continued to gather. The red light became more and more dazzling, and after the light, it appeared in front of the eyes as a brand new one. Epeltal's originally dim eyes were full of light, and the gray hair that had been dragging behind his head suddenly stretched into a hook-like vertical downward. The black flame-colored pattern and the color of the claws deepened. The bird's legs with claws have turned into a pointed torso, supporting the whole body like human legs. Mega Evolution has abandoned its wide wings, but developed 2 solid legs, which looks more like fighting department of Pixie. At this time, Epeltar's aura was like that of a demon, and the dark red aura on his body was frightening. The heaven and earth trembled, and the thick clouds in the sky seemed to turn dark black under its reflection. The entire forest seemed to be in hell. Darkness and red aura filled the forest, causing the elves in the entire forest to flee in fear. Luokan squinted his eyes. Is it the Y God who is autonomous Mega? After the evolution of the Mega, God Y is at the peak of the 2nd level divine beast. Infinitely approaching a 1st level god. Today you are doomed. Even if you have a few divine beasts in your hands, it's the same. I don't think they can be stronger than Epeltar. Pakula looked at Luokan with her hands in her arms, her eyes cold, forcing her to clear out her trump card, and she was also found in her own nest, so today it is impossible for her to let the other party survive. Moreover, the opponent also has the existence of divine beasts, and the falling dust itself is their target. Saying that, Pakula threw out 4 more Pokeballs. Several lines of white light flashed. 4 elves appeared around. This time, they were not divine beasts, but Pakula's own main elves, the flaming lion, the duck-billed fire dragon, the flaming monkey, and the flaming arrow eagle. The 4 of them did not stand with the ice god pillar and the Y god, but appeared on the periphery of the battle circle, and surrounded Luo Chen faintly, regardless of Luo Chen. No matter how Chen broke through the siege, he would face at least 4 or 3 of them to help the Ice God Pillar and the Y God Sweeping Array. Luokan watched coldly, knowing that the reason Pacula called out her 4 main battle elves was to prevent herself from escaping, to hold herself back when she escaped. He laughed and ran away. There is only a 3rd-level god of ice, and there is also a 2nd-level god, Y, who needs him to escape. Ridiculous. If it were 2 elves at the pinnacle of the 1st-level gods, it would be more or less the same here, so he could temporarily retreat. Think you've settled for me? Luo Chen's expression remained unchanged, his eyes wandering between the Ice God Pillar and Y God. Hee, divine beast, then let's fight the gods today. Luo Chen touched his waist and threw 2 pokeballs. Boom. 2 white lights flashed, the next second. The sky suddenly became darker, and a bat-like elf appeared in the air, with a golden moonwheel on each of its wings. Its body is shining with little stars, like the stars in the night sky. It screamed up to the sky, and the brilliance of the night flashed away on its body, like a black hole absorbing all the darkness around it, and the sky covered by the dark and black breath of God Y appeared again. The bright sun hangs high in the sky again. The darkness was swallowed up by it, as if it were the monarch in the darkness. This is the moon god, Lunara. Pacula's eyes narrowed, but she didn't feel that it was strange, because Luokan used Lunayala when he was in the Kanto League game. This Lunayala is not the 1st-level god Lunayala in the Alola region, so she is not too worried. The opponent cannot be the opponent of the Ice God Pillar and the Y God. Pachira also had an estimate of Luokan's strength. Among the news she knew that Luokan had a moon god, a divine beast resembling a flaming bird, 3 holy mushrooms, and a Z god. The 3 holy mushrooms are phantom beasts, and they are not very helpful in battle, and their combat power is not as powerful as that of ordinary champion elves. Z-God Zygarde is just one of them, and the Z-God who is not a complete body cannot be his opponent. So the only ones the opponent can use are the Moon God and the Firebird. With the strength of the Ice God Pillar, the 2nd-level divine beast of the Y God, she can overwhelm the opponent. Now that the Moon God is out, the other Pokeball should be the Firebird. Pacula looked at the other Pokeball thrown out by the dust. However, her complexion suddenly changed. Awkward roar. A dragon roar resounded through the world, and the world was silent. In the Pokeball, a domineering dragon with 2 slender and ferocious dragon horns on the top of its purple head, red edges on the shoulders and lower part of the body, sharp rudder-like flanks, and thorn-like fins on the end of its tail. Shaped creatures soar in the air. There are 5 colored energy balls revolving around it. Pachira's eyes bulged out, her face full of incredulity and a ghostly appearance. She almost subconsciously shouted out a sentence, Korakuza. Impossible, Korakuza has been caught. How could it be in the sky? In your hands. Sure enough, you guys also took Kakutakuza away. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed. No, this crack is not the crack. Pacula looked at the crack carefully. This crack is purple, and it has 5 more energy balls on the outside. It's not the crack flying in the ozone layer. Seat. Moreover, the aura of this splintering seat is a little weaker than that of God Y, and it is probably the appearance of a 2nd-level divine beast. Seeing this, Pachira breathed a long sigh of relief. It's not good, because that cracking seat is a 1st-level divine beast. If it is really the cracking seat, he has no chance of winning. Only those who have seen 1st-level divine beasts know the horror of 1st-level divine beasts. Reggae, freeze the light. Pachira chose to strike first, and the freezing light of the Ice God Pillar traversed towards the sky-splitting seat. The air was frozen and turned into a chain of ice crystals in the air, as if even the space was frozen. The ice element deals 2 times the damage to the flight element and 2 times the damage to the dragon element, and both of these 2 attributes are occupied by the Korakuza, making it 4 times weaker ice. But Pacula's wishful thinking was too early. Korakuza roared, and one of the 5 energy balls surrounding it, a bright red energy ball came to the top of its head, suspended in the middle of the two dragon horns. Roar! Crackling seat roared, and the red energy ball above his head rose sharply, burning like a sun with raging flames, and a column of fire that condensed into a substance like magma sprayed out of the mouth of the cracking space, towards the freezing light. Up! This is a jet of fire. Boom! The jet flame and the freezing light collided together, and an earth-shattering sound came out. The collision of fire and ice stirred up countless water vapors at the scene, and the two were at a stalemate. But this scene didn't last long. The other four energy spheres on the top of Risikusa's head also kept spinning around the fiery red energy sphere, making its fire more and more intense. The entire jet flame is constantly expanding. Boom boom boom. When the icicle encountered the flame, it kept melting, and the jet of flame rushed towards the icicle. Although this scene described it for a long time, it happened in just a few seconds. Not good. Pacula's face changed. The flames could cause tons of damage to the ice pillar. Yfeltar, destroy the death light. God Y quickly uttered a burst of death light and collided with the jet flame. Boom. A big explosion sounded, as if there was a 10th level wind blowing at the scene. Thick smoke billowed, and all the trees in the surrounding area of 100 meters were blown off. Ellipsis. Chapter 306. Pacula's brain is constantly turning. Since Riftsa has fire-type skills, Regios can't use it to deal with the 4 times weaker Ice Rift. Yfeltar, raid! She ordered to God Y. The figure of God Y disappeared in place in an instant. After the mega, its thick thighs jumped in the air, and in the blink of an eye, its figure instantly appeared behind Rikongza, with black claws glowing in its claws. The ray of light smashed straight towards the head of Kaikongza. Dragon Claw, Luo Chen said. Kizora used the dragon claws to meet him instantly, and the claws of both sides collided together, making a metallic sound. Then, the two elves were fighting each other at high speed. Bang bang bang. In the sky, the purple figure and the dark red figure were violently colliding, and the speed was astonishing. Only 2 shadows, one black and one purple, were constantly fighting. Every collision made the air roar violently, and the terrifying power of the 2 little elves made the entire forest tremble. The top of the mountain was crushed by them, and someone with skill accidentally fell to a distant mountain peak, directly shifting a mountain to the ground. The 2 elves also knew that fighting here might accidentally hurt their teammates, so they kept flying towards the sky while fighting, and soon only 2 black spots could be seen. Regios, 100,000 volts. Pacula's eyes flashed, and she gave the order again. Lightning arcs lingered on the ice god Pilar's body, and lightning with thick thighs shot out from its body. Niara rushed over. Hey, I expected you to sneak attack. Luo Chen chuckled lightly. Cheers. The 100,000 volts passed through Lunayala, but it was of no use at all, because the 100,000 volts passed directly through Lunayala and hit the ground. This moon god is actually a phantom. Not good. Pacula yelled. I saw behind the ice god pillar. A dark shadow emerged from behind it. Who was it if it wasn't the moon god? Air slash. Luo Chen's words came over. Boom. The moon god crossed his hands in front of him, and there was a sound of breaking through the air. The air seemed to be slashed open, and a translucent slash rushed out from its wings. Only take the back of the ice god pillar. There was no time to avoid such a thick elf as the ice god pillar. With a loud bang, the ice god pillar was blasted into the air. Strong mind. The power was unforgiving, and Luokan gave another order. The moon god's eyes glowed red, his spiritual thoughts did not pour out, and the ice god Pilar's body was frozen in midair. Shadow ball. The moon god's wings trembled, and an incomparably dark ball of energy condensed in front of him, and suddenly blasted out. Boom. Bingshanju's body was blown out again, and a large pit of more than 10 meters appeared on the scene. The ground is full of smoke and dust. The figure of the ice god pillar quickly emerged from the big pit, and a thick layer of ice formed on his body, like armor, but now it is full of cracks. At the moment of crisis, it condensed out. This armor resisted the shadow ball. Blizzard. Pray for rain. The light spots on the ice god pillar flickered for a while, and the cold wind swept across the sky, mixed with thick storms. These storms met the rain, and when the two merged into one, they turned into extremely sharp ice cones. The ice picks kept falling on the moon god from the sky, causing damage to it. Although the damage was negligible, the storm was mixed with the ice picks endlessly, and the accumulation was not good for the moon god. Roar. At this moment, a dark red figure in the sky smashed to the ground heavily, and a huge pit was once again smashed into the already incomparably messy ground. XXX. It was Y-God Yfeltar who fell down. In the battle with Risikuza, it finally lost a little, and Risikuza found the opportunity, and a dragon tail sent it flying down from the sky. God Y flew out of the big pit and was in a state of embarrassment. It suffered a lot of injuries. At this time, Kikuzuza also fell from the sky, and his body was also injured, but there was no God Y in the embarrassment. Looking at the icicle falling from the sky, the fiery red energy ball of Risikuza flashed. It roared, the sun was shining brightly, and the storm and rain layers dissipated. Seeing this scene, Pachira's face was a bit ugly. What kind of rift seed is this? Even if it can shoot flames, who can tell her why the other party still has a big sunny day? What the hell? The scene is back to 2v2. Diaresis destroy the light of death, blast the darkness. Fallen Chen's order came. The eyes of Kakuza and Moon God flashed, and a white energy beam and a black energy beam converged, forming a half-black and half-white energy attack that traversed towards the Ice God Pillar and Y God, with an amazing momentum. And wherever he went, the earth was torn in two, a huge ravine was formed. Frozen rays of light, waves of evil. It was too late to dodge, and Pakula immediately issued an order. The energy of the Ice God Pillar and Y God surged, and they used their skills with all their strength, and finally converged into a white and dark purple energy beam. No money, boom boom boom. The two beams of light finally collided in midair. Suddenly, the world lost its voice, and the clouds in the sky were shaken and scattered. The two energy beams froze in midair. Seeing this, Luokan smiled, right. Although he is not from the Sun family, he has never lost against Bo. Kazakuza, Lunayala, use all your strength to faint. Ellipsis. The names of the divine beasts are too long, and you often call them by their code names. Few people remember their real names, which is too eloquent. So in the text, I use the names of Moon God, Y God, and Ice God Pillar. If the whole article uses the names of Lunayala, Yfeltar, and Regios, it is guaranteed that many people are full of black question marks, and they can't tell who is who, so I called them by their code names. Ellipsis 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 closing square bracket dot. Chapter 307. Roar. The two elves raised their heads to the sky and roared. The sky suddenly became incomparably dark, and it came to the night in an instant. The stars in the sky were shining, and the starry sky like the Milky Way appeared quietly in the night sky. Countless stars also appeared on the moon god's body, which corresponded to the stars in the sky. With each breath, it was like one body. Countless starlights fell from the sky and were sucked into the body by the moon god. Its momentum is also rising at an alarming rate. As for Kakudakuza, the 5 energy devices around him were shining brightly and dazzlingly, providing him with countless energies. ZZZ tilde. The power of the energy beams emitted by the two people whose momentum has risen sharply has also increased sharply. The beams of the two push the energy beams of Y God and Ice God Pillar all the way. Boom. In the end, a big explosion wiped out hundreds of trees. Y God and the Ice God Pillar were blasted out, seriously injured, fell to the ground half kneeling, and were about to get up with difficulty. Fix them. Luokan's eyes flashed coldly. Rikazu and Moon God once again condensed an energy beam, but just when they were about to attack. Boom. Not far away, 2 rays of energy pierced straight towards Rift Kongza and the Moon God. The 2 little elves had to give up the attack and dodged. Luokan frowned and looked aside. I just don't know when. A middle-aged man in a housekeeper's uniform came to Pachira's side, and in front of him were two Pokemon, almost as long as the ice god pillar, except that one was made of steel and the other was made of rock. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed. The rock god pillar and the steel god pillar. As expected, all three god pillars were captured by them. Akamaro, why are you here? Pacula said, as the boss finished. Akamalo smiled. It's already here and we can say it's done. Only some finishing work is left, and it's about to be transferred, so the boss asked me to help you. As he said that, he looked at Luokan, and the killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. As expected, the person our boss hates to the core. Then he saw Luokan's moon god and crackling seat. He grinned. The divine beast delivered to the door. We will accept it with a smile. Said he waved his hand. The ice god pillar and Y god also slowed down, and the rock god pillar and the steel god pillar surrounded Luokan, Kasakazu, and the moon god. I'll see how you can escape in the face of the attacks of the four mythical beasts. The two of them seemed to have a chance to win. Luokan's eyes were half squinted, and there was a dangerous light in his eyes. He just heard Fratali's words that some research has been completed and needs to be transferred. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Since that's the case, I can't play with you anymore, it's already back. He took Risikuza and the moon god back. Then he put his hands on the ground. Spirituality. A little elf suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Mewtwo. Super Dream, solve them quickly. Boom. The momentum belonging to the super divine beast burst out, the sky seemed to be split open, and all things retreated. Pacula and Akamalo's expressions changed greatly. Attack. The multicolored beams blasted towards Cheomung. Cheomung's face remained unchanged. He stretched out his hand and punched it out. Ka 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 tilde. There were dense cracks in the air, and the skill was shaken and collapsed. After that, it spun its palm, and an energy ball appeared in its hand. Stepping out one step, God Y appeared in front of him, and the energy ball pressed towards it. Boom. Y God fell to the ground. Next is the ice god pillar, the rock god pillar, and the steel god pillar. In just a few seconds, the four divine beasts were all knocked to the ground. Akamalo and Pachira's faces were horrified. The two of them sat on the ground with their butts on the ground, looking at Cheomung in horror. How could it be possible to kill four divine beasts in a few seconds? Before they could speak, Cheomung's eyes narrowed, and the two fainted. Luokan released Kuailong. Go and inform Junsha and the others. Kuailong nodded, flapped his wings and disappeared. Ellipsis. Chao Meng closed his eyes and released his mental power. The poles are deep underground. They want to escape. There is an underground river channel to the sea. Chao Meng said. Let's go down. Chao Meng nodded. His hands condensed white light. It condensed his own strength into a stream, and punched towards the ground. Bang. A 2-meter wide circular passage leads straight to the ground. Then the thought force was activated, and the two of them flashed and disappeared. Ellipsis. Underground, Fratali is preparing to lead directly to the sea through an underground river. But this time, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Fuck. Fratali couldn't help cursing. His face was extremely ugly. Didn't the four mythical beasts hold him back? Without any unnecessary nonsense, he threw the treasure ball directly and ordered him to attack Luo Chen and them directly. Hoyan Lion, use the destruction death light. The Hoyan Lion jumped in front of Fratali, and directly used the destruction death light at Luo Chen and his party. The destructive power was so powerful that it directly destroyed most of the laboratory's instruments. Then he dropped the ball again, and a yellow bird appeared, a lightning bird. He also knew that the lightning bird would not be the opponent of Cheomung and Luokan, and supported the lightning bird to fly into the sky. Since the underground river can't get through, then he will go to the sky. The lightning bird flew him up. When leaving, he took out a test tube from the box in his hand and threw it on the ground. The tube holds a black seed. Fratali held a handful of black seeds in his hand and threw them on the ground without hesitation. The moment they touched the nutrient solution, they grew rapidly. Someone in the crowd shouted loudly, "It's the Z weapon, run!" With a sound of boom, the huge explosion turned the flame group's nest into virtual ashes, and the center of the elf used to cover it was even more fragmented. After discovering that none of his elves were the opponents of Luo Chen, Fratally used the Z-cell energy collected by the Z-gods to detonate. Turning into fly ash and falling on the ground, the lush white sandalwood forest 1 second turned into a dead place the next. Many elves who didn't have time to escape were also affected by this storm, lost their vitality and turned into stone statues, becoming part of the white sandalwood forest. Numerous vines are centered on the laboratory, and the black seeds turn into vines as thick as a thumb. They grow in the wind and become as thick as 3 adults hugging each other. And will collapse because of these strange vines. At the same time as the explosion happened, Mewtwo held up the protective cover. No matter whether the explosion or the penetration of Z energy did not cause any harm to them. It's my power again, but this time it's stronger than the last time, and it's already exceeded the upper limit of my energy. God Z in the fallen dust bag said solemnly. When the smoke dissipated, Luokan and Cheomung found that Fratally had disappeared. The flaming lion who fought for him before was turned into a stone statue, and had no breath of life. This beast. They all saw the flame lion's loyalty to Fratally, but they didn't expect Florida to be so mad, even his own elf would not let go. Killing intent appeared in Mewtwo's eyes, and the aura of the superhero beast was unmistakable. Even Lucario was affected by Mewtwo, who was furious, and took a few steps back before recovering. Luokan, kill him. Chao Meng clenched his fists, unable to suppress the killing intent in his eyes. Luokan knew that he was thinking of his dark experience in Team Rocket. At that time, the humans who controlled him controlled the elves in such a cruel way. No matter their life or death, they could only use it. The two blasted away the ruins, flew out, and went to hunt down Fratally. Ellipsis. Chapter 308. The entire laboratory sounded an alarm, and the nutrient tanks containing the nutrient solution began to shatter one by one, and the nutrient solution kept leaking out. Fratally held a handful of black seeds in his hand and threw them on the ground without hesitation. The moment they touched the nutrient solution, they grew rapidly. Someone in the crowd shouted loudly, "It's the Z weapon, run!" Fratally showed the smile of a bloodthirsty stone statue. It's too late, Tilda, none of them can escape. With a sound of boom, the huge explosion turned the flame group's nest into virtual ashes, and the center of the elf that was used to cover it exploded to pieces. After discovering that none of his elves were the opponents of Luo Chen, Fratally used the Z-cell energy collected by the Z-gods to detonate. Turning into fly ash and falling on the ground, the lush white sandalwood forest 1 second turned into a dead place the next. Many elves who didn't have time to escape were also affected by this storm, lost their vitality and turned into stone statues, becoming part of the white sandalwood forest. Numerous vines are centered on the laboratory, and the black seeds turn into vines as thick as a thumb. They grow in the wind and become as thick as 3 adults hugging each other. And will collapse because of these strange vines. At the same time as the explosion happened, Mewtwo held up the protective cover. No matter whether the explosion or the penetration of Z energy did not cause any harm to them. It's my power again, but this time it's stronger than the last time, and it's already exceeded the upper limit of my energy. God Z in the fallen dust bag said solemnly. When the smoke dissipated, Luokan and Cheomung found that Fratally had disappeared. The flaming lion who fought for him before was turned into a stone statue, and had no breath of life. XXX. This beast. The fire lion's loyalty to Fratally was all in their eyes, but they didn't expect that Florida would be so mad, even his own elf would be spared. Killing intent appeared in Mewtwo's eyes, and the aura of the superhero beast was unmistakable. Even Lucario was affected by Mewtwo, who was furious, and took a few steps back before recovering. Luokan, kill him. Chao Meng clenched his fists, unable to suppress the killing intent in his eyes. Luokan knew that he was thinking of his dark experience in Team Rocket. At that time, the humans who controlled him controlled the elves in such a cruel way. No matter their life or death, they could only use it. Mewtwo blasted away the ruins, soared into the sky, and chased after Vladali. Ellipsis. After detonating the Z weapon and taking advantage of the smoke, Vladali left quickly with the speed of the lightning bird and disappeared into the sky. In order not to be noticed by the dust, he even gave up the flame lion who had accompanied him for many years. Vladali, master. Soon, not far away, 3 flying elves appeared, carrying the cadres of the Flash group. They held a Z-God in their hands and protected them with a nutrition tank. It is good. Vladali is a conspirator and has already prepared several escape plans. Looking at the back, there were 2 black dots at the end of the line of sight. They were Luokan and Cheomung. Violence flashed in Vladali's eyes. Did you bring out the energy of Z-God's Z-cells? The amount of Z-cell energy that can be brought out due to the rush of time is limited. There are only about 50, but each of them is in a limit state and has been transformed by us. Kusaluauchi held the notebook in his hand and pointed out that he was carrying it. The Z-cell energy was scanned. Synthesize it. Vladali put his hand on the nutrition tube carrying the Z-God, and the Z-God at the innermost shrank in fear. If you stop Luo Chen, who changed his life, I don't believe that he doesn't care about God's life or death. Although the Flare group no longer exists, Vladali's prestige is still there. Upon hearing the order, several people clarified the division of labor for each other on the spot, and put the tube containing the God Z in the connecting on the computer's card slot. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Although it was in the air, there were 5 people present who were all scientific. Although the conditions were simple, there was no problem in forcing the synthesis. Attach the power generating sheet to the glass outside the nutrition tube. One is connected to the computer, and the other is connected to the Z-cell energy. Kozlowski opened the conversion program. The Z-God and the Z-cell energy became a string on the computer. When this string of data is put into the calculated program, a miracle happens. The nutrient solution seemed to be boiled at high temperature, which produced small bubbles one by one. God Z was in agony. He swung his body up and down, hitting the glass and trying to leave. The energy of the Z-cells connected to the computer disappeared one by one. The light became more and more dazzling, and finally, 0. The strange plants in the entire white sandalwood forest seemed to feel some external stimulation, and they grew up in a circle in a few moments, and began to show signs of outward expansion. In the forest, there is a black and green, snake-shaped elf wandering around, and everywhere it goes is a ruin. There are 5 sword-like torsos on its head, and black patterns similar to cells on each torso. Corresponding to the 2 green gems, the scales on the body are all intertwined with black and green, the 2 limbs on the left are black, and the 2 on the right are green, which looks very strange. It doesn't look very good. It shakes its head in pain and bangs around, making a sound like an earthquake and roaring. Because it looks like a snake, it also slides against the ground, so the underground dust and Cheomung are also hearing the huge moving sound. Luokan and Cheomung looked at each other. Ellipsis. 304-305 was because the weather was too cold before, and my hands were trembling. I used iFlytek's voice to speak it out, not by typing. ... It has now been revised. Those who have already seen it can be re-watched, and those who have just watched it should be ignored. Sichuan. Chapter 309. I felt that it was another me, and he seemed to be in pain. In the air, Cheomung is flying in the sky with Luokan, and the Z-God in Luokan's bag seems to have some sense in the power. Luokan released Shinado, and asked her to take them to the scene of the accident instantly. As soon as they got back to the ground, they saw the plants that had become particularly thick, and the rampant Z-God who was doing great damage. Ha ha ha, the synthesis of 50% of Zygarde is close to maturity. I want to see how you turn defeat into victory this time. As if to cater to Vladali's words, with Zygarde's runaway, white sandalwood forest the plants also began to run wild, and the growing branches kept whipping other nearby plants, attacking the elves who had not had time to leave. The elf exposed by the flash group did not escape the damage of the strange plants, and was directly tied up and torn to shreds. No, my Harley. My quack. Ellipsis. In the forest, many people from the Flare Corps were also fleeing frantically and scattered, and many people were crushed to death by the runaway god Z. Boss, please stop these plants, and if this goes on, our own elf will be torn to pieces. Finally, a member of the Flare group pleaded with Fratally. Under the threat of death, they scared. Stop. It's impossible to stop. Once you start, you can't stop, your little one. It is an honor that the elves were sacrificed for the future of our Flare Corps. Is it, for such reasons? Listening to the painful cry of the injured elf, Chow Meng lowered his head and covered the turbulent waves in his eyes. Just for such a stupid reason, for his own ambition, let the elves who are supposed to live happily lose their freedom, even their lives. What are people who treat life at will? Chow Meng raised his head, the anger in his eyes had reached a terrifying realm, and the terrifying aura of the superheroic beast spread all around. Except for falling dust, the flash group not far away felt the most clearly. Let me see whether you are chasing me or abandoning the forest. Fratally smiled ironically, and he was swiftly flying towards the outside of the forest. Chow Meng felt that his emotions had reached a breakthrough point, and the power that could destroy the world spread throughout his body, and even he was shocked. You guys, stop for me. Looking at the plants that kept doing evil, Chow Meng decided to stop suppressing them, descended from the sky, and flew straight towards the weird flora. The front starts to emit a dazzling white light, then gets bigger and brighter. It is like a comet, only the afterimage can be seen quickly, and it is like a comet hitting the ground toward the vines. Such a grand picture is matched with the red sky reflected by the setting sun. This picture is only shocking in my heart. Looking at Chow Meng flying, a plant with no brains to think about, and I don't know what's dangerous, I subconsciously grabbed him with my own vines. Chow Meng's speed is still the same fast. The plant that was entangled at first, was surrounded by Chow Meng's body. Light decomposes into cotton wool-like debris. The more Chow Meng went to the center of the vines, the more vines wrapped around him, layer after layer. Slowly Chow Meng's flight speed slowed down, and more vines wrapped around him, covering him. His hands wrapped around his feet, and the dazzling light became weaker and weaker, and as the vines were surrounded by layers, they could no longer be seen from the outside. Caw caw caw. There was a strange sound in everyone's ears. At first, it was just a small cracking sound. Later, there were more and more similar sounds, and they became louder. Is it? Thinking of Luokan's confident expression just now, Fratally's face turned blue, as if he remembered something. He turned his head suddenly, and saw the vines wrapped like a hill, starting to emit, kakaka, from the inside. The sound of the sound began to crack a line of fine lines, and the light oozes from every gap. With a bang, the entire vine burst open, like specially made white fireworks. Chow Meng maintained his punching posture and did not move. Fratally could see clearly, and the space near Chow Meng's fist began to start with dense cracks. It's impossible. Fratally didn't believe what he saw, but the truth was the truth. Mewtwo wrapped the white light on his fist, flew inward, and smashed the sturdy enough plant roots with one punch. As if like cutting vegetables, he swept all the way, and in the end, no plants dared to wrap around him. Florida, you still have a glimmer of hope right now. It doesn't matter, because I will shatter all your hopes one by one. Seeing that Florida was speechless in surprise, Luokan took Shinado towards Go to where Keggold was. Jiggled in rage is more terrifying than random attacking plants. He has his own thinking. Because of the forced fusion, it only feels a headache, and there is a voice in his head that keeps talking to himself, destroying. As long as everything is destroyed, it can be the same as before. Shinaiduo, use mind power. Luokan took Shinado and used teleportation to come to Jiggold's side in 4.4. I don't know who was guiding him. Jiggold's current position has been moving towards the city where humans live. Approaching, once he is out of the white sandalwood forest, it will be a catastrophe. Seeing that Jiggle was about to move outside the white sandalwood forest, In order not to cause panic, Luo Chen quickly asked Shinado to use his mind power to stop his movement. Ellipsis. 304-305 was because the weather was too cold before, and my hands were trembling. I used iFlytex voice to speak it out, not by typing. ... It has now been revised. Those who have already seen it can be re-watched, and those who have just watched it should be ignored. Chapter 310. Get off me. After finishing the forest plants that ran away because of Z's ability, Mewtwo roared at Frattley who was fleeing, and threw a punch. Bang bang bang. Frattley and the other members of the Flare Corps who fled on the flying elves were blown off the backs of the elves by the strong wind. Lightning Bird wanted to save her, but then, Chow Meng smashed an energy ball into it and threw it aside. Frattley was finally thrown to the ground. His face was ugly and his body was full of scars, but he was not desperate. He came to a mountain wall with difficulty and pressed one of the stones. Then a metal aircraft appeared in front of him, and he took the aircraft to the sky. Crafty Rabbit 3 Caves, this is his base camp, and he keeps his backers everywhere. Ellipsis. Soon after 22, Kuailong finally came with Junsha and Joey and his party. Junsha and the people from the Judgment are here, and most of the members of the Flare team have been caught, especially the scientists of the Flare team, who have the first-hand core technology, and the arrest is against the Flare team. Huge loss. In the sky, Frattley is Likelike, a madman, very embarrassed, with disheveled hair. Fortunately, in the end, he kept his hand. First, he left the newly researched aircraft not far away, and then took advantage of the airship that Junsha and the others were sitting in when the airship landed. When the scene was chaotic, he escaped. Thinking of this Frattley, I couldn't help but slam the control panel with a heavy punch. The Flare team didn't even dare to suppress and punish the Alliance easily. Today, my years of hard work have all been ruined. The source of all this is the dust and his elf. If there is no thorn in the dust, and if it is replaced by anyone, the Z weapon will be enough for them to drink a pot, not to mention the transfer of the members of the Flare team. It is not impossible to take all the experimental results. Thinking like this, the hatred for Luokan deepened. Now the whole Carlos has no place for himself. It seems that we have to find them. Frattley's face was ashen. He pressed a few buttons in the aircraft, and the aircraft accelerated very quickly. Move towards the goal. Ellipsis. But he didn't know that, far, far behind him, there were one or two figures behind him all the time. Luokan and Cheomung followed silently from behind. Luokan's eyes were faint and flickered with inexplicable light. Are you finally going to catch the force behind the flaming group? There is definitely an incomparably huge force behind the Flare group. If they could capture so many divine beasts with the power of the Flare group, they would be invincible in the Carlos area. Ellipsis. I have to say that Frattley is very cautious. Even if he was wanted by Carlos, he would have spared several big circles while riding the aircraft. He ran away. After a full count of about 30 minutes. Only then did Frattley stop detouring. Frattley turned from side to side, and Luokan noticed that he was starting to take a new path. The aircraft quietly drove into a mountain wall, from which the mountain wall and the mountain passed. Flying over the gap, Luo Chen and the others also flew over. Because the Blue Eyes White Dragon was too large, Luo Chen put him away, and let Cheomung take him and follow Frattley steadily. Frattley drove the aircraft and slowly landed on a flat ground not far from the mountain wall. Pressing the button, the cockpit of the aircraft popped open and walked out. Seeing no one around, he said solemnly, "It's me." Luokan watched from behind. After Frattley roared, the entire mountain wall made a violent noise. Slowly, the center of the mountain wall changed. A door suddenly opened out of the mountain wall, and the two were shrouded in black robes. The man ran out of the open mountain wall. It turned out that he hollowed out the entire mountain wall and built his own secret lair inside. With such a method, Luo Chen immediately thought of the old lair of the Flash group disguised as the center of the elf. On the scene, Frattley and the two men in black had already chatted, and saw Frattley's hand shrank on his chest, the blood had dried up, and he had been running around nervously for a long time, and his clothes had been covered with blood. Wet, Fratellie's face was sluggish, he lost too much blood and floated under his feet. He didn't even have a Pokemon ball on his body, and he was still sitting on the newly researched flying machine. Open your mouth to ask. What happened? The two asked. Vladil's ability may not be the strongest, but the victory is that he always leaves a way out for himself. The two are not surprised that he can take it out, but it is strange who caused him to be so embarrassed that he didn't even bring his subordinates. Leave alone. He and the two of them can also be regarded as 983 allies, and there is no need to cover up this matter, and he said it directly. Don't say it, it's not that Luokan. You asked me to be careful about him. I think no matter how powerful he is still a little boy. I didn't expect to fall on him. The base camp was approached, and that Luokan is indeed the enemy. Frattelli gritted his teeth and told the matter again. Wait, you mean Super Dream? One of the men in black asked intently, with monstrous hatred in his eyes. Yes, it's a super dream. Idiot, you're being followed by him. The man in black yelled. Frattelli's complexion also changed drastically. He is not stupid. As the boss of the Flare squad, as an elf doctor, he is actually very smart. Ellipsis. 304-305 was because the weather was too cold before, and my hands were trembling. I used iFlytex voice to speak it out, not by typing. ... It has now been revised. Those who have already seen it can be re-watched, and those who have just watched it should be ignored. Chapter-301. 304-305 was because the weather was too cold before, and my hands were trembling. I used iFlytex voice to speak it out, not by typing. ... It has now been revised. Those who have already seen it can be re-watched, and those who have just watched it should be ignored. Chapter 312. The faces of the two men in black were so gloomy that they could drip water. If it was as Frattelli said, then with Luokan's strength, Frattelli had no chance at all to escape. They almost squeezed out a sentence from their throats. Their strength has become stronger again. The voice was extremely sharp and unpleasant, like a fingernail scribing on a block of wood, giving people goosebumps all over. It seemed that their vocal cords had suffered some serious damage. What it bears is the monstrous hatred and killing intent that never fades, almost condensed. The substance. Frattelli, who was beside him, couldn't help shivering, as if the temperature in this place had dropped countless times out of thin air. We have to get out of here. Their strength has become stronger again. We can't reveal whether it is time to kill him. When the critical moment comes, we will give him a ruthless one, and let him also feel what is called despair and fear. Although the two men in black hated so much that they wanted to eat their flesh and drink their blood, they had to calm down. Now they can't help but fall into the dust and super dream, and now is not the time to expose themselves. The eyes they looked at Frattelli were also a bit unkind, and the killing intent in their eyes disappeared in a flash. If it wasn't for this Frattelli, how would they be exposed? If it wasn't for Frattelli's usefulness, he would be dead. Let's go, give up here, drive right away, go back to the organization, the damn guy will catch up immediately. The two were very decisive. One of the men in black pressed the self-destruction program and destroyed the place into a rubble. The two took Frattelli on a flying machine. But just as they were about to take off. Escape, where are you going? An incomparably cold voice came from behind them. Damn it, the man in black's face turned black. When he saw Luokan, his eyes turned red, as if he had seen the enemy who killed his father. While speaking, another man in black threw an elf ball, and it appeared violently. Unlike ordinary salamanders, its eyes were all red, and the eyeballs were only faintly black and red, and it looked very strange. The body size is bigger than the average salamander. I don't know, it looks like it doesn't care about anything. XXX. The Eye of System Exploration. Name, Violent Salamander, remodeled. Level 100. Attributes, Dragon, Flying. Ellipsis. Is it genetic modification again? Luo Chen's eyes turned cold. Looking at the two men in black, He knew why, he always felt an inexplicable familiarity. Dragon Tail. At this time, the man in black had already launched an attack on him. The violent salamander roared, flapped its wings, its whole body was like a mad bull, its eyes were scarlet, and it rushed towards Luokan from the sky. Its strong tail smashed a series of sonic booms in the air. The momentum is terrifying, carrying the power of thunder, and slaps directly at Luo Chen. The energy on the tail is bright and amazing. The power contained in this blow is enough to open mountains and crack rocks, and the power is amazing. Luokan didn't move, but Cheomung moved at this time. His eyes narrowed, his thoughts activated, and a huge amount of thought power poured out. But it was of no use in the slightest. When the power of thought touched the salamander, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, without causing a single ripple. I no longer have my own consciousness. Luokan shook his head. A little elf like this is basically acting on instinct, and the brain has been transformed without his own consciousness. In other words, the soul of this violent salamander, it's all dead, only its body is alive, a monster that can only kill, similar to a zombie. Bone stick. At this time, Lucario bent forward, and a bone rod flew out. Boom. The violent salamander fell directly into the mountain, smashed a big hole, and the gravel fell straight down. Bow missiles. Lucario condensed one wave after another of missiles and smashed towards the salamander. Boom boom boom. The explosion sounded incessantly, the mountain was shattered, and the gravel splashed all over the sky. Soon the entire mountain wall was blasted into waste. Roar. At this time, in the ruins of the mountain, a roar sounded, the ruins were overturned, and the shape of the violent salamander reappeared. The scars on his body are very scary. But at this time, it roared up to the sky, and its body was covered with inexplicable energy. In an instant, the wounds on the body recovered instantly. In less than a second, the embarrassed body was as good as before, as if it was even more vicious. Obviously, the body of the violent salamander was also damaged. It has been transformed, and some kind of elf gene has been added, so that its body has the characteristics of rapid recovery. The salamander roared silently, its pupils were scarlet, and the fangs in its mouth were exposed uncontrollably. The salamander was instructed to become more vicious. The fangs in its mouth were exposed uncontrollably, and the saliva dripped down the fangs. It stared at Lucario, then disappeared in an instant, extremely fast. The claws glowed red and attacked Lucario. Bow missiles. Lucario ducked, came to its lower abdomen, condensed a wave of missiles in his hand, and then pressed it towards the salamander, and the salamander was smashed and flew out again. Lucario, destroy the death light. A beam of destruction and death blasted out, covering the violent salamander, and blasting the place into a ruin of more than 10 meters. But soon, the roar of the violent salamander came again. It rushed up from the ruins, and its injuries recovered again. It is immortal. Unless its strength reaches the pinnacle of a first-level divine beast, it is an existence that cannot be beaten to death. One of the men in black said savagely, and with his terrifying voice, he was like a ghost. Immortal. Cheomung's words seemed to come from Juyu. I'll help you free yourself. Said, its figure flashed, and its hands glowed with white light. He punched the salamander directly. Ka 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 ka. The dense white cracks are full of the body of the salamander is like a broken mirror. Then the body of the salamander turned into ashes and dissipated between heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, the two men in black froze in place, and their eyes narrowed to a small point. First-level divine beast. Impossible, how could Cheomung's strength reach the peak of first-level divine beast? This is absolutely impossible. One of the men in black roared in disbelief. Obviously he couldn't believe this scene, and his tone seemed to be very familiar with Mewtwo. But they guessed wrong. Cheomung's current strength is more than the pinnacle of the first-level divine beast. It has surpassed the existence of the first-level divine beast. At this time, I caught you. Luo Chen's indifferent voice reached their ears, making them tremble, and they also felt like there was someone behind them. Looking back, I saw that when the two of them were shocked that Mewtwo was already at the pinnacle of a first-class divine beast, Lucario had already come behind them. Take off their black robes. Luo Chen said. I want to see who you are. The two men in black were terrified and wanted to escape, but it was too late. Lucario made his move extremely quickly, grabbed the hats of the two men in black robes with both hands, and tugged them fiercely. Cheers. The black cloth swayed in the wind. Ellipsis. Chapter 313. The faces of the two were revealed. Sure enough, it's you. Sakagi of Team Rocket and Akagi of Galaxy Group. Luo Chen looked at them, and as expected, they were inexplicably familiar to him. In the conversation just now, one of the men in black obviously knew Mewtwo very well. Obviously, only the person who created the Super Dream will know it so well. And only these two people can hate themselves so much. Then, Luokan saw the place below their necks, and his eyes shrank immediately. Except for the head, half of their left-right, Sakagi is on the left, Akame on the right, are no longer human, but a kind of red belt. Scaly body. Their respective halves of their bodies are no longer human, but some kind of elf body. His heart shook violently. These two people actually transformed their bodies. This is simply crazy. Seeing that their identity was exposed, Sakagi and Akagi were not hiding either. They tore off their torn black robe, revealing his half-human, half-beast body. Looking at Luokan, the two of them showed monstrous hatred in their eyes, and their eyes were filled with resentment, just like the evil ghost who came back from hell to take revenge. Their vocal cords were also destroyed, and their voices were as harsh as someone scratching a wooden board with their fingernails. It's because of you that we have become such a ghost. When the two of them used the crystal of the god of space to jump in space, Mewtwo threw an energy bomb into the space hole, and half of their bodies were blown up by Mewtwo's energy bomb. Luckily, he was rescued and survived. If it wasn't for the two people in front of them, they wouldn't have turned into what they are today. After months of pain and struggle, I finally found an outlet. I want you to die. The two roared angrily. Their hoarse voices and distorted expressions made people unconsciously fear. Let's see if you have the strength. Luo Chen glanced coldly, and there was no trace of waves in his indifferent eyes. With two long whistles, Sakagi and Akagi, who were half-human and half-beast in front of them, were surrounded by a dazzling light group, and then their bodies began to swell, becoming several meters high, and a line grew from the back of the tail spine. The tail, with spikes on both sides of the tail, and the human part of the other half have also transformed, with black stripes connecting the skin on their bodies, and their hands and feet have become sharp claws. Their heads were hideous, except for their faces, which still looked like human beings, and their whole bodies were covered with layers of scales, turning into two crimson elves. After the transformation was completed, crimson magma continuously flowed onto the ground on their bodies, making a rustling corrosive sound, burning the ground into large holes one after another. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, his eyes glared suddenly, which was somewhat unexpected. Gulatin. Yes, the two of them are very similar to Gulatin in form now. Thinking of the previous explosive salamander, Luokan's face slowly sank, and he said with certainty, human genetic technology. That's right, we have implanted the genes of the legendary god of the earth Gulatin through human genetic technology. Sakagi and Akagi roared in the sky, sharp stones protruded from the ground behind them, and the rubble splashed around, with a terrifying momentum. They looked for the location of the falling dust, like two bows and arrows that were off the string. Their eyes became red due to the emotion of revenge, and every step left a small pit on the ground, like a hell messenger crawling out of the magma. Holding two huge sickles, he harvested the souls of the deceased everywhere. Gulatin, who became Sakagi, raised his terrifying head, the blue veins on his forehead swelled out, the blood from his whole body poured into his face, his mouth expanded to an unbelievable level, and a red ball of fire was in the air. Its mouth keeps getting bigger. The sound of boom was like a laser cannon, controlling the angle and spraying it towards the position where Luo Chen was standing. In Akagi's mouth, a mass of brown-yellow energy continued to grow, and immediately after Sakagi, it also attacked in the direction of Luokan. The two groups of energy followed one after the other. A huge explosion sounded in place, along with the earth-shattering loud noise. The billowing smoke lifted the dust on the ground, like a sandstorm, overwhelming the sky. The scattered dirt fell like a meteor, splashing everywhere, hitting a mountain not far away, and landing at the feet of Sakagi and Akaji. The strength is around the first level of the third-level divine beast. Luo Chen's eyes flashed, but he could feel that there was still a very strong energy in their bodies. So instead of letting Mewtwo solve the battle directly, he let Lucario join the battle, because he wanted to see how far this human genetic technology has progressed. The limits of Sakagi and Akaji are there. Wave missiles. Lucario condensed two wave missiles and attacked Akaji and Sakagi. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The three quickly scuffled together, and in just a few minutes, they had already fought no less than 100 moves. Although Guratan's divine beast genes were powerful, the two did not fully control their own bodies. Despite the abilities of divine beasts, Lucario still relied with his own agility. He jumped between the two, moving freely. Akaji's eyes flashed fiercely, and he attacked Lucario. Sakagi took the opportunity to block Lucario's escape route from the other side. He wanted to catch the turtle in a urn, but Lucario flexibly avoided it. Lucario, with a green light flashing on his body, stepped on the ground with one foot. The soil he stepped on sank a few meters, bounced behind Sakagi, a bone stick condensed in his hand, and hit Sakagi's back heavily. At the neck, he was smashed and flew out, and with the strength of the bounce, he changed his posture in the air and punched Akaji. After the blow, Sakagi was panting heavily. Akaji's lava-dripping hand supported the ground behind him, and slowly climbed up. The situation of the two of them didn't look very good. At this moment, the inexplicable energy appeared again, covering both of them. Bodies. The exhaustion on their bodies seemed to be swept away, and the momentum also underwent earth-shaking changes. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Luokan always felt that their bodies had grown bigger than before. Immediately afterwards, Lucario fought with the two again. With the passage of time, Sakagi and Akaji have been transformed, and their strength has soared to the peak of the third-level divine beast. Lucario, who turned out to be on equal footing with the two, gradually became at a disadvantage. The mysterious energy that suddenly appeared did not appear again after it appeared once, but the spirit of the two was getting better and better, and the more the wound healed. Faster and faster, every punch can burst into a pit several meters in size on the ground. Luokan's face became a little ugly. This human genetic technology is really terrifying, and it has transformed humans into such monsters. You must know that divine beasts are rare, and each has a very powerful ability. If they are allowed to complete this experiment, wouldn't it be possible to make humans have this ability comparable to nuclear bombs in batches, causing damage at the level of gods and beasts? Seeing that they couldn't take Lucario for a long time, Sakagi and Akaji were also anxious and roared. Their bodies swelled to a height of more than 10 meters again, and their eyes became scarlet. The strength of the two of them has undergone an earth-shaking change again, and they have suddenly entered the range of the second-level divine beast. Sichuan. Chapter 314. The strength of the two of them has undergone an earth-shaking change again, and they have suddenly entered the range of the second-level divine beast. After their strength reached the second-level divine beast, their bodies swelled, and red ravines appeared on their bodies. What was alive was a replica of Gulatan, and the magma continuously flowed from their bodies to the ground, making a zizi sound. Luokan's eyes flashed. Is it a second-level divine beast? He could feel that this didn't seem to be their limit. Lucario, Mega Evolution, see where their limits are. The moment the voice just fell, countless colorful rays of light burst out of Luokan and Lucario's bodies, and these colorful thin lines were connected to each other in midair. XXX. In an instant, the white light on Lucario's body rose sharply. When the white light disappeared, its entire body had changed a lot. Its body was raised a little, it became extremely cool, and it had red stripes on its body. Looking at the two people who had been completely beastized, and rushed towards him with a rumble. It stomped its feet suddenly, a pit appeared on the ground, its whole body jumped up suddenly, and white light glowed in its fists. Boom! The three fought together in an instant. The shock wave erupted from the place where the three met, and the gust of wind swept through. The ground on which the three stood collapsed layer by layer, dense spider webs spread all over, and rocks the size of grinding discs splashed up. Bang 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 bang. A battle started, and the scene was extremely fierce. It didn't take long for the entire valley to be flattened by them, and magma flowed everywhere. Under their high temperature, many soils were directly melted and trees were burned. As the battle between the three became more and more intense, the levels of Sakagi and Akagi are still slowly improving. Second level Divine Beast, second level Divine Beast Elementary level, second level Divine Beast Intermediate. Soon, their strength was raised to the middle level of the second level Divine Beast. In the face of the mid-level combat power of the two second-level Divine Beasts, Lucario was beaten to the point of passive defense, and both of them were conspirators. Accidentally, Lucario was overcast, and he was hit with a bang, smashing it into the sky full of people. Lava place. 8 door Dungia, open the door, close the door, hurt the door, stop the door, shock the door. In midair, Lucario heard Luokan's words, his eyes flashed with golden light, and his fists clenched violently. Boom! In an instant, the hair on the top of its head rose into the sky, green energy immediately attached to its body surface, and the whole momentum skyrocketed several times. It forcibly stabilized its body in the air, looking at the place full of magma below, it clenched a fist with its right hand and slammed it towards the ground. Boom! The fist slammed into the air, forming a white air wave. The fist wind was extremely strong. The punch hit the ground, and the hot magma on the ground was separated, forming a 10-meter lava-free vacuum zone. It landed safely on the ground. At the moment when it hit the ground, its entire body bounced off the bottom like a spring. The body suddenly rose into the sky, like a bullet popping out of the chamber, and the speed was so fast that a series of sonic booms appeared in the air. The green energy attached to his fist, and he punched Akagi's chin with a ruthless punch. Chimu was smashed out fiercely, and his whole body slipped far away, flattening the hill, and smashing up countless smoke and dust. Then, Lucario twisted his body violently in midair, changed direction, and kicked Sakagi away with one kick, also flying far away. Soon, the two got up from the ground. In their hearts, they were even more afraid of Luokan, and they looked at each other. Hoo hoo! The two of them roared wildly in the sky, and their bodies skyrocketed again. The earth made a sound of being overwhelmed because it couldn't bear their weight. The already messy earth became even more unbearable. In an instant, their level once again ushered in a skyrocket, reaching the high level of the second-level Divine Beast. Die! From their mouths, the two spewed out a solid flame, or magma. The magma several meters in diameter spewed out of their mouths, carrying the potential to destroy the world. One of them rushed towards Lucario, and the other rushed towards the falling dust. Lucario ducked. Luokan was Mewtwo, who was beside him holding up a protective shield. Immediately, the magma erupted, surging like a tsunami, blocking the sun all day long, and shining magma everywhere you look. The magma flowed through, the river boiled, and the large tracts of forest were eroded cleanly. Fratally was hit by the fish pond, the magma rolled over, and in the screams, it was instantly melted by the high-temperature magma. Luo Chen didn't pay any attention to it. Since the mastermind has been found, this Fratally is useless. In the magma, Luokan sensed that Akagi and Sakagi's bodies had changed again. Their bodies had become 2.5 meters in size, their bodies were hideous, and their muscles were stronger. Although his body has become smaller, his strength has reached the peak of the second-level Divine Beast. After the body became smaller, the two looked at each other, turned their heads and ran away. They escaped. Yes, they originally planned to run away, but after being rushed by Luo Chen, their identities were discovered. The embarrassed two briefly tested Luo Chen's strength, and knew that they were definitely not opponents, and they had to run away. Although there was only one Lucario, the two of them were able to defeat him when they were at the peak of the second-level divine beast, and they were able to force him to death with their quick resurrection body. But beside Luoken, there is a coveted Mewtwo. It is capable of destroying the salamander, which also has the characteristics of rapid recovery, with one punch. They are also anxious now, and it is unknown whether they can escape, but there is no way, they can only run for their lives. Is it the limit of the two now? Luo Chen looked at the two who were about to disappear from sight, and said to Chao Meng, let's take action. With Chao Meng, want to run. It's too late. In other words, by the time Luo Chen arrived, it was already too late, and today even if they were so powerful, they would never even think about escaping. Chapter 315. Mewtwo's figure disappeared instantly, standing in front of the two of them. Boom. The two of them didn't stop at all, they smashed their fists towards Chao Meng, and the lava in their hands was billowing. Chao Meng flashed past, an energy ball in his hand exploded in front of them, and the powerful impact suddenly smashed them far away. There was a huge wound on their bodies. They stood up, as if there was no pain, and their bodies recovered instantly the moment they got up. Roar. They didn't fight Mewtwo, but stomped out again. But soon, Chao Meng whipped them back and kicked them back again, kicking them directly to the mountain wall in the distance, sinking directly into the mountain. Boom. Sakagi and Akaji smashed open the mountain wall and jumped out again. They were blocked again and again. Their eyes were red and fiery, their faces were hideous, their fangs protruded outward, and they kept drooling, and the lava on their bodies became more and more flowing. From dark red to bright red. 22 even made a strange animal-like cry from his mouth. Seeing this, Luo Chen was surprised, the situation seemed a little wrong. In an instant, the two moved and attacked like crazy. Various skills were sprayed out of their mouths, not only at Mewtwo, but also at other places. It was as if everything in front of them, whether they were moving or dead, was something they wanted to destroy. It was as if they had no self-consciousness and were extremely irritable. He's gone crazy. No, he's lost his humanity. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene. It should be the side effect of it. After all, the level has reached the peak of the second-level Divine Beast. How can the power of the Divine Beast be obtained so easily? Seeing that the two were still destroying, Luoken said to Cheomeng, deal with them, you have to live. The aura of Cheomeng and the superheroic beast broke out, and even if Akaji and Sakagi lost their hearts, they instinctively took a few steps back and avoided the edge for a while. The sky rumbled loudly, the wind and clouds changed color in an instant, thunder roared loudly, and lightning with thick thumbs intertwined in the clouds. Although Chao Meng faces two people who are nearly 3 meters tall, his body is extremely petite, but it is like a towering mountain, which is intimidating. Mewtwo lifted off into the sky, looking down at the irrational walking dead who swept below, her cold eyes without a trace of emotion. In fact, the final result of the two had been announced as early as the beginning. The white light beams gathered from Cheomeng's hands, which contained the energy of destroying the sky and the earth. In Cheomeng's hands, it was like a ball of mud played by a child, changing its shape with the change of gestures. All the energy was condensed by him. The space was cracked, and the overwhelming white light beams swept out, the fists condensed a powerful aura, and the huge white fist shadows descended vertically between the clouds and water. Like two giant silver snakes with their mouths open, they howled mightily across the sky. Wherever the giant dragon went, tiny cracks spread rapidly from the air, and finally hit Akaji and Banmu fiercely. The body, just the energy overflowing from it, has already shaken the mountain to the point of trembling. In an instant, only two painful whinings rushed up to the top of the cloud. It seemed like a major disaster had been encountered for dozens of miles around. In the strong light, all the trees were turned to ashes, and the two huge bodies were knocked far away. After several frantic bombings on the ground, he just lay straight on the ground and lost consciousness. The bodies of the two also changed, as if they had lost their hard armor, and even the black pattern covering the connection between the skin and the scales disappeared, revealing the human skin underneath, which was previously transformed into the gulatin gene. It turned into a burning red-black. Take it back and see what's different between them. Fallen Dust Road. Cheomung nodded. The thought force wrapped the two unconscious people, and then Luo Chen and it also left the sky and left here. Ellipsis. Return to the base of the Junsha family in Carlos. When Luokan arrived, Junsha and Joey were busy counting the gains from the flare suppression. Looking at the dense layout on the computer, it seemed that the gains were not small. The two women frowned when they saw Akagi and Sakagi, who were floating behind Luokan and controlled by their mind power. Of course, they knew that this was Team Rocket's boss Sakagi and Galaxy Group's boss Akagi. But the point is, aren't they dead? Then, they saw the two beasts' bodies with red scales, and they took a deep breath. They actually transformed themselves into this half-human, half-ghost appearance. These two people are crazy. But Joey, the elf doctor, saw more things. Her eyes shrank. This is human genetic modification technology, a scientific taboo. Is Dr. Volcano here? In the laboratory. Joy, come here too and check them out for me. Joey also knew the importance of the matter, so he responded and came to Dr. Volcano's laboratory with Luo Chen. Boom. The bodies of Sakagi and Akagi fell on the experimental bed. Dr. Volcano, help me check these two people. Dr. Volcano also saw the two of them. When he saw their bodies, his eyes shrank immediately. He stopped his work, and his expression was extremely serious. Human genetic technology. He leaned forward to take a look, and when he saw the scales on his body, he was even more astonished. This is Gulatin's genes. They have actually been able to combine the genes of the human body and the divine beast with each other, and they have actually reached this stage. Dr. Volcano's expression was very solemn, and his tone was even more troublesome. Without further ado, Dr. Volcano and Junsha quickly checked their bodies in all directions, and all kinds of sophisticated instruments were brought over. After half an hour, Dr. Volcano asked people to move Akagi and Sakagi to the bed in the laboratory to examine them. The huge display screen connects the bodies of Sakagi and Akagi. The picture is a microcosm of the distribution of the body structure of the two. After removing the skeleton and nerves of the body, dark red and yellow gene clusters are displayed, which are distributed in the limbs and in the skull. It circulates with the delivery of blood. 80% of their bodies have become Gulatin's genes. According to the situation you are fighting against them, once all their bodies' genes become Gulatin's genes, they will become irrational. A monster that only destroys. As the examination deepened, Dr. Volcano's expression became more serious. Ellipsis. Chapter 316. Luokan stood alone in front of the window, with a grim expression, and the air was filled with elements of unease. Just now, Dr. Volcano also told him the seriousness of the matter. Someone was able to combine the genes of mythical beasts with those of human beings, and he hasn't exploded and died for so long. In front of Dr. Volcano, this is nothing short of a fantasy. For human genes, the energy contained in the divine beast gene is no less than a nuclear bomb. The two are not comparable at all. The moment the divine beast gene is implanted into the body, the divine beast gene may go berserk. However, the physical condition of Sakagi and Akagi is that they can control the genes of divine beasts and let themselves. The level of life has also changed. XXX. According to Dr. Volcano, this technology has surpassed them by too much, at least by hundreds of years. You must know that they are still on the way to explore genetic problems, but the other party has completely understood the knowledge of genetics, and even the genes of first-level divine beasts can be manipulated freely. What Dr. Volcano said also made Luokan feel a little unbelievable. You must know that Dr. Volcano is a research doctor of the Junsha family. It can be said that he is one of the top elf doctors in the world. But the technology possessed by the other party is hundreds of years ahead of this world. Luokan, those two woke up. At this time, Junsha came over and said to Luo Chen. Luokan nodded, walked over immediately, and came to the experimental bed. Sakagi and Akaji are being tied to the lab bed. They opened their eyes, and after a brief dizziness, they regained consciousness. Seeing an unfamiliar environment, as well as Junsha and Luokan beside her. The faces of the two of them were ugly. According to the situation, they were captured. The tyrannical eyes looked at Luokan. I didn't expect you to be caught in the end. If you win, you will become a king, and if you lose, you will become a bandit. If you want to kill or cut, come here tilde. Luokan didn't speak, looked at the two of them for a long time before he said lightly, tell me everything, I can give you a good time, you all know what I'm talking about. If Luo Chen is going to ask Sakagi and Akaji to explain the organization or power behind them, after all, if they have such powerful technological capabilities, they can easily capture divine beasts and use the genes of first-level divine beasts for their own use, and they would have dominated the world long ago. How could this world be reduced to what it is today? It's just that the attitude of the two of them is extremely uncooperative. Even if they are captured, they are still the same toughness. They were laughing wildly. Aren't you very capable? Please, kneel down and beg me. Looking at them, Luo Chen's eyes suddenly condensed, his eyes instantly became blood red, and the windmill pattern suddenly appeared in his eyes. His eyes were indifferent, and he opened his lips lightly. You do. Sakagi and Akaji only felt a flower in front of them, and when Luokan's eyes came back to their senses like two black holes, they found themselves in a blood-red space. In an endless hell. Nightmare God's nightmare space. Looking at this unfamiliar space, Sakagi and Akaji looked at Luokan mockingly. Don't worry about it, the Nightmare God's nightmare space is of no use to us, our level is higher than it now. Its nightmares will not affect us. To us. Although they have become prisoners, the two of them still looked at Luokan with incomparable resentment, and their voices were insane. If you want to get news from us, unless you exchange it for your head. Kill us if you have one, otherwise, let us escape, and one day, I will make you pay back 100 times 1,000 times. Nightmare God's nightmare space. For the two of them regarding the Yudu space as the nightmare space of the Nightmare God, Luokan smiled, although the current Yudu is indeed somewhat similar to the nightmare space. I hope you can still be so hard-hearted after a while. There was playfulness in his eyes. Saying that, he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the space. Aside, I don't know when a huge machine appeared. This is a punching machine, which is specially used to compress garbage. Under the power of this punching machine, even steel can be turned into a piece of paper. Zzz tilde. The roar of the engine sounded. A waste of effort, Chimu said. The nightmare space of the Nightmare God is under the premise of affecting people's consciousness, entering his subconscious, destroying his heart, and making them believe that everything in front of them is real, so as to create fear. Diaresis and the Nightmare God with a lower level than us, he can't penetrate our subconscious. What's more, let me tell you a little bit, we have no pain now, even if you can really cut our bodies, don't try to torture us. Come and get a shred of news from our mouths. I didn't expect that Luo Chen, who could drive us to a desperate situation, would also use such a time-wasting means. Are you disappointed? The two laughed unbridled. Luokan didn't speak, just looked at them lightly. He kicked, and the two of them rolled onto the base of the punching machine like a gourd. Boom boom boom. The machine starts, and the machine is like two separate walls, beginning to move closer together. Soon, the two were pushed all the way, and finally the two pieces of metal-like walls began to stick together. Sakagi and Akaji only felt that their bodies were starting to be squeezed, but they didn't panic, because this was a nightmare space, and everything Nuo Qianzhao was a virtual image. The squeeze started to get stronger. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Sakaji's mouth, and his arm was crushed into a mist of blood. Ah! Sakagi, who had been calm just now, turned extremely pale in an instant, and a shrill scream came out of his mouth, and the veins on his forehead even bulged. What are you doing? This is the nightmare space, all this is an illusion. Chimu frowned at him and said to him, you have to stick to your own heart, as long as we don't sink, what will the nightmare gods do? No. Before he could finish speaking, Akaji's own little toe was also crushed. Ah! At this moment, a more shrill scream rang out from his mouth, and the cold sweat on his forehead instantly flowed down like rain. Chapter 317. What are you doing? This is a nightmare space, all this is an illusion. Akaji yelled at him, you have to stick to your own heart, as long as we don't sink, the nightmare god can't do anything. Before he could finish speaking, Akaji's own little toe was also crushed. Ah! At this moment, a more shrill scream rang out from his mouth, and the cold sweat on his forehead instantly flowed down like rain. Under Luokan's control, Akaji's legs have been slowly rolling from the little toes toward the knees, inch by inch. At this moment, Akaji screamed hysterically, blue veins burst out on his face, and his neck swelled up as if he had practiced Toadgong. The terrifying screams were louder and louder. At this moment, he just wanted to die. The pain was like 10,000 ants eating his heart, and the pain was even more unbearable than when he was implanted with the Divine Beast gene. The pain is even worse. Immediately afterwards, they could only feel their bodies being crushed inch by inch, their throats were hoarse, and they just wanted to die happily. Soon, as they wished, the entire body was crushed into a blood mist. At this moment, they even felt joy in their hearts, that is, finally freed. But, apparently they were too happy too early. Luokan snapped his fingers, and the situation changed in an instant. Akaji and Sakagi reappeared in front of Luokan. How? Luo Chen looked at the two of them. Sakagi and Akaji no longer have calm in their eyes now, instead they are full of panic. How is it possible? How could the nightmare god affect us, and we no longer feel pain? How can we still feel pain? At this moment, Luo Chen's words made the eyes of the two of them close sharply, shrinking into a black dot, because it's your souls who appear here. Can we talk now? Luo Chen's brows were filled with indifference, and his eyes slid between the two of them indifferently. Don't even think about it. Kill us if you have won. Even so, the two of them were still stubborn. Luokan nodded. Very good. I forgot to tell you that it was only twice the pain just now, and then it will be 100 times more painful. I see how hard your mouth is. After speaking, without giving the two of them time to speak, he clapped his palms, and called the nightmare god Darkrai into the moon reading space. Darklay, you have more ways to torture people, come here. Deal with it. Darkrai nodded with excitement on his face. Next, the incessant screams reappeared. The nightmare god is an expert in tormenting people, not to mention 100 times more pain. In the hands of the nightmare god, the two were killed many times. Sakagi and Akaji were extremely desperate. I have to say that the nightmare god is really an expert in tormenting people. He didn't kill the two of them all at once, but slowly let them die in despair, eroding them little by little. Nightmare God has set up countless levels similar to the game. They will face the pursuit of evil dogs, and they have to watch their feet carefully. Because if they accidentally take a wrong step, there may be pushpins under their feet, and boiling water will be sprinkled in the sky. There will be steel needles shot on both sides. This usually doesn't cause much damage, but don't forget, Luokan has adjusted the pain to 100 times, and under 100 times the pain, this is hell. When they got to the back, the two of them were exhausted from running and were played to death several times. But he had to run, and he had to survive in this hopeless game. Not only physical pain, but also psychological torture. Because Luokan adjusted the pain to 100 times, even if the two of them hit themselves lightly, they would feel that they were not as good as death. Ellipsis. In the end, they were tortured to death by the nightmare god several times. The two of them fell to the ground and screamed, I said. I will say anything. Luokan got up, the magma under their feet disappeared instantly without a trace, panting heavily on the ground, gasping for breath, but not seeing the toughness at the beginning. Luo Chen sneered. I've only died 9 times, but I haven't died 10 times, so I can't stand it anymore. Hearing this, the two shuddered. 9 times, these short 9 times made them feel like they had lived a lifetime. Tell me, who are you behind the scenes? The two dared not hide it any longer. Now death is an extravagant hope. They said everything slowly. When faced with the Kanto League competition, the two of them used the power of the god of time and the god of space to escape. However, Mewtwo threw an energy ball over and destroyed half of their bodies. At that time, they happened to have a group of mysterious people who saved them and continued their lives. They also told Akagi and Sakagi that they could regain a complete body and asked them if they would accept it. The two agreed that this group of mysterious people passed the human genetic modification technology, implanted the genes of Gulatin for the two, and repaired their bodies. Afterwards, the two gradually became the outsiders of the organization and participated in the organization's divine beast capture plan. Knowing that Luokan came to Carlos, the two knew that they could not reveal it yet. In order to find a spokesperson, they found Fratali from the Flaming Group. Luokan listened and asked, "So, what exactly is that organization?" Chapter 318. Luokan listened and asked, "So, what exactly is that organization?" The two shook their heads. "We don't know either, we are just a peripheral member." Peripheral members. Luo Chen was a little surprised. With the strength of the two of them, they were only a peripheral member, so how powerful is this organization? He then asked, "I don't believe that you can capture the Sky Ripper." But what the two of them said next made Luo Chen's eyes shrink. "Besides us, there are people who accompany us to carry out the mythical beast capture plan. They are Shalufu Company, and Shalufu Company is an official member of the organization." Hearing this, Luo Chen was instantly shocked. Shaluf Company is the largest company in the world. The Master Ball was invented by this company, and many advanced technologies were also invented by this company. Such a huge company is actually an official member of this mysterious organization. Luokan knew that the two were not lying. Looking at the human genetic modification technology on the two of them, he thought of 3 things that were opened in the Gene Jade box. Before Chapter 151, the ancient elf resurrection machine is the same as the black elf ball, and the last one is the human genetic modification technology. And the current bodies of Sakagi and Akagi are so similar to human genetic modification technology. What else did Luo Chen want to ask? But then, Sakagi and Akagi let out an inhuman roar, their bodies twisting. "What's going on?" Luo Chen asked. The two held their heads in pain and looked at Luokan. The hatred in their eyes was still as if the evil spirits were screaming, "I expect you to find them, you can just go find them. We will wait for you below." Their next goal is April. At the beginning of April, the god of space and the god of time, and XXX. Before they could finish speaking, their bodies shattered with a bang and turned into ashes. Luokan looked surprised. What they were in the Yudu space was consciousness, or soul. Now it has disappeared. He lifted the monthly reading and returned to the real world. The two were already lying on the experimental bed, motionless as if they were asleep. Luokan quickly called Joey and Dr. Volcano. The two came in and checked the side. Joey frowned. Their souls are gone, their brains were destroyed in an instant, and now they are a living dead. On the side, Dr. Volcano is studying the blood drawn from the two people. The two people have special genes buried in their genomes. Once some information is leaked, their souls will be strangled in an instant. Luokan's face was ugly. No wonder they refused to say it. It turned out to be the reason. If you say it, you will die. I'm afraid it's also because the people who tortured them in the Yudu space really couldn't survive and couldn't die. That's why they said everything to free themselves. However, it is not completely clueless. At least they know about Shalufu Company, and their next target is the god of time and the god of space. At the beginning of April, when April begins. Knowing that Shaloof Company is a member of a mysterious organization, at the beginning of April, the news that they were going to do something to the God of Space and the God of Space, Luokan and Junsha Joy secretly deployed. For the time being, I don't plan to scare the snakes and let Shiroof know that they already know their secret. It seems that Rift Seat, Latios, and Latius are all in Shaloofu Company. With their current ability, if they want to forcibly go to hard steel Shaloofu Company, they have to pay a small price. Shaloo the company has a huge power and also has an economic backbone. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Even if you pay the price and forcibly save a few divine beasts, don't forget that there is an extremely mysterious organization behind Shaloofu Company, which is carefully planned behind the scenes. Even Shaloof is only a formal member of this organization. The core members of this organization, I don't know how powerful they are. So Luokan didn't choose to fight with Shaloof Company immediately. There is still about a month left until the beginning of April, and he has a long time to prepare. Luokan squinted his eyes and said in his heart, I would like to see how much energy you have, not to mention who the God of Space and the God of Time will be in whose hands are not certain. In the days that followed, the three were discussing countermeasures. This is after finalizing the initial plan. Luokan went to see the divine beasts rescued by Junsha and the others. In this way, they arrived at the place where the mythical beasts temporarily lived. The Junsha family had a lot of money and used the entire back mountain as the residence of these mythical beasts. The Y God, Sanshin Pillar, and Flame Bird, who were previously controlled by the Flaming Team, were all receiving treatment because they were seriously injured. After a few days of treatment, the spirits of these mythical beasts have improved a lot, but the mental damage cannot be eliminated in a short time. It is too dangerous outside now, and the power of the mysterious organization is too strong. No, it's not safe to put it here in Junsha, and no one knows when it might be caught by the mysterious organization again and return to the previous life. Luokan thought for a while and decided to bring all these divine beasts back to his territory, Nashi Island. Sichuan. Chapter 319. At this moment, Junsha came over. She will this incident, as well as the hedging and plan customized by the three people, they were informed to the top of the clan, and the clan elder was shocked and furious at the same time. Shocked that there is such a powerful mysterious organization in this world, and it is so powerful that it can wantonly capture first-level divine beasts. You must know that the first-level divine beast has touched the power of the law, and each of them has the power of destroying the world. They are furious that such a powerful and mysterious organization is actually doing things under their noses, and they know nothing about their information. In this regard, the two major families, Junsha and Joey, said that when the plan is implemented, they will fully cooperate with Luokan and let him let go. Hearing the news from the Junsha family, Luokan nodded, and then told Junsha Jubaki about what he wanted to take away these divine beasts. Junsha agreed at the time. It was a headache for her to stay here. If she was to put them back, then don't think about it. The people of the mysterious organization would definitely take action again and catch them back. Staying here is another big trouble. Once these divine beasts run wild, their power is no joke. So Luokan took these divine beasts away, but instead fell a big stone in her heart. Ellipsis. Then the two separated, and Luokan needed to take the beast to Nashi Island. And the follow-up arrangements of the Junsha Flare team need her to handle. He came to the back mountain where the beasts inhabited. With Cheomong there, they didn't dare to make trouble. When the beasts saw Luokan's arrival, their eyes were filled with gratitude. Before, they were controlled by their minds, and they knew that it was Luokan who saved them. Luo Chen told them about taking them to Nashi Island. The three gods Pillar, Y God, and Lightning Bird thought for a while, then nodded. It's not too late. Luokan took out 5 master balls and put them in. These 5 master balls were brought from Junsha. The 5 mythical beasts glanced at each other, and without any resistance, they were put into the master ball. Then Luokan and Cheomong rose into the air, flew far away, and came to a desolate and populated place before they stopped. Reverse Psychic Art. Zoroark, who was far away on Nashi Island, used reverse psychic art. Bang bang bang. A cloud of smoke erupted, and Luo Chen's figure disappeared in place. Ellipsis. Returning to Nashi Island, Luokan handed the 5 divine beasts to Kojira and asked him to arrange them. There are many divine beasts on the island, and the whole island is like a fairyland on earth. Sanshinju and the others did not feel any discomfort. Instead, they were a little overjoyed to see so many elves of the same level. He didn't stay on Nashi Island for a long time, and Carlos Mewtwo used the psychic technique again to channel Luokan. Just as he landed, a long-lost voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking the conspiracy of the Flare Group and liberating the divine beasts, 3 god pillars, Y god, lightning bird to get a mysterious lottery ticket. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. The lottery ticket seemed to have not been drawn for a long time. Without hesitation, he said directly, use the lottery ticket. As soon as he finished speaking, a virtual slot machine appeared in front of Luokan. The surface was black and almost chaotic, and it seemed to be somewhat mysterious. Then it began to spin at a high speed. After a few seconds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Time and Space Talent. Time and Space Talent possess the ability of time, developed to the depths. You can control the power of time. Notes: this fruit is only suitable for elves with time affinity. Looking at the dense purple light in his hand, it is very ancient, and it seems that there are countless mysterious runes in it flashing away, and even Luo Chen is a little restless now. Time talent, no matter in any world, anything that involves time is an almost invincible existence. He also didn't expect that with a random draw, he would be able to draw time talent. Then he was worried, this time talent is only suitable for elves with time affinity. However, how could he know which of his elf has the affinity for time? He frowned, and suddenly his eyes lit up. How could you forget it? He opened the backpack. Celebi was fast asleep inside. He shook it quickly to wake it up. Celebi flew out of the backpack with a dazed look on his face. Tilted his neck, and looked at Luokan with doubts. Celebi, this is for you. He moved the purple smoky gas in his hand forward. Seeing the purple dense gas, Celebi let out a very human snort, put her little finger beside her mouth, her little head was slightly bent, and looked at the dense gas with a curious expression. She felt that the gas contained very gracious power, that is the power of time. It doesn't understand a little, why there is the power of time in this cloud of gas. Celebi ate it, Luo Chen said. Celebi flapped its little wings and circled around the time talent several times before it shook its head at Luokan. Don't want. Celebi nodded, because Celebi has been the darling of time since birth, and it is an elf that can travel through time, and this thing is useless to it. The whereabouts are worrying. He handed the time talent to Mewtwo, but Mewtwo couldn't touch the gas at all, as if the gas didn't exist at this point in time, it was just a projection of time. Seeing Luokan's distress, Celebi called out softly and hit Luokan's backpack. Opened up, and then pulled his roommate, Kurama, out of the bag. It pointed to Juwei, and then called out to Luokan. You mean, to Kurama? It nodded. Luokan's eyes lit up. Kurama has an affinity for time. He handed the time talent in his hand to the Kurama. Kurama, here it is. Seeing this dense gas, Juwei's eyes flashed with longing, and then his ruby-like small paw touched the time talent lightly, and suddenly the purple dense gas seemed to have life, from the pores of Juwei. Got into its body. In an instant, mysterious and ancient runes appeared on the surface of Kurama's body, and the purple runes squeaked and formed chains of iron chains, all of which were purple, wrapping the Kurama layer by layer. This is the chain of time. An indescribable force emerged from the body of the Kurama, and it only felt as if there was something in it, something that it was born with. The chain of time began to dissipate and slowly returned to Kurama's body. Kurama closed his eyes tightly, as if he was comprehending something. After a long time. Roar. A growl broke the silence. Ellipsis. Transition these chapters for a moment. Chapter 320. The momentum on his body rose sharply, and a terrifying force spread outward, and he actually entered the ranks of the first-level divine beast. Kurama's new data emerged in Luokan's mind. Name: Kurama. Level: Level 110, the initial stage of the first-level divine beast. Property: Unknown. Race: Tailed beast. Evaluation: the 9 tails have fully grown, can use the full power of the 9 tails, and have acquired a time talent developed to a high depth and able to control time. Ellipsis. The 9 tails who acquired the talent of time, its strength skyrocketed countless times again. The 9 jewel-like clear tails of the Kurama swayed freely in the wind, and the Kurama, who gradually accepted the new energy in his body, let out a low growl. The purple energy gives people an indescribable dignity. Its 9 tails swayed continuously behind it. Every time it swayed, a small purple iron chain would appear on the tip of the tail, and it would disappear in a flash. XXX. The head 22, which is as eye-catching as a jade carving, has become more delicate, and the red hair is thicker between the shoulder bones. Its claws stretched forward lazily, bowed its body was full of strength, and at the same time it had perfect lines. The red hair was like a red armor, covering it and fully armed. Was the little fox already a first-class divine beast? Looking at Jue who looked like this, a smile flashed in Luokan's eyes. Kurama, show me your current strength. Saying that, he turned his head to Cheomeng and said, go and try. Chaomeng nodded, looking at Jue with interest in his eyes. Ellipsis. Mewtwo hooked at Kurama, as if to say let it do it first. The Kurama also wanted to know his current strength. It was not polite at all, and its figure instantly soared countless times, turning into a behemoth of more than 10 meters. It opened its mouth violently, its huge head lifted up to the sky, and a black light ball full of huge energy appeared in his mouth, slowly injecting new energy, making the energy ball bigger and bigger. Boom! In an instant, he pierced the sky and rammed towards Mewtwo in the distance. Looking at the tailed beast jade that was about to come to him, Chaomeng showed an excited expression. Well done. Chaomeng took the tailed beast jade directly with both hands, and then the palms of both hands faced each other and slowly moved closer. I saw that in its hands, this incomparably huge tailed beast jade actually gradually became smaller, and finally dissipated in its hands with a puff. Seeing that his attack was easily diffused, the fighting spirit in Jue's eyes was even stronger. It roared up to the sky and opened its mouth violently, forming a force of suction, and the energy between the heavens and the earth was sucked out by the Kurama whale. An energy ball several times larger than before appeared in front of its mouth, like a red sun. Then, Kurama suddenly swallowed the black ball, his stomach swelled uncontrollably, and then slowly shrank again. The mouth slowly bulged, and finally reached a certain level. Hey! The black light became more and more dazzling, and then shot out of Kurama's mouth in a brand new form, and the black-purple light beam targeted Mewtwo. Looking at this energy ball, Chaomeng's eyes were still incomparably dull, and he punched out directly, covering his hands with white light. Ka ka ka. There were dense cracks on the energy ball, and then it shattered, and a strong wind rushed in all directions. Chaomeng looked at Jue. Stop playing with these imaginary things. You have stepped into the first-level divine beast. You should also master the power of the law, and show your true strength. The attack of the 9 tails just now, for Mewtwo, who has mastered the power of the law, is fundamentally pediatric, and it is impossible to cause any damage. Those who can cause damage to the first-level divine beast can only be the first-level divine beast, or the law. Strength. Hearing Mewtwo's words, Kyuubi's body shrank rapidly, becoming the same size as before. It whispers voice. The red vertical pupil instantly turned into a noble purple, and a purple iron chain appeared on the surface of his body at some point. Even his 9 ruby-like tails turned purple at this moment. Huh! In an instant, its figure disappeared. Chaomeng also moved, it swayed slightly, and its body disappeared in place, leaving a phantom. Bang 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 bang. In the air, the sound of fierce fighting came, and only a purple and a white figure could be seen fighting fiercely and fighting together. There have been dozens of back and forth fights in the breath, and the fighting spirit of the two is getting higher and higher, and the battle is getting more intense. The power of the first-level divine beast is so huge, with the fight between the two. Violent explosions were continuously heard, the ground was split open by them, thorns were broken, ancient trees were broken, the sound of rumbling collapse was incessant, and the top of the mountain was collapsed by them. Boom! At this moment, a voice flew out. It was Ninetales. Ninetales caught a flaw and was blasted out. After landing, there was a flash of unwillingness in the eyes of Jue, who was very competitive. It roared up to the sky, and suddenly the purple chains on its body became more and more. At this time, its whole body turned purple, and an indescribable power radiated from its body. It moved, one of its tails suddenly stretched out, and there was a sound of breaking through the air, and it shot straight towards Mewtwo. Boom! Unexpectedly, this time Mewtwo was hit and was blown away directly. What? Luo Chen snorted lightly. The blow from Jue just now, in Luoken's opinion, was just like Cheomung himself slammed into Jue's tail, and at that moment, Jue's tail seemed to go directly to Cheomung in the blink of an eye. Before. The power of time. Around Kurama, the flow of time seems to be different. Indeed, as Luo Chen said, this is the power of time. Xiaomeng stood up from the ground and looked up at the Ninetales. Maybe other people couldn't see it, but as a super dream beast, it could feel that there was an invisible energy covering it and the Ninetales. This area, this is the law of time. The law of time makes the flow of time here different. In this time energy shield, Ninetales can control the speed of time. The reason why it was easily hit by Ninetales just now was because at that moment, Ninetales used time acceleration on himself, and time deceleration on Mewtwo. That's why Luo Chen seems to think that Mewtwo is hitting the Ninetales' tail. But what is Mewtwo afraid of? It's the law of destruction. Xiaomeng's eyes froze, his hands covered with white light, and an invisible force emanated from it. At this moment, it seemed that a big explosion had occurred in the void. Boom! It started and charged towards Kyuubi again. Ellipsis. Chapter 321. Bang bang bang. The two fought together again. The fierce collision sounded again. This time, I couldn't even see the phantoms of the two of them, as if the two had disappeared directly, but only the sound of punching punches coming from the air, and the one that appeared on the ground had a huge pit. Know how fierce the fight between Ninetales and Mewtwo is. Pika pika pika. At this time, Luo Chen, who was on the sidelines of the battle, was suddenly stunned, because at some point, a yellow figure appeared on his shoulder, with a tail shaped like a lightning bolt, and there was a dull hair on top of his head. Looking at this Pikachu standing on his shoulders, applauding from time to time, and cheering from time to time, and looking at this familiar figure, Luo Chen was a little confused. Why are you following? Pikachu tilted his head to look at Luoken, then ran into his bag, and took out a Pokeball from Luoken's bag, which was his own Pokeball. Luoken was stunned, and finally figured out how it appeared here. It turned out that it was when Luoken returned to Nashi Island, while Luoken was not paying attention, and sneaked into his bag. Pikachu scolded Luo Chen with some dissatisfaction, asking why he hadn't brought it out to play for so long. He smiled dumbly, touched its head, and put it on his shoulders again. Didn't you come here by yourself? I'll take you to play on the next trip. The little guy nodded with satisfaction and sat quietly on Luo Chen's shoulder. Very surprised, Luo Chen suddenly found out that this little guy was actually watching the place where Mewtwo and the Ninetales were attentively fighting. Did he still clap his hands and applaud? Pikachu, can you see them ? Pikachu nodded. Luoken was a little surprised this time. This little guy could actually see it. You must know that he has opened the eyes of reincarnation to be able to see the figures of Ninetales and Cheomung clearly. And, inadvertently, Luo Chen could see the lightning arc flashing in the eyes of the little guy. System, Eye of Probing. Name, Pikachu. Attribute, Electric. Level, Level 90, Level 3 Divine Beast Elementary. Qualification, Divine Beast. Evaluation, Pikachu with Lei Dun has immeasurable potential. Perseverance and strength coexist. In order to travel with the Master and perform penance on his own, Lei Dun has been developed to a very high depth, and he is the darling of controlling thunder and lightning. Ellipsis. A third-level Divine Beast. Luo Chen was stunned. I didn't know when. This little guy who was only cute at the beginning actually grew to this point. And looking at it according to the general evaluation, Luoken's heart is even more warm. It turns out that it is so hard to cultivate in order to be able to travel with him and not to embarrass himself. It's no wonder that it was able to follow him without knowing it. It turned out that its strength has reached the third-level Divine Beast. This made Luoken feel a little guilty. After all, Pikachu would follow him to Nashi Island, just wanting to travel with Luoken, but after the end of the Kanto Alliance, Pikachu's strength was already in the third echelon of Luoken's team. Following battles will make you happy. Luo Chen touched Pikachu's head. One person and one pet once again watched the battle between Ninetales and Mewtwo. I have to say, the time talent of the Ninetales is really strong. It will speed up for a while, and slow down for a while, making Mewtwo very uncomfortable. Several times, she almost fell to the ground because of the change in the flow of time. But slowly, Mewtwo became familiar with the time change of the Ninetales. A pair of iron fists was like invincible, and everything turned into powder under its fists. The scene changed in an instant, from Mewtwo who could only passively defend to active attack. On the contrary, the one who was beaten by Ninetales could only dodge. However, even if Mewtwo is attacking, it can't do anything about the Ninetales, because it is too buggy to control the flow of time. Mewtwo couldn't catch it. The two little elves fought for a long time, but they couldn't help each other. Ninetales couldn't beat Mewtwo, and Mewtwo couldn't beat Ninetales, so the two little elves froze like peek-a-boo. However, this is also the reason why Cheomung released water, because it only uses the same level of strength as the Ninetales, and the Mega does not use it. After all, Cheomung's strength is a super beast, if all the strength explodes. Even Ninetales' time talent can't do anything about it. After all, it's the law of destruction, and even time can be shattered with one punch. Seeing this, Luo Chen said to them, Diaresis okay, let's go here this time. The two elves stopped their hands and came to Luoken's side in a flash. How is it? He asked Mewtwo. Its time ability is very abnormal. At the same level, even if I have the law of destruction, it will take a while to defeat it, and I will also pay a great price, Chao Meng said. Deal with other people of the same level. Elf, even if you can't beat it, you can easily escape and remain invincible. Cheomung continued, and the most important thing is that it is a talent. Talent needs to be developed, and it needs to be improved by its own acquired, so it is still not its strongest state. Luoken nodded. After all, this is just a gift from heaven, and it needs to be developed by Jue. But as soon as he got this talent, Ninetales can fight Mewtwo indistinguishably. It can be expected that in the future, Ninetales' strength may become more and more terrifying. After a fight, Ninetales got back into the bag to rest, with indescribable tiredness on his face, and his hair was even duller. It seems that the use of time ability is also an amazing consumption of physical strength. Ellipsis. Then Luoken and Cheomung leave. Returning to the court, saying goodbye to Junsha and the others, they continued their journey. After all, there is still some time before the mysterious organization will take action against the god of space and the god of time, and Luoken needs to be busy with other things during this time. As soon as Luoken's eyes are cold, he will give them a big surprise when the time comes. At the beginning of April, I hope that when that time comes, don't let me down. Ellipsis. XXX. Chapter 322. Luo Chen rode the fast dragon and flew away, and left the judgment with Chow Meng. Soon after, they came to Fu Yi's ranch. In the ranch, Lily and Sharona were a little absent-minded. 2 days ago, the destructive power of the battle between the gods and beasts made the whole area feel a shock, and the fire was even more soaring into the sky. Although Junsha came forward to suppress it, there were still a lot of pictures that came out. The Z-God and the desolate forest suffocated countless people. Sharona and Lily knew that this must have something to do with falling dust. Although they were very confident in Luo Chen's strength, they were inevitably worried, and looked at the sky with a bit of annoyance for a while. When she saw Kuailong and the figure on Kuailong, her beautiful eyes lit up. When Kuailong landed, the two women felt they were greeted by them. They looked at Luokan carefully, and found that there was nothing wrong with them. They let out a long sigh of relief. They were also very smart. They didn't ask Luo Chen anything, and they didn't care what Luo Chen was doing, as long as he was safe and sound. "How is it, Miss Me?" Luo Chen smiled. The two women rolled their eyes at him, but the joy in their eyes could not be concealed. Seeing Luokan's return, Lord Fu didn't bother them, but walked away silently, leaving this place to them. Next, Luokan accompanied Lily and Sharona to play around in the ranch, and the ranch was filled with laughter for a while. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. The next day, early in the morning. After breakfast, Luo Chen bid farewell to Lord Fu. Lord Fu nodded, and then Luo Chen and the others did not delay. They left Lord Fu's ranch and started traveling again. As for the goal of the next gym, Luokan has already decided. Since we want to compensate Pikachu and let him enjoy himself, the next gym will go to Mier City, the electric gym. It just so happened that he didn't go to the gym before. Electricity gym, presumably the little guy will be very happy. The three of them rode the fast dragon and disappeared into the sky. Ellipsis. Mier is a prosperous city located in the middle of the Cathro region. There are many shops and many important facilities here. The central prism tower is the symbol of Mier. The Mier Gymnasium is in the most conspicuous boundary within the Symphony Crystal Tower. Luokan brought Zyrna and Lily to the door of the Mier Gymnasium. It is indeed an electric gymnasium. Both sides are decorated with lightning tubes with electric current. Because there is no shortage of electric spirits, the power supply is sufficient, and the lights illuminate the surroundings of the gymnasium. There is a screen-sized voice control system above the entrance of the gymnasium. When Luo Chen and his party walked to the door, they felt that someone was coming to challenge. The red light flashed from the screen, and there was a sound. "Welcome to Mier's gym. How many badges do you have?" The unique electronic sound of the robot came out on the screen, and it was cold and without a trace of emotion. After Luo Chen informed that he had obtained the 4 badges, the tightly closed door slowly opened automatically, revealing the whole picture of the Mier Gymnasium. The center of the field is the opposing battlefield, and the 2 sides are the viewing areas. The central gate separates the Mier Gymnasium from the interior. It represents the electric pillars of the electric elf. 1 large and 1 small are scattered on both sides of the gate and the pillar. The color of the gym is orange-yellow, and there is a large gear above the gate. The continuous transmission of the tooth edge makes it rotate spontaneously. After Sharona and Lily walked to the viewing area and sat down, the mechanical door below the gym logo suddenly opened. Wearing a steel baseball cap on its head, a robot with an electric lightning symbol printed on the cap appeared on the field. The mouth is anthropomorphic. With the activation of the voice system, the arms can be opened and closed, and the arms can change shape according to the needs of the battle. The 2 ends of the body are fixed with large golden screws. There are 2 wheels under the feet, which slide out from the inside. "Hello, I'm the gym trainer's agent, Hitroit." The voice overlapped with the electronic sound at the entrance of the gym before. Apparently it was the voice of a single person. The gym trainer in Mier City is actually a robot. The voices of Sharona and Lilia came from the viewing area. It wasn't surprising that Luokan knew about the situation at Mier's gym for a long time. In order to have time to make his own invention and let the robot perform the duties of a trainer instead of himself, the owner of the gym, Citron, made a mistake in the final setup process and set up less than 4 badges to prevent the gym competition. Certainly, the robot's abnormal command ability and strict attitude towards trainers. This made the originally popular Mier Gymnasium become one of the least popular gyms in the Carlos area. Seeing Luakans in action, Hitroit urged with a serious expression on his face. "Trainer, please take out your Pokeball." Luakan shrugged. It seemed that the confused gym owner hadn't had time to change the Hitroit setting back. Since there is no referee, after obtaining the consent of both parties, Sharona was temporarily pulled on the field to act as a referee. Then the Mier Gym tournament is about to start. There are 3 Pokémon available to both sides. When one of the Pokémon loses the ability to fight, the game ends. "I'm going to use this Pokémon." Hitroit's eyes were fascinated by a slit, the mechanical hand was retracted inward, and then the hand became a cannon barrel and shot a Pokémon ball out. A dark yellow elf appeared at the scene, similar in shape to a lizard, with a scarf-like object around its neck that expands outwards. It can be opened for charging when it is in danger. After opening, it looks like an umbrella and can be released again. Flashing and intimidating the enemy, the head and neck are all brown, the stripes on the legs are the same color as the fur on the neck, and the tail has the same color. Eye of System Detection. Name: Photoelectric Umbrella Lizard. Level: Level 70. Attributes: Electric, General. Qualification: Champion. Electricity Gym, it's ready for you, come out, little guy. Luakan smiled and said that Luakan threw Pikachu's Pokeball. "Pikachu, let's have enough fun this time," he said. "Pika Pika." Pikachu looked excited. Game start. Ellipsis dot. Chapter 323. Electricity Gym, it's ready for you, come out, little guy. Luakan smiled and said that Luakan threw Pikachu's Pokeball. "Pikachu, let's have enough fun this time," he said. Pika Pika. Pikachu looked excited. Game start. Seeing that both sides threw their own pixies, Sharona announced the start of the game on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, Hitroit gave an order to the Photoelectric Umbrella Lizard. Photoelectric Umbrella Lizard, use 100,000 volts. The Photoelectric Umbrella Lizard moved, its body swayed slightly, and the body was covered by powerful electricity. Like a large yellow electrical net was opened, the threads were intertwined, and the sound of electric currents swaying from each other, the huge energy was overwhelming. Tilda rushed over with Pikachu. Electric Ball. Seeing that he was finally able to fight again, Pikachu rejoiced when he saw the hunter. His tail moved, first it was a small ball like a soybean, and then it became bigger and bigger, like a snowball, reaching a saturation level, becoming crystal clear and transparent. The energy contained is amazing, and then, hit out with the tail. The electric ball collided violently with 100,000 volts in the air. The huge power grid wanted to cover the electric ball, and the electric ball wanted to smash the big net that blocked itself. Sizzle. There was a loud noise at the scene, and no one could resist the two energies, like a spear and a shield collided. In the end, both sides were injured. The current fell like a meteor shower, like a fire in July, hitting the center of the battlefield. The ground is full of stars. The dazzling golden yellow energy splashed around. The lightning mushroom cloud generated after the impact was like the product of artistic processing, and the electricity was like a layer of mist, covering the surrounding area of the venue. At first glance, it is vaguely meant to be an electrical venue. After releasing their skills at the same time, the two elves stabilized their bodies on the spot. Watching the damage they caused, they developed more confidence and fighting spirit. Use the dragon's tail. Hitroit was not shocked by this gorgeous scene, and calmly continued to issue orders, only to see a layer of green fluorescence suddenly attached to the yellow tail of the photoelectric umbrella lizard. The grip on the ground is more powerful, and after running for a while, the tail is raised, and the dust is flying everywhere. Although it is an indoor venue, the venue of the Mier Gymnasium has a layer of sand covering the surface, so when the photoelectric umbrella lizard tries to lift the sand, the effect is remarkable. In an instant, sand and dust covered the entire gym, blocking Pikachu's sight. And the figure of the photoelectric umbrella lizard also disappeared in the wind and sand. Hitroit's eyes are like small scanners, and his brain is like a high-speed computer. As the combat time stretches, groups of specific data emerge in front of his eyes. In its mind, it has simulated all the instructions of Luokan, guessed the choices that Luokan might make next, and made the countermeasures one by one. The sound of the sand rubbing was incessant, and the sandstorm all over the sky blocked the sight. Chi. This is the constant movement under the ground. This is the photoelectric umbrella lizard roaming quickly underneath, coupled with the sandstorm that fills the sky. People can't tell where it is at all. No, its voice is always near and far, and in the invisible confrontation, it gives people a kind of psychological panic. In this stalemate, one must maintain the highest vigilance all the time, so the loss of mental power is unparalleled. I have to say that this robot Hitroit is a battle-hardened veteran and a master psychologically. However, these are useless for Pikachu's eggs. They huddled in the ground, then they smashed together with the floor. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Pick up. Pikachu screamed. The tail was full of energy. The lightning-like tail instantly turned into steel, and then smashed to the ground. Boom. The entire gym was shaken 3 times, and the layers of soil were cracked and stuck upside down. The photoelectric umbrella lizard was knocked unconscious in the ground. Seeing this, Hitroit's mechanical eyes flashed rapidly. He had calculated everything, but he had not calculated this. The light umbrella lizard lost consciousness. Pikachu wins. 0. Hitroit put away the photo umbrella lizard and threw a Pokeball again. I saw a flash of blue light, and a Röntgen cat with a lion-like appearance appeared on the field, with the lightness of a cat, but his eyes were as unruly as a lion, and there was no trace of waves in his eyes. The black hair is fluffy and expands outward, the blue and golden yellow of the limbs are evenly distributed, the feet seem to be stepping on a black screen, and the tip of the tail is in the shape of a golden star. Every step is very slow and elegant, with blue and golden yellow. The whole shape is as dazzling as chasing stars and stepping on the moon. The hearing of both ears is very sensitive. This kind of wild Röntgen cat is very rare. It usually acts on its own. At night, the whole body and the night become one, which greatly reduces the chance of being caught. Even in Mier City, it is considered extremely rare. Elf. The eye of system detection. Name: Röntgen cat. Level: Level 80 Mid-Championship. Attribute: Electric. Qualification: Champion. Ellipsis: Intermediate Champion. It seems that this gym is really a bit different. There is actually the existence of a champion middle class. But it doesn't seem to be of any use. Sichuan. Chapter 324. XXX. I said why people keep talking about the cover these days. I think it's pretty good. I can't figure out what's wrong. Until a book review point woke me up and completely broke me. I went. The big picture is clearly like this. That is, the 3 Pikachu, and Raichu are stacked together. I look very cute. You actually see such a dirty cover. You bastards. This is how I will look directly at this picture in the future. Speaking of which, the filthy demon kings, do you have any movies? Can we borrow one to talk? Chapter 325. Seeing the Röntgen cat in the middle of the championship, Pikachu's eyes finally glowed with excitement. Game start. Röntgen cat, use 100,000 volts. ZZZ tilde. The arc of thunder shone on the Röntgen cat's fur and found that the thunder and lightning as thick as the baby's arm rushed straight towards Pikachu. Pikachu didn't dodge, but stood still. Boom. 100,000 volts hit Pikachu's body, but it didn't cause any damage to it. Pikachu's level was Billion. Chinmao is too tall, and the opponent's thunder and lightning are not even qualified to scratch. Electric tricks are useless. Röntgen cat, use the flash of electric light. Suddenly, the Rentgen cat's voice turned into a white light, ramming towards Pikachu. Pikachu, it's competing with you in speed. Luokan smiled and said. Pick up. Pikachu's figure also disappeared within 22 seconds, and the thunder arcs danced under his feet. This time, even if the Rentgen cat tried his best to suckle, he couldn't touch Pikachu's fur at all. Pikachu is also very naughty, slowing down from time to make the Rentgen cat have the illusion that he can catch him, and then when the Rentgen cat is chasing it, it runs away again. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen was a little dumbfounded. With Pikachu's strength, the battle might end before it even started, but this little guy is obviously playing and enjoying the battle. But he didn't blame it either. This little guy is just playful by nature, and he'd just let him play after closing it for so long. After chasing and fighting for a long time, Pikachu was in good spirits, but Rentgen cat was exhausted. For a while, Hitroid was at a loss. In its database, Pikachu should only be a lower middle electric elf. How could the Rentgen cat be helpless against him? It had to wonder if there was a mistake in the transmission of data to himself by the big Mahather. But now it's a battle. The battle is his first execution, and the others are his second orders. It temporarily puts the confusion in his head to the back. The processor in his mind is running rapidly, and it has made a countermeasure. Since Pikachu is immune to physics and electricity, he will use other types of attacks. Rentgen cat, destroy the death light. A strong beam of energy converged in front of the Rentgen cat's mouth, and then slammed out with such a mighty force that the ground was plowed. Looking at the destruction light, Pikachu's eyes finally became a little more serious, just a little bit. ZZZ tilde. It clenched its small hands tightly, and then the lightning arc swirled around its body, forming a thunder and lightning armor. This is the special skill of Reikage among Hokage, the armor of thunder and lightning. Boom boom boom. The death light of destruction hit Pikachu, and now the smoke of gunpowder is swirling, and the roof of the gym is smashed with a huge impact. After half a minute, a huge pit appeared in the position of Pikachu's combat power, and in the pit, Pikachu was unscathed. Seeing this, Hitroid was completely confused. Why did such a powerful destruction of death light not affect it? Its brain is running wildly. Rentgen cat, awaken the power. Destroy the light of death. Crazy volt. Charging beam. Ellipsis. As if going crazy, Hitroid issued an order. Boom boom boom. A steady stream of skills were released by the Rentgen cat, the sound of explosions continued, a mushroom cloud rose up, and the roof and pillars of the entire gym were destroyed. The scene was almost turned into ruins, and there were dense pits on the ground. After a long time, the smoke dissipated, and among the ruins, Pikachu's figure was revealed. It still has lightning armor on the outside, and its hair is very neat. It looks around, looking at the surrounding ruins with some curiosity. It doesn't look like it has been bombed by countless skills, but it looks like it came out of a beauty salon. Seeing this scene, Hitroid's mechanical eyes were completely confused, and the rays of light flickered extremely fast. By the end, the whole brain was smoking. It opened its mouth, and a cloud of black gas spewed out of its mouth. It kept looking at Pikachu, and kept repeating a sentence in its mouth. I can't understand. I can't understand. Reason. Boom. Hitroid's body fell to the ground. Luokan's eyes widened. This robot won't be broken, right? Hitroot. At this time, a young man with yellow hair and eyes came over. It is the owner of this gym, Citron. What's the matter with you, Hitroid? He hurried over. A computer was connected to Hitroid's core. Then, looking at the data on the computer, he was stunned. Did it crash? Hitroid is actually dead, and there still seems to be something beyond its calculation. It hurriedly typed on the computer and restarted Hitroid. Soon, Hitroid stood up again, but still tilted his head and said, I can't understand, I can't understand. Can't you understand? Hytron was stunned for a moment, then stood up, and said to Luokan, I'm Hytron, the master of this gym, and Hitroid can't fight, so I'll play for him in the next match. Luokan nodded. Well, yes. Saying that, Citron threw a pokeball. He looked at Luo Chen and wanted to know what was the existence that Sitloit couldn't understand. A white light flashed, and a little elf appeared on the field. Looking at this little elf, Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect it to be this one. I really haven't seen it for a long time. Chapter 326. This elf is like a kangaroo, with 4 limbs, but only 2 hind limbs are on the ground, the hands are flat, there are small hard horns with black rings on the head, and there is a ruby-like red sphere on the forehead. The neck and tail have a black ring pattern, and the tip of the tail as the end also has a ruby, and the belly is white. This is the electric dragon. The color of an ordinary electric dragon is the same as most of the electricity elves, it is yellow. But this electric dragon is a little unusual, its color is light blue. There is a faint blue current at the tip of the tail, its eyes are extremely sharp, its features are exposed, and the sense of oppression is amazing. Its eyes are as if they were killed from a sea of corpses and blood, as if they had survived a cruel battlefield. Veteran. This is a flashing dragon. And the strength of this electric dragon seems to be a little unusual. System, Eye of Probing. Name, Electric Dragon, Flash. Level 82, Elementary Level 3 Divine Beast. Attribute, Electric. Qualification, Divine Beast. Evaluation, the main elf of Citron's grandfather. Citron's grandfather used to be the champion of Carlos. After retirement, he didn't want his old friend to rust with him, so he gave it to the gym so that he could continue to fight. Falling Chen suddenly, no wonder this electric dragon gave it an unusual feeling. It turned out to be the elf of Hytron's grandfather. This elf has experienced countless battles in his life. Pikachu also felt the unusualness of this electric dragon. It felt the breath of a divine beast, an existence of the same level as himself. It finally stopped being indifferent, and its eyes instantly became sharp, and it was finally able to follow its master. It didn't want to lose this battle, and it would be too embarrassing to do so. The arena was filled with the smoke of war, and the air was quiet for a while. Sharona broke the silence. The game begins. Electric Dragon, Thunder Fist. In an instant, a blue electric light flashed under the electric dragon's feet, and the figure disappeared instantly, leaving a blue lightning bolt on the spot. At this moment, the speed reached the fastest speed that lightning can achieve. Its right fist was covered with blue electric light, and the energy it carried was dazzling and terrifying, and it rushed straight to Pikachu. Pikachu, we also use Thunder Fist ... Pikachu opened his small hands slightly, and golden lightning flashed on his body, wrapping his entire arm. Suddenly, the sound of countless birds chirping came from the thunderbolt held in Pikachu's hand. Fallen Chen was taken aback. Chidori. He smiled unexpectedly. Did this little guy even research Chidori himself? Before Luokan, he took out Rachel, but instead of giving it to Pikachu, he gave it to Lucario, so this little guy knows thousands of birds. He should have read Lucario's Rachel and then researched it himself. Pikachu stomped his foot, and his speed soared, rushing towards the electric dragon. The two elves met in the middle of the arena. The Thunderbolt light group in his hand did not hesitate at all and moved towards the opponent. Zzzzzzzzz. The golden yellow Thunderbolt and the blue Thunderbolt collided fiercely. The two groups of electric currents competed in the center of the arena. At that moment, a terrifying electric current erupted, canceling each other out and fighting each other. The golden and blue electric currents permeated out, scurrying like a thunder snake, turning the entire gymnasium into an incomparably terrifying, golden and blue light that reflected the gymnasium. For a while, Luo Chen, who was standing outside the arena, and Lily and the others felt their skin numb, and their hair exploded. Boom! There was an explosion, the air flowed into the sky, and the smoke billowed. Two figures jumped out of the black smoke. It was Pikachu and Electric Dragon. The blast of air blasted the two of them out, they fell to the ground, and they slid far away on the ground before they stopped their retreating pace. Seeing this scene, Hytron was shocked. He naturally knew the strength of the electric dragon. The reason why he took out the electric dragon to fight was also because he saw that Hitroid was killed by Luoken and the others. He felt a little unhappy and wanted to give Luo Chen got off his horse, so he took out the electric dragon. However, what he saw now is that this Pikachu and his grandfather's elf were not weaker than the general electric dragon of the legendary elf in terms of strength. Doesn't this mean that this Pikachu is also of the same level as the electric dragon? XXX. Thinking of this result, his breathing became stagnant, and he couldn't believe the result. You must know that Pikachu is only a lower middle electric elf, and this Pikachu has not evolved into Raichu. He now finally understands why Hitroid was killed. This is really Pikachu's strength, which has surpassed the knowledge in the database. But now that we are in the middle of a battle, these things can only be put aside. He said to the electric dragon. The electric dragon uses 100,000 volts. But this time, the electric dragon didn't listen to him, and jumped out on its own. The electric light under his feet filled the air, and a blue flame burned in his hand. It used a flame fist. Obviously, the electric dragon didn't want to listen to Citron's command. This was a battle of the same level. Citron's level was too low and he lacked combat experience, so the electric dragon acted on his own. Citron smiled wryly. Indeed, he lacked combat experience, so he might as well let electric dragon fight by himself. Diaresis Pikachu, you can make your own decisions. Luoken smiled. Pick up. Pikachu responded, then turned into a yellow phantom and rushed out, with lightning attached to his fist. Boom. The fist and the fist collided fiercely again, and the deafening sound came over, and the earth felt a slight tremor. As soon as they collided, the two separated in an instant. Boom boom boom. Then, in the entire gymnasium, only blue and golden figures could be seen colliding with each other, which was extremely intense. Every time there was a collision, the ground trembled. There was a big hole in the arena. The battlefield had been beaten beyond recognition, and the ground was torn apart. Boom. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, the two elves, Nuos, collided and separated again. Slightly panting. Luo Chen looked at it and nodded slightly. I have to say that this electric dragon is very powerful, and it can even use the unique trick of the reverse attribute, which is really powerful. However, Pikachu's performance surprised him a bit. In the face of such an experienced opponent, in the face of self-restraint and counter-attribute tricks, it calmly cracked. It seems that this little guy has underestimated it before. The two elves paused for a while, and the electric dragon's eyes flashed with excitement. It looked at Pikachu with burning eyes. It had not had such a fun battle for a long time, which made its heart become hot. After taking a breath, it suddenly seemed to sense something, and chirped at the corner of the gym. Ellipsis. I went back to my hometown for Chinese New Year today. The update is late. There will be another update later. The transition chapter is gone today, and tomorrow I will start filling another hole and start another big climax. Chapter 327. At the corner of the gym, an old man with gray hair and beard came out with a cane. He looked at the electric dragon with a smile. Old man, I have felt your fierce fighting spirit from far away. Dianlong looked at the old man. The cold edge in his eyes dissipated, and in exchange, he was greeted with warm eyes like young, and it gave the latter a light snort. At this time, Citron just woke up from the terrifying battle scene between the two elves. In the scene just now, he was a little doubtful whether he was dreaming. He hurried over to help the old man. Grandpa, why are you here? The old man just stopped him from helping, and walked to the other side of the battlefield by himself. He looked at the electric dragon. Old man, let's dream back to our youth today, let's fight side by side again. Speaking of the end, the old man stood upright with his slightly hunched rocker. His cloudy eyes became extremely sharp, and an invisible power emanated from him. In an instant, he changed from a kind old grandfather to a general who killed the enemy on the battlefield. Then he looked at Luoken again, with apologetic eyes in his eyes. I'm sorry, little brother. We have changed candidates again and again. I will give you this voltage badge no matter the result, and please accompany me and my old buddy. Have a fight. Luokan smiled warmly. Old man, it's all right, let's continue. The old man nodded and looked at Pikachu. You Pikachu is really not easy. If that's the case, then we will show our strongest strength. As he spoke, his hand clenched tightly on the tip of the cane, where there was a glass ball. He said solemnly, Electric Dragon, Mega Evolution. In an instant, colorful energy burst out from behind the old man and the electric dragon, dazzling and amazing. The evolution of Mega requires the trainer and the elf to be in harmony. The higher the tacit understanding, the stronger the strength will be after the Mega evolution. This splendid Mega evolution energy line is enough to prove the tacit understanding between this person and the elf. The multicolored thin lines were connected to each other in the air, and then white light filled the body of the electric dragon, covering it. Soon the white light dissipated, and the figure of the electric dragon reappeared. At this time, it had changed a lot, with long flowing white hair on the top of its head, and its bald tail also turned into cloud-like hair, inlaid with 4 ruby beads. The whole gives a very elegant feeling. The biggest change is not its appearance, but its strength. System, Eye of Probing. Name, Electric Dragon, Flash Electric Dragon, Mega Status. Level, Level 90, the pinnacle of the 3rd level Divine Beast. Attributes, Electric, Dragon. Qualification, Divine Beast. Evaluation, the Mega evolution that is in harmony with his own trainer is its strongest state. Ellipsis. After the Mega evolution, the level of the electric dragon actually rose from the initial level of the 3rd level Divine Beast to the peak of the 3rd level Divine Beast. I seem to have written it as the initial level of the 3rd level Divine Beast, a typo, and my mind is a little confused. Once again fighting side by side with his trainer, the electric dragon is very excited. Boom! The incomparably powerful aura erupted directly from its body, going straight to the sky, provoking Pikachu. Looking at this scene, Luo Chen looked at Pikachu. Pikachu, let's respond to it with all our strength. The power is fully turned on, Thunderdun and Chakra mode. Pick up. Pikachu clenched his fists. ZZZZ tilde crackle. Countless electric currents roamed around Pikachu's body, constantly moving in its body, stimulating every cell in it, and every cell was very excited, releasing countless golden electric currents. A steady stream of electricity was generated from the excited cells in its body, and then gathered on the surface of the body. In an instant, Pikachu's whole body was wrapped in blue electric light, like an armor formed by lightning on the surface, and the crackling sound was interrupted. Okay. Feeling Pikachu's breath, the old man shouted, that is, only a battle of the same level can be fun. Electric Dragon, Dragon Wave. The electric dragon called out, and an energy light ball blasted towards Pikachu. Pikachu turned around in an instant, twirled his tail, and slapped the dragon wave away. At this moment, a blue lightning bolt came behind it. It was the electric dragon. I saw a flame burning in its right hand. It was a flame fist, and it was going to hit Pikachu's back with a punch. And Pikachu was in the air, and there was no point to let him dodge. At this moment, Luo Chen's voice came. Pikachu, electric, use Chidori. ZZZ tilde. The electric current was released from Pikachu's body. I saw that Pikachu stepped on the electric current with a kick of his feet. He walked on the electricity, and came to the back of the electric dragon. He held a ball of lightning and light in his hand, and made 1,000 birds chirping. Sound. In an instant, the attacking and defending sides changed their positions in an instant. Pikachu pinched Chidori, and was about to press it towards the back of electric dragon. Shadow clone. Shish tilde. In an instant, the figure of the electric dragon turned into thousands. Pikachu's Chidori hit its phantom. Dragon tail. The old man's words came over, and a shadow beside Pikachu instantly turned into a solid body, his tail emitting a white light, and it blasted towards Pikachu, and a series of sonic booms were pumped out of the air. Unpredictable, Pikachu was directly hit, and at the moment when it was smashed and flew out, its tail also turned into a steel-like color, and a tail also sent the electric dragon flying out. Pikachu landed safely and slipped out a long way. The electric dragon only drew the armor of thunder and lightning on its body, and did not cause damage to Pikachu. On the other side, the electric dragon was swept away, and at the moment of landing, the cloud-like hair on his tail suddenly became extremely fluffy, completely removing the impact of its falling. Overall, Pikachu had a small advantage in this battle. The future is terrifying. The old man nodded. Luokan's eyes also flashed seriousness. I have to say that the electric dragon with the trainer by his side is completely two different elves from just now. The old man and the electric dragon have a very tacit understanding, and the old man's combat experience is also very powerful. If it wasn't for Pikachu's armor of thunder and lightning, he might have paid a price this time. Lightning flash. At this time, the electric dragon attacked again. Pikachu kicked and went up to meet him. Bang bang bang. Boom. Boom. The two elves quickly fought together. Destruction Death Light, 100,000 volts. Charging Beam, Lightning Fist, Flaming Fist. One skill after another exploded on the field. After more than 10 minutes of fierce battle, the two little elves separated. This time, the two won or lost. Because they have been using their ultimate bombing, both of them are electric-type elves, and they are very fast, and they have to be 100% energetic to avoid each other's tricks while fighting, so the two elves have been exhausted for more than 10 minutes. Seeing this, the old man's eyes flashed, and he was about to fight quickly. He took a deep breath and said to the electric dragon, "Electric dragon, use 1,000,000 volts. ZZZ tilde." The electric dragon roared in the sky, and the hair on his body exploded, each of which was filled with electric light, constantly emitting a terrifying electric current, and the blue electric current flowed on it, like a blue sun, a terrifying 100 volts slammed out of it, with a waist as thick as the Kirby beast, and charged towards Pikachu. Pikachu, rush up. Pika Pika Pika. Pikachu was wearing a thunder and lightning armor, and the speed was maximized. Boom. Its whole body was immersed in the giant beam of lightning of 1,000,000 volts and disappeared. Everyone looked at it, and they didn't dare to let out the air, and their hearts came to their throats. At this time, the 1,000,000 volts shrinks again at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally disappears. Shoo tilde. A yellow figure rushed out of the 1,000,000 volts and came to the sky above the electric dragon. It is Pikachu. It is unscathed, its eyes are piercing, and there is a trace of thunder and lightning between its eyelids, and even the thunder and lightning on its body has reached a very terrifying level. Even tougher. Pikachu poured all the thunder and lightning into his right leg without a trace of lightning, and the entire right leg became golden, dazzling like a small sun. Pick up. Pikachu slashed towards the electric dragon. And Luokan's words followed. Pikachu, use profound truth. Lei dun katakana middle. Yi lei shen furious thunder axe. Ellipsis. I went back to my hometown for Chinese New Year today. The update is late. There will be another update later. The transition chapter is gone today, and tomorrow we'll start to fill in another hole and start another big climax. Chapter 328. XXX. Pikachu poured all the thunder and lightning into his right leg without a trace of lightning, and the entire right leg became golden, dazzling like a small sun. Pick up. Pikachu slashed towards the electric dragon. And Luokan's words followed. Pikachu, use profound truth. Lei dun tilde katakana middle. Yi lei shen furious thunder axe. Just like the scorching hot legs of the scorching sun, they slashed down towards the electric dragon, although Pikachu's legs looked very short, like a baby's feet. But no one dared to underestimate the power of this blow, and Citron outside the field was even more horrified. Before it fell, the ground collapsed several inches under the power of this blow, covered with spider web-like cracks, very terrifying. Seeing this move, the old man's eyes suddenly changed, and his face instantly became extremely serious. He knows the power of 1,000,000 volts. This trick is a trick that Pikachu used on the basis of absorbing the million volts of the electric dragon. It is even more powerful and amazing. And it's not dead, because the load of using a million volts is too heavy. When the electric dragon is used, it needs to guide the current that it can't bear to the ground through its legs, so its feet are numb now. Facing Pikachu, it's too late to dodge a move that's right in front of you. Hoo tilde. The bright golden lightning sun on Pikachu's tail roared in the air, making the air crackle with electricity. He smashed straight at the electric dragon. Dianlong, use cotton to defend with all your strength. Faced with this move, the old man calmly gave orders, and defense was the only option. Puff puff. The moment his words fell, the cloud-like hair on the electric dragon's tail instantly exploded, becoming incomparably fluffy, rising high, and the soft fluff wrapped its entire body, revealing only a pair of eyes. In a short period of time, it turned into a big hairball, but it is worth mentioning that the fluff around the soles of the electric dragon's feet were extremely straight, sticking straight into the ground. This is used to conduct electricity, and through these fluffs, electricity is introduced into the ground. At this time, Pikachu's profound trick, Lei Dun, Yi Lei Shen Furious Thunder Axe finally smashed into electric dragon's body. Suddenly, the brilliance like the explosion of the sun is extremely dazzling. Boom! The entire ground collapsed several meters down, and collapsed layer by layer, until it reached the feet of Sharona and the others. In the big pit, countless razors with thick fingers flowed in the hair of the electric dragon, which was very scary. These razors were continuously introduced into the ground through the hair on the soles of the dragon's feet. The entire earth has also become golden, as if it has become a lightning field. But the electrical energy contained in Pikachu's move was simply too terrifying, beyond the electricity that the fluff could withstand. Zzz tilde. Lightning flashed, and a pungent burnt smell came over, and the soft fluff of flesh turned into charred black curls at this moment. Pikachu's legs directly split the fluff wrapped around the electric dragon, and the entire fluff turned into coke and fell to the ground. Pikachu's leg also hit the electric dragon without the protection of the fur. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying mushroom cloud was pulled up from the flat ground, and the ground trembled violently, as if it had experienced an earthquake. The ground, which was originally full of cracks, instantly shattered and turned into ruins. Outside the arena, Citron watched with wide eyes. Today's scene was beyond his imagination. The old man looked at the smoke-billowing arena with worry in his eyes. Although he was very confident in the electric dragon, he really had no bottom line in the face of Pikachu's move. Moreover, he had already vaguely guessed the result. After a long time, the thick smoke dissipated. Looking at the situation inside, the old man smiled. His smile revealed reason, but he was unwilling. He shook his head, looked at Luo Chen and said, "Young man, you won." That's right. In the pit, the electric dragon was lying on the ground, his eyes were turning in circles, and on the other side, Pikachu was also lying beside it, but his eyes were still open. Obviously he was out of strength. Who wins and who loses is clear at a glance. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The old man took the electric dragon back into the Pokeball. Citron, give me the badge. At this time, Hytron, who was still in a state of shock, just woke up from a dream. Looking at the horror scene at the scene, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva unconsciously. This Pikachu actually defeated the electric dragon whose strength was comparable to that of the legendary elf. He finally knew why Hitroid was played to the point of death. He took out the badge from his arms and gave it to the old man. The old man walked in front of Luo Chen and sighed, "You are formidable, this voltage badge is yours." Fallen Dust took it. The prompt of the system inertia appeared in his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the voltage badge and rewarding a green lottery ticket. 0. Pikachu, you've worked hard. Luokan picked up the depleted Pikachu and said to the old man, "Then we'll leave first." Having said that, he took Lily and Sharona out of the electric gym, leaving behind only the ruins of the terrifying battle that had just happened here. Ellipsis. Leaving the electric gym, Luokan and the others did not stop, and went directly to the aviation center in Mier City. At the gate of the aviation center, a young girl was already waiting for them. Seeing Luokan and the others coming, the girl's uneasy heart finally settled down. "Why are you here so late? I thought you were going to break your appointment." Luokan smiled slightly and said, "Since you promised you will go to the end of the meteorite problem, you will definitely go." This girl is the ancient meteor citizen Siana. Originally, I was with Sharona and Lily at Lord Fu's ranch, but the people of Meteor, it was a group of masters who couldn't stay idle, so they separated from Lily, Sharona and the others, and agreed to meet at the aviation center today to go to the land of meteors to solve the problem of meteorites. After a brief chat, they bought a plane ticket to Fengyuan. The hometown of the people of meteors. The hometown of meteors is in the Fengyuan area. Soon, the plane slipped out of a white cloud column in the sky and disappeared into the sky. Luokan and the others also set foot on the road to Fengyuan. Sichuan. Chapter 329. In the sky, the scenery shrank little by little, and finally the entire Carlos area appeared in the eyes of Luokan and the others. Looking down from the sky, there is green everywhere, the scenery is very beautiful, and you feel at ease. Usually Luokan often rides fast dragons and they fly around in the sky, but every time he has something to do, he doesn't care about enjoying the scenery of the journey. Now looking down from a high altitude, it is also a special feeling, and you can calm down and enjoy many scenery that was overlooked before. The plane flew smoothly at a high altitude, and soon flew out of the mainland, and came to the endless sea, sparkling, and the water surface reflected the blue sky. Looking at the blue and clear sea, Luo Chen, who had been bothered by too many things recently, was inexplicably calm in his heart. What happened recently made him feel a little bored unconsciously, and he unconsciously accumulated a lot of hostility in his heart. Now, seeing this scene, Jin unconsciously emptied, all the negative emotions dissipated, and his mood became more relaxed. He smiled. In fact, it's not bad to take a plane when you have nothing to do. Ellipsis. Time passed little by little, and soon more than 20 hours passed, and it was the second day at noon. The plane crossed the boundless sea, and the outline of a continent appeared in the line of sight. The plane began to fly at a low altitude, descended slowly, and finally stopped in the aviation center of this continent. The Fengyuan area has arrived. Luokan and his group walked out of the aviation center. After lunch, Cheomung said to Luokan, "Then I'll go back to the territory first, and call me out if anything happens." Luokan nodded. Cheomung was to go back to guard Nashi Island. After all, the goal of the mysterious organization was divine beasts, but they didn't want the base camp to be taken away. When Luokan was on the plane, he proposed to let Mewtwo go back first, accompany Kojira and Meow Meow to deploy together, and sit on Nashi Island by the way. After Cheomung left, Luokan and his group came to the outskirts of the city. The group threw the Pokeball, took the flight-type elf, and disappeared into the sky, heading to the Meteor Village, the home of the Meteor citizens. The land of Meteor is extremely mysterious. The people of Meteor are a very old group of hot people, or tribes, and there are also rumors of their existence outside. However, most people regard it as a legend, and Luokan doesn't know the exact location of Meteor Township. Just know that the hometown of Meteors is located at the Meteor Falls, and there is an altar called the Pillar of the Sky, which is used to enshrine their great god of dragons, the Lord of Meteors, Kizakuza. Riding the elf, flying all the way to the north. After flying for a long time, he passed through the rare forest. They finally came to a valley where birds chirped and fragrant flowers. The valley was full of flowers, and there were many elves living in this place. Shiana brought Luokan and the others to a mountain wall of 10,000 feet. The cliffs were so steep and the wind was blowing on the top of the mountain. Sigana took off a jade pendant from her neck. Tilda. Suddenly, the mountain wall began to twist, spreading out like a water curtain, forming a road like a black hole. Let's go. Several people walked in. Going all the way, walking for a long time. The line of sight in front of them suddenly opened, and they came to a vast world. The grass is fragrant, the sky is blue, and there is a faint fragrance of flowers in their ears. At this time, they are in a paradise. They were actually in a flower field. How can I describe the beauty in front of me? The soft, slightly damp air looks like the white clouds depicted in the painting with solid colors floating in the clear blue sky, and the warm sun sheds a crimson tulle. The high mountains confront each other, the clouds and mountains rise one after another, and the green clear stream flows from the mountains, twists and turns lingering in the thousands of mountains and forests. The sparkling waves reflect the blue light of the mountains. The walking grass randomly stops on the side of the road, the hunting swallowtail butterflies gather honey and dance in the flowers, and the toots run in the yard. The villagers will greet them with kindness. The smoke from the cooking in the morning adds a lot of dreams and blurs. There are no high-rise buildings and too many new things here, no power station and Pokemon Center. It's like a new world of its own. A primitive and pure world, as if there is no trace of impurities. Here, the elves live freely, and Luokan even saw a lot of quasi-god elves, as well as fossil elves that were extinct in ancient times. They live happily here, and they don't need to be afraid of being taken away by elf hunters, and they don't need to be afraid to be studied. Looking at this picturesque beauty, Sharona and Lily exclaimed involuntarily, "The girls' already beautiful things have no resistance," and both of them have this romantic brilliance in their eyes. "Let's go, this is not where we live yet," Sigana said. The four of them walked all the way in the flower field, and there were charming fragrances everywhere. Soon, a huge waterfall appeared in front of them, and the waterfall was in some kind of light. Under the change of refraction, the stars are shining like countless stars rushing down the waterfall. The roar of this waterfall can be heard from far away. Meteor Falls. It turned out to be Meteor Falls. The dust suddenly realized. Then, Sharona led them into the waterfall and went straight through. Behind the waterfall, there is another world. There are many buildings here, the style is very simple, and there are many people busy with their own things, like a very ancient village. Sigana and her group walked up. Seeing that Sigana was back, someone shouted, "Sigana is back." Buzz. Immediately, the scene was boiling, and the crowd rushed up one by one. "Sigana, is there any news about the Heavenly Dragon God? Have you found the Heavenly Dragon God?" XXX. The noise was incessant. Sigana quickly pressed her hands down slightly. The scene was quiet. She said, "I found it." The scene was silent, and then violent cheers erupted. Sigana continued, "It can be said that it has been found, or it can be said that it has not been found." The people of the tribe were puzzled. What does it mean to be able to find it, or it can be said that it was not found? She pointed to Luokan. "He's the one who came to help us solve the meteorite crisis. I didn't find our Heavenly Dragon God, but I found another Heavenly Dragon God." Nonsense. At this time, a scolding came over, the crowd separated, and an old man with a cane came over. His face was arrogant and majestic. "This is the clan elder of the Meteor Nation, the most honorable existence among the Meteor Nation. Every year the sacrifice to the Pillar of the Sky is held by the clan elder." He looked at Siana. "What do you mean you found the second Heavenly Dragon God?" "Heavenly Dragon God is a unique existence. There can be no second Heavenly Dragon God in this world." "It's true," Sigana said. "You're still fooling around," he scolded again. Sigana's eyes blushed. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen said to him, "No matter what, you have to look at it before drawing a conclusion, right?" The clan elder looked at Luokan. "Outsiders, we don't welcome outsiders here. I don't know how you deceived Sigana, but please leave here immediately." Luokan didn't speak, and threw a Pokeball directly. Ellipsis. Chapter 330. The Pokeball was thrown into the air, and an arc of white light flashed. Ah! A dragon roar resounded through the sky, and the momentum was astonishing. This familiar cry made the people of Meteor froze and their eyes filled with tears. They had not heard this cry for too long, and they fell to their knees one by one, shouting, "Tianlong, great God." The clan elder who questioned Luokan just now was the same. He squatted on the ground. The eyes of the Meteor citizens were blazing with enthusiasm, as if they were religious mad believers, as if they had seen their beliefs. "Look up." Seeing this scene, Luo Chen helplessly rubbed his head. The last thing he wanted was to kneel and worship, like a cult. He said, "This is not your Meteor Lord, it's my little elf Ripper." The Meteor citizen raised his head tremblingly, only to see a dragon-shaped elf with 5 energy balls all over his body, which was transparent and purple, soaring from the world of Ale, like a wandering dragon. Although the Meteor citizens can only see the figure of the Tianlong god from a distance in the annual sacrificial activities, they also know that this is not their own Tianlong 22 god. Although the appearance looks very similar, the transparent body and the 5 colorful energy balls undoubtedly distinguish the two identities better. The clan elder, this is the clan elder, not our Meteor Lord, but it has the same ability as the Meteor Lord. Siana helped the clan elder up. When the clan elder heard the words, he seemed to remember something, and took out an energy crystal from his arms, and a dazzling light suddenly flashed from the energy crystal. He exhaled a long breath, still with shock in his eyes. "I didn't expect that there is really a second heavenly dragon god in the world." The clan elder bowed deeply to Luokan and said with great respect, "I'm sorry just now." Luo Chen hurriedly stepped aside, waved his hand, and said it didn't matter. The clan elder breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Luokan was the hope of his entire clan and the key figure in solving the meteorite crisis, and the other party's elf was still the great god of heaven, which made them more respectful, and did not see other people around him. The people of Meteor stared at Luokan with scorching eyes, because in their opinion, Luokan was the partner of the heavenly dragon god. So with this level of relationship, they know everything about Luokan, and they can't stop talking about it. Soon, Luo Chen also got the truth from their mouths. It turns out that the last time they saw Tianlong, the Orthodox Karatran, was more than a year ago. There was a special feeling between Karastran and the people of Meteor. Every sacrificial event, it was called to come to the hometown of Meteors, to sprinkle blessings on the village. Not only for sacrificial activities, but when there is nothing to do, Kaizakuza will also come to the Pillar of the Sky to take a break. But since the sacrificial event a year ago, they have never seen the shadow of the Lord of Meteor again. Everyone in the village thought it had something to go out. Pass. The clan elders of the Meteor Nation have a special ability. They are dying when we die. We can predict some things and see some pictures of the future. When the last clan elder died, he predicted that the hometown of Meteors and even the entire Fengyuan area would be doomed. There will be countless meteorites falling directly into the Fengyuan area, swarming like a torrential rain. Once these meteorites fall in the Fengyuan area, the destructive power of destroying the world will directly wipe out the entire Fengyuan area. Once these meteorites hit, the plates of the entire world will be reorganized, which is a catastrophe. So after knowing the news, they didn't worry too much, because their heavenly dragon god was feeding on meteorites, and this meteorite was not a big deal. However, when they wanted to communicate with the Rift Seat and tell it about it, they couldn't get a response from the Rift Seat. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. This was something that had never happened in thousands of years before. Finally, the people of Meteor panicked, and it seemed that something had happened to the great god Tianlong. They hurriedly contacted the children who had been trained abroad and asked them to look for it together. There was no good news. I didn't expect that Siana would come back this time. Although she did not bring back the Lord of Pop, she brought back Luokan, who has an empty seat. Luo Chen squinted his eyes and was able to take away the first-level Divine Beast's firing seat, which seemed to be the work of the mysterious organization. In this way, Luokan stayed in Meteor Land for several days. Ellipsis. On the 5th day. Boom. In the sky, a meteorite fell from the sky, wrapped in flames, and landed outside the valley. There was a huge movement, and the ground shook. Luokan and the others are now at the highest point in the entire meteor land, above the pillar of the sky. He looked up at the sky, and every now and then a small meteorite pierced the sky. The meteorite group finally came to the outer world. Luokan patted Kakukong's body. Krakongza lowered his head and let Luokan sit on his body, holding the slender dragon horn to maintain balance, and then slowly rose. After he said goodbye to the people in the town of Pop, Kaikongza showed his true speed, like a beam of light with 5 colors upside down, rushing straight into the sky, and in a blink of an eye it was level with the sky. Looking at Luokan's disappearing back, the citizens of Meteor prayed in their hearts one by one. As he flew higher and higher, he gradually had to break through the ozone layer and reach the universe. Luokan felt physical discomfort, and the oxygen was lost little by little. The cracking seat seemed to sense this situation. The multicolored energy beads on the body were transferred from the body to the surroundings of the dust. It ran extremely fast, and finally became a circle, and suddenly released a multicolored light curtain, which accurately illuminated the dust, wrapping him up. The light curtain is full of oxygen, and the light curtain generated by 5 multicolored energy beads allows Luo Chen to breathe normally as if he were on the ground, and it can block the damage from the outside world for him, which is very magical. Soon after, with a bang, the scales on Risikuzu burst into flames. They broke through the atmosphere and came to the outer sky, that is, the universe. Chapter 331. After breaking through the ozone layer and reaching the universe, what you see is completely different from what you see on the ground. One seems to be groping outside the circle, looking at flowers in the fog, while the other has become a player in the game, experiencing all kinds of things firsthand. Only an elf like Rayquaza that can move in the universe can see such a picture. The transmission of the universe without sound is very quiet. The tens of thousands of meteorite piles seem to attract each other and follow each other as if they are regular. Each piece has a history of at least thousands of years. From a distance, these meteorites are arranged in rows. There is a pattern like an arrow, and the position of the pair of sharp corners is the Fengyuan area directly below. The sizes vary. The smallest meteorites are the size of an adult, and the larger ones are like a mountain. A little bit of Zhenghao-Haotangtang is close to the planet of Pokemon. The scale is very terrifying. If these meteorites fall on the ground, the consequences will directly wipe out the love, and the power will destroy the sky and the earth. Looking at these meteorites, Luo Chen let out a small murmur. He found that these meteorites looked very ancient, different from ordinary meteorites, and more like some metal. The mental power was released instantly to detect the power in the meteorite, like sinking into the endless sea, as if encountering some barrier. He was stunned for a moment. It seemed that these meteorites were not ordinary. I don't know where they came from. They couldn't even penetrate mental power, as if they contained a mysterious power. But now is not the time to worry about it. He put away a small meteorite and prepared to test it when he returned to the ground. He slapped the empty seat and said, "Go." Ah! Rikongzu's voice was mixed with excitement. They originally fed on meteorites, but it seemed that it had never eaten meteorites before. It moved, although it was in a vacuum universe, but with a flick of Risikuzu's tail, the whole person jumped out like an arrow from a string. The boss with his mouth opened, like a bottomless black hole, forming a force of suction, like a nimble fish scurrying around the meteorite crowd. It placed its target on the body of a small meteorite. Wherever it went, all the small meteorites were swallowed by it. As it continued to devour, Luo Chen found that the size of Risikuza was actually growing and getting bigger, and its aura was slowly getting stronger. Soon, all the small meteorites were swallowed up by it, and its size had expanded several times, very huge. It roared excitedly, looked at the medium-sized meteorite next to it, and rushed out impatiently, "Some meteorites." As it devoured little by little, its size was also getting bigger little by little. Looking at this scene, Luo Chen's eyes became strange, and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. How could he feel that this scene was so, like, greedy snakes? It didn't take long for the medium-sized meteorite to be swallowed up, and an excited voice sounded. Kakuza opened his mouth wide and added the large-scale meteorite as huge as a mountain to his luxurious package. The sound of ka kept coming. One large meteorite after another was swallowed by it and digested instantly. After a few hours. In the universe, a dragon-shaped creature with a body size of several kilometers long lies across the universe. The dragon's whiskers are bulging and moving, and the eyes are opening and closing, and the light is flowing. The 5 energy balls around him also became enormous, shining brightly, like 5 small suns, very terrifying. Rikongzu devoured the last meteorite and burped involuntarily. Luokan looked at the empty surroundings and nodded with satisfaction. Snake cleared the customs. No, Kakudaku has solved the meteorite problem. He patted the empty seat. Let's go, we're going back. Although the scenery in the universe has a different taste, it is too monotonous. Roar. Rikongzu let out a roar, and his body was shrinking. At the end, it was also twice as big as before. With a loud noise, it swooped down, carrying falling dust into the azure blue Pokemon planet. Just as it was about to enter the atmosphere, Luo Chen was suddenly stunned. Wait. Risikuza stopped. Luokan looked at something with doubts in his eyes, because just now, he felt as if there was something flashing away here. His eyes narrowed slightly, and suddenly wavy lines appeared in his eyes, and the eyes of reincarnation appeared. He stared at this place intently. His mental power was not retained until it was released. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly. This is. Cracking the empty seat, use the wave of the dragon to face here. Kaikongza opened his mouth wide, and dragon wave blasted out. Boom. The wave of the dragon exploded directly, the energy swayed recklessly, and the sky seemed to be shattered, revealing what was hidden in the void. This is a hole shining with colorful energy. Is it really the ultimate hole? Luo Chen said. The entrance of this ultimate cave is directly upward, that is, directly towards the universe. Below the ultimate cave is the home of meteors. And he found that after the appearance of this ultimate hole, there was an incomparably strong attraction, and if it wasn't for Risikuza forcibly stabilizing his body, they would have been sucked in. Luokan now finally understands how the meteorite group came from. It should be that the gravitational force of this ultimate cave is different from that of the Pokemon planet. The gravitational force generated by this ultimate hole is too huge, and another meteorite group just happened to pass by. The Pokemon planet was directly attracted by the attraction of the ultimate alien gravitational force. Looking at this ultimate hole, he narrowed his eyes, wondering which ultimate hole of the ultimate monster this is. If this extreme hole is not removed, there will be meteorites attracted by it and fall directly into the land of meteors, so this source must be removed. He thought about it for a while, and said to the split empty seat, "Come on, let's go in and take a look, just treat it as digestion after dinner." Roar. XXX. Risora nodded, gave up resistance, and rushed directly into the ultimate hole following the attraction. Ellipsis. Chapter 332. At the moment of rushing into the ultimate cave, a sudden sense of weightlessness came over. Luo Chen and the others floated in the ultimate cave, and their bodies kept falling. They are in the ultimate tunnel, a colorful energy channel, where there is nothing but energy. This ultimate hole is actually similar to a wormhole. There is no concept of time and space in the ultimate hole, and even consciousness is stagnant. I don't know how long it took, but the sense of weightlessness suddenly disappeared. The thick feeling of the ground came from the soles of the feet again, and Luo Chen and the others came to the ground again, and they have come to the ultimate space where the ultimate alien beasts live. At the moment of landing, Luo Chen's complexion changed, and his body staggered and almost fell to the ground. Even the splitting seat that was flying in the air was the same. His body was shot out of thin air, and his tail directly, smashed, on the ground. Make a small hole. Luokan's face was a little ugly. Good, very strong gravity. The gravity in this ultimate cave is completely different from the gravity in the outside world. The gravity here is at least 5 times stronger than the outside world. This means that a 100-pound person must bear at least 5 times the gravity heavier than his own body weight. If the average person came here, the heart would have exploded because of the gravity here. Even Luokan felt a dull pain in his heart, and his breathing was a little difficult at this moment, but fortunately, when he entered the ultimate cave, one of his samsara eyes was open. So at the moment when the landing just arrived, a huge spiritual force poured out, and the foot shook slightly, Shen Luo Shenjung. Immediately, the spiritual power under his feet spread like ripples, and he has been releasing miniature Shinra Tianzheng, offsetting the gravity of the ultimate whole. Only then does it have time to look at this ultimate space. The entire ultimate space is extremely empty, or can be described as dead silence, filled with gray fog, like a low-level pollution smog at the same time. Everywhere you look are unknown stones, rugged, ravines, many hills, and ravines. However, there are also plants here. The plants here are like thorns. The leaves are extremely sharp and shimmering with metallic luster. Plants that can grow under such a strong gravity are not ordinary in themselves. There was also a sphere above his head that swayed a hazy brilliance, and he didn't know whether it was the sun or the moon. Ellipsis. Whoosh. Suddenly, a red figure appeared ghostly, like a teleportation, and slammed a punch towards Luo Chen's location. Cracked seat, get out of the way. Luokan's samsara eyes caught the figure, and he was startled. He avoided it and reminded Korakuza. Boom. Rikongzu's body size is too huge. After swallowing the meteorites in the universe, its stature skyrocketed. Now, under 5 times the gravity, it is literally carrying 5 of itself. Under 5 times the gravity, the body is extremely heavy, and the movement is slow, like a turtle crawling at the speed of a turtle. Although there is a reminder of falling dust, the body can't keep up with the brain at all. With a bang, Kaikongza was directly hit and flew out. The huge body slammed into several mountain peaks and cliffs, and finally smashed to the ground with a bang, stirring up smoke and dust in the sky. Kaikongza flew up from the ground, and an angry roar sounded, looking at the mountain opposite, the little elf who had just attacked him. Luokan is also looking at it. The skin of this elf is red, and the muscles on his body are incomparably developed. He is high and bulging, his thighs are developed and powerful, and his muscles are full of explosive power. Behind him has a pair of amber translucent wings. It has a pair of tentacles. But the most striking thing is its mouth, which is extremely slender, like a long needle. It looks like the mouthparts of a mosquito. Incomparable, big mosquito. System, Eye of Probing. Name, Explosive Muscle Mosquito. Race, Ultimate Alien. Attributes, Insect, Fighting. Level, Second Level Divine Beast Peak. Evaluation, the ultimate alien beast in the ultimate space. The power of the fist that releases all the energy is impossible to estimate. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Ellipsis. Is this the ultimate alien beast living in the ultimate space, a muscle mosquito? Luo Chen squinted his eyes halfway, cracking the empty seat, the wave of the dragon. Korakuza couldn't wait, it roared, and a ball of energy blasted out of its mouth. However, the speed of the explosive muscle mosquito was too fast. When the dragon wave was still in the middle, it ducked in a hurry and appeared on the left side of the Korakuza. The huge fist smashed directly at Kaikongza's abdomen. Boom! The strong fist wind directly slammed into Kaikongza's abdomen. The strong fist wind passed through its body, rushed out from behind, and smashed a white air column in the air. The power of this blow was very terrifying. Rikongza was knocked back again, with a painful cry, and its huge body was knocked into the air. Muscle Mosquito's feet stared in the air, and his figure suddenly disappeared, coming to Risikuza's side. Bang bang bang. Rikongza was directly used as a sandbag, and fists like raindrops of muscle-exploding mosquitoes landed on Rikongza's body. Boom. It was another heavy punch, and the empty seat fell to the ground like a meteorite, hitting the ground, creating a big pit. Continuously use air slash. Kaikanza got up from the ground, roared wildly, went completely mad, his mouth widened, countless powerful wind blades cut through the air, and the mosquitoes swarmed towards the explosive muscles. The explosive muscle mosquito kicked and turned into a red phantom. The figure shuttled back and forth in countless air slashes, strolling in the courtyard, and none of the dense air slashes hit it. Soon, it passed through the air slash and stomped its feet sharply, and the whole person would pounce on Rikong's body. The sharp and slender mouthparts were directly inserted into Rikong's body, and then he took a sharp breath. Luo Chen's face changed. Rikong's power is actually decreasing little by little, and the energy in his body is disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sichuan. Chapter 333. The mouthparts of the explosive mosquito were inserted into Risiku's body, and then he took a sharp inhalation, and the energy on Risiku's body was immediately absorbed by it. There seemed to be countless little mice scurrying about in the mouthparts, jumping from the body of Rikongza to the body of the mosquito. The power of Risikuza was absorbed little by the explosive mosquito. Its strength is also skyrocketing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the energy on Risikuza was completely absorbed, and the muscles on mosquitoes exploded even more. System: the Eye of Probing. Name: Explosive Muscle Mosquito. Race: Ultimate Alien. Attributes: Insect, Fighting. Level: Level 112, First Level Divine Beast. Evaluation: the ultimate alien beast in the ultimate space. The power of the fist that releases all the energy is impossible to estimate. Ellipsis. After absorbing the power of the rift seat, the strength of the muscle mosquito actually skyrocketed to a first-level divine beast. It jumped off the body of the cracked empty seat, but the cracked empty seat was not a big problem, and Jujusen was just sucked. After the strength was withdrawn, the body regained its previous size. He also fell to the ground because his power was absorbed. The falling dust phase took back the cracking seat, but at this time, whoosh! The target of the explosive muscle mosquito changed from cracked seat to Luo Chen, and with a stomping, it was like a rocket launcher rushing directly towards Luo Chen, with a terrifying momentum. Kurama. Luo Chen let out a cry, and the 9 tails in his backpack jumped out. Ha! A tail jumped out behind him, turned into a whip and slashed towards the muscle mosquito. The speed of the muscle mosquito was still as ghostly as before, and he dodged with a slight flicker. Shish tilde. At this time, the remaining 8 tails of the 9 tails also moved, blocking all the escape routes for the muscles. But it was still useless. Before the tail of the 9 tails arrived, the muscle mosquito had already stomped away from the encirclement of the tail. After landing, it rushed over from another direction, the speed skyrocketed again, and the figure turned into countless. The afterimages make it hard to tell which is the real one. Luo Chen looked at it, his eyes half squinted. The gravity here is too unfriendly to the 9 tails. The speed here has been suppressed by 5 times, but this is the base camp of the muscle mosquito. In terms of speed, it is not at all its opponent. So you have to limit the opponent's speed, otherwise, you can only be pressed and beaten, and you can't even touch it. I want to see if it's the force of gravity or the force of time. Luo Chen called out, Kurama. Juwei understood, Yang Tianmi called out, and in an instant, the red vertical pupils turned purple in an instant, and the body and tail also changed from ruby-like complexion to noble purple. Purple mist emerged, turning into a purple complexion and swirling around its tail and body. An invisible force emanated from it, shrouding the place where they fought. The 9 tails moved, and the time deceleration and time acceleration acted on the muscle mosquito and himself respectively. It jumped out instantly, and the energy in its claws flickered. Boom! This time, the muscle mosquito was kicked out and knocked down a mountain. It stood up from the rock, with doubts flashing in its eyes, because just now it could feel as if the opponent's fist suddenly appeared in front of it without warning, and it should have been able to avoid it, but it didn't know why it hit it directly. Go up. Its brain with a low IQ obviously couldn't understand this complicated problem, and then put it behind it, roaring up to the sky, and slaughtered at the 9 tails. Boom boom boom. The 2 elves quickly stood together. Under the power of the law of time, the muscle mosquito was pressed and beaten by the 9 tails. The earth was pitted and cracked by them, and they were beaten into ruins for dozens of miles. However, this is only a huge momentum, and neither of them can do anything to each other. Under the law of time, the mosquitoes can't hit Jue, and although the 9 tails can hit the mosquitoes, the defenses of the mosquitoes are so powerful that they only suffered minor injuries after playing for a long time. In this ultimate space, 5 times the gravity not only has an impact on the body's weight, but also has a great impact on the moves. In the case of 5 times the gravity, it is like you swing your fist in the water, it is weak lost. So after fighting for so long, 9 tails didn't take down the muscle mosquito. It was really a big weakening of the moves. The 2 elves were fighting fiercely again. Seeing that 9 tails couldn't take it down for a long time, Luo Chen was wondering if he wanted to channel Chao Meng. Exactly this time. Ah! A familiar dragon roar rang out, and I saw the split empty seat swaying up, straight into the sky. At this time, its whole body has changed greatly, and its body is attached to a mysterious energy. Although the 5 energy balls around it are not as dazzling as before, they have become more terrifying, restrained and not luxurious. Luokan found out that the aura on Kokukongzu's body at this time was exactly the same as the aura on the meteorites it absorbed. He was stunned. Did Kokukongzu completely absorb all the meteorites? Previously, when the cracked seat devoured the meteorites, it only stored their power in the body and 5 energy balls, and it had to wait for it to turn the meteorites' energy into its own power little by little. But just now, the muscle mosquito completely absorbed the energy of the rift block, which happened to help it omit more than half of the process, and directly turned the energy of the meteorite into its own power. XXX. Luokan probed for a while and found that the rank of the cracking seat had also reached the peak of the 2nd-level divine beast. Moreover, Risikuza can fly freely in the air, and its speed is actually faster than in Pokemon Week. It seems that after absorbing the energy from the meteorite, it has ignored the gravity in this ultimate space. Roar. The enemy was very jealous when they met, and it roared and rushed towards the muscle mosquito. The energy on the tail was amazing, and it rushed over in an instant. With the help of the 9 tails, the dragon tail accurately hit the exploding muscle mosquito. Boom boom boom. The muscle mosquito was blasted out and ran through countless mountain peaks. Raizuraza and Kyubi chased after him. The 3 fought again. This time, it is no longer a crack. The seat was pressed and beaten, but the muscle mosquito was beaten by the 2 of them together. The power of time of the 9 tails is really too buggy, and the muscle mosquito, which was able to smother Rikongza with blood before, could not even touch Rikongza. In the frenzied bombing of the skills of the 9 tails and the rift seat, the extremely hard armor on the body of the muscle mosquito was forcibly blown up, and a tail flick of the rift seat pulled him in front of Luo Chen, and he didn't know if he was alive or dead. Luo Chen nodded. Good job. Looking at the muscle mosquito in front of him, Luokan took out the black Pokeball from before and threw it towards the muscle mosquito. In an instant, the black elf ball hovered above the head of the exploding muscle mosquito, whirling faintly in midair, and suddenly, the dim light on its body flashed, and the black elf ball actually turned into a sphere-sized black hole. This black hole, the dim light inside filled the air, and a powerful suction force came one after another. This suction is only aimed at the exploding muscle mosquito, and finally the exploding muscle mosquito will have a very strong suction, but it will not suck any grain of sand on the ground, and the body of the exploding muscle mosquito is being pulled into the black hole little by little. This seemed like a vacuum cleaner facing a cloud of smoke, being swallowed continuously. This scene lasted about half a minute, and soon, Zooide was completely sucked into the black hole. After absorbing the explosive muscle mosquito, the black hole disappeared, turned into a Pokeball again, and fell to the ground with a slap. Luokan stepped forward and picked up the Pokeball, and found that next to the golden star on the sphere, there was another red star, and 2 of the 7 star grooves were already lit. Ellipsis. Chapter 334. Luokan looked at the Pokeball in his hand, and 2 of the 7-star grooves on the top had been lit up, both of which were lit after absorbing 2 extreme beasts. Speaking of which, this mysterious black elf ball is really used to capture, no, or to devour the ultimate alien beast. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed, remembering the scene when the black Pokeball was catching Zooide and the muscle mosquito just now. It was absorbing the opponent's body bit by bit. This is more like plundering, or forcibly swallowing them up, and I don't want ordinary Pokeballs to subdue elves at all. He fixed his eyes on the black Pokeball in his hand, so it seemed that he still needed to catch 5 more extreme beasts. I just don't know what will happen when all the 7 stars of the black Pokeball are lit up. You can't collect all 7 to summon the dragon, right? Luokan was puzzled, but he didn't think about it too much. All the answers, when he let the black Pokeball devour 5 more extreme beasts, didn't they all surface? He put the black Pokeball back in his bag. Rumbling, at this moment, the ultimate space was shaking violently, the ground shook and the mountains shook, and the edge of the entire ultimate space turned into nothingness little by little, and was about to collapse. The void is flashing with dense lightning, like the end of the world, the scene is terrifying. After leaving the muscle mosquito, this space is about to die. Like ice cubes in the sweltering heat, it disappears in a large area and turns into dust in the void, like a splendid firework, sending out brilliant eyes and blooming it. Last-minute brilliance. Kurama, come back. Juwei jumped onto Luokan's shoulder, and then slipped back into his bag. Cracked seat, let's go. Then, he took a seat on the split seat. Kaikonza let out a roar, and instantly jumped out with Luokan and entered the ultimate tunnel. It didn't take long for them to return to the outside of the atmosphere. After they came out, the ultimate channel was distorted for a while, and finally turned into a little starlight and exploded, as if it never existed. Luokan nodded. In this way, he did what he promised. Meteorite helped them solve it, and incidentally helped them solve the source. They have been gone for most of the day now, and it is almost evening now. Luokan was also afraid that Lily and Sharona would be worried. After all, they didn't go to any region, but a mysterious universe. Let's go back. Luo Chen slammed the empty seat, and 1 person and 1 pet swooped down again, the scales rubbed against the atmosphere, and a series of light blue fireworks rose, very gorgeous. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. In the land of Meteor, under the huge altar of the Pillar of the Sky, there are crowds of people. All the people of Meteor have come here. This is their life and death moment. They stretched their necks and looked at the sky, their faces were nervous, the knuckles of their fingers were white, and they didn't dare to take a breath. They gritted their teeth and looked at the sky, praying in their hearts. The scene was silent and full of seriousness. When Lily and Sharona on the side looked up at the sky, their beautiful eyes were full of worry. After all, they went to outer space. Came back. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence of this place. In the sky, a figure was rapidly descending, and the strong wind was blowing so that everyone could not even open their eyes. The people of Meteor are overjoyed. Luokan is back, and meteorites no longer fall from time to time in the sky, they all know what it means. Crack Kong was seated on the altar, and Luo Chen jumped down from behind him. First, he gave Lily and Hyrna a look of safety, and then walked towards the Meteor citizens. The Meteor citizens all looked at Luokan with hope, with a little nervousness in their eyes. Although they had already guessed the result, they still wanted to confirm with Luokan. Now, ask him to tell the result himself. Looking at their hopeful eyes, Luo Chen didn't have any appetite, and smiled at the elders of the Meteor Nation. Fortunately, the mission is not disgraceful. Boom. Immediately, the excited voices almost opened the sky, and one by one burst out with extremely excited roars. Keep it, they're people of meteors, there will be no more disasters, they will not be annihilated, this Fengyuan area. Also saved. Quiet. The clan boss roared. He was extremely majestic among the people of Meteor. The moment he made his voice, everything went quiet. He bowed deeply to Luokan. Thank you for saving the lives of our entire clan. Thank you for saving the land of Meteor. As he bowed, all the clansmen behind him also bowed neatly, with a loud voice, thank you. Luokan did not hide from their worship, but Anran accepted it. After all, going to outer space this time can be described as impermanent. If it was another person, he would have already kneeled in the ultimate cave. After the meteorite problem was solved, the big stone in the hearts of the meteorites finally fell to the ground. No matter men, women and children, their faces were full of smiles. Today we have a big banquet, thank our savior. Wow tilde. The scene was noisy again. The meteor citizens got busy one by one. As a hero, Luo Chen was surrounded by everyone. Soon, as everyone was preparing, the sun went down and night came. In the land of Meteor, the smoke from cooking and the bonfires are very lively. Like the New Year, countless delicacies and homemade tree fruit wine were brought up, and the tangy fragrance spread out for a while. As the biggest contributor to the celebration, Luo Chen sat in the middle, and everyone toasted him cup by cup. Even the children made an exception on this day, dipped in some drinks and shared the good news. The celebration was held until late at night, and everyone sang, danced and rejoiced. Ellipsis. The next day, the dazed people slept until noon before getting up from the bed. After lunch, Luokan was going to take a breath of fresh air. Under the leadership of the clan elder, Luokan and the others visited and played in the Meteor Land. I have to say that this Meteor Land is indeed a fairyland. After staying here for a few days, I don't want to leave. All the elves here are not afraid of people, and many rare species can be seen everywhere here, and the number is also evident. They headed north all the way, admiring the scenery everywhere. After more than an hour, they came to a building made of stone. It seemed to be an entrance. The stone was huge, and there was a knot on the door. The whole looks very ancient, full of traces of time. What is this? Luo Chen asked suspiciously. I didn't expect to come here while I was walking. I forgot to identify the direction. The clan elder said a little annoyed. He explained, this is a forbidden place for our meteorites, and it is also a relic, but we all entered. If you don't go, it will be abandoned over time, and no one will come here again. Forbidden land. That's right, we can't get in at all, this place is evil. Evil. You can feel it. Luokan walked forward and came to the front door, because he felt a familiar atmosphere here, it seemed like a relic. His hand touched forward. Tilde. A ripple appeared in the air, and the hand that fell into the dust could not advance half a millimeter, as if it was blocked by a layer of film and could not break through. This actually has an enchantment. Ellipsis. There is only one update today. I am too tired. I went to the county town to apply for a Hong Kong and Macau passport during the day. There are really many people during the Chinese New Year. After waiting for 5 hours, I plan to go to Hong Kong to buy a Nintendo Switch game console after the year. The orthodox Pokémon of the next generation of Extreme Sun and Moon is not on the 3DS, but on the Switch. Chapter 335. During the trial, Luo Chen's hands couldn't help but gain some strength. But he found that a force stronger than himself bounced back from the barrier. Can it bounce back? Luo Chen slammed his fist out, and then a force twice as strong as him rebounded, causing him to stumble and take a few steps back. As the force of the rebound doubled, Luokan's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't know if there was a limit to the power that the barrier could withstand. He threw a Pokeball and Lucario appeared. Lucario, strengthen the fist. After Lucario came out, he clenched his hands, his fists glowed with white light, and he punched the barrier. Boom! The fist collided with the barrier, making a loud noise, but the barrier did not shake at all, and then a force twice as strong rebounded. Lucario's body was directly thrown into the air, and after he landed, his feet slid off the ground for almost 10 meters. However, the enchantment did not suffer any damage. Lucario's current level was a level 3 divine beast, and the Zeon's blow did not cause any damage. Seeing this, Luo Chen raised his brows and gave an order directly. 8-door Dunjia, Jingmun is open. Boom. Lucario's body was instantly enveloped by green energy, and only the whites of his eyes were left. It rushed out violently, and a powerful force erupted from under his feet, blasting a small pit. Its body shape suddenly spanned a distance of more than 10 meters, and the strength of its waist was twisted to the extreme, like a spring that collapsed to the tightest. Afterwards, he punched hard and slammed it without any force. Boom! A huge and incomparably dull thunder sounded, and ripples appeared on the enchantment, but it soon returned to normal, and an extremely strong force bounced back. The power of this rebound almost reached the first-level blow of a first-level divine beast. Luokan quickly put Lucario back into the Pokeball. Boom! XXX. A white on bounced out of the barrier, penetrated into the sky in the distance, penetrated the clouds and disappeared into the sky. It's useless, no matter how strong the force is, it is impossible to destroy this barrier. We Meteor citizens have all tried to destroy this barrier, but all failed. The clan elder faced the side. Dust Road. Luokan nodded, looked at the barrier, and narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that the barrier could withstand a first-level divine beast. Moreover, this is the remaining power after countless years. If it is at its peak, this enchantment should be able to withstand the power of super divine beasts, or even super divine beasts. It seems that this relic guarded by the barrier seems to be a bit unusual. After countless years, the barrier still has such a powerful power, which has never been seen before. There are 2 or 3 ruins that Luokan has been to. The protective barrier of those ruins has been worn out over time, and the only thing that has an effect is his own territory, the ruins on Nashi Island. The seal barrier of the ruins is still useful. It has sealed the super ancient Zhenggui, Hudi, and Fat Ding, but there is not much remaining power left, otherwise, it would not be so easy to seal the barrier. To smash. The barrier in front of him now is the strongest barrier he has ever seen. Luokan shook his head regretfully, when he was about to leave. Buzzing. A Pokeball around his waist was trembling constantly. Boom. The Pokeball was opened, and Kakuroza ran out on its own. It floated beside Luokan, looking at the barrier, or at the gate of the ruins guarded by the barrier, with a confused but longing look in its eyes. It can feel that something inside is calling to itself. Seeing the cracked empty seat like this, Luokan's eyes flashed. Diaresis cracked empty seat, try if you can go in. Kaikongza nodded and slowly charged towards the barrier. His forehead quickly touched the barrier. Suddenly, a red light appeared on the barrier and scanned the Korakuza. In the next second, like water waves, ripples appeared one after another from the barrier. Without the slightest obstruction, the crackling seat drilled into it. Seeing this scene, the clan elder was astonished, and he actually went in like this. Could it be that this relic is the relic of the heavenly dragon god race? Only a elf-like Riftza can enter. As expected, Luo Chen quickly jumped on the back of the split empty seat, and said to Zyrna and Lily, "Nonuo is good, you guys are waiting for my shop here." Said, the cracking seat was carrying the dust, the whole body entered the enchantment, and the 2 of them rushed directly into the gate of the ruins. In an instant, the space seemed to be distorted, and the dreamlike and inexplicable artistic conception was constantly circulating in front of Luokan's eyes, as if he had entered a passage, and dreamlike colors were everywhere. Countless voices and unfamiliar elf cries kept ringing in Luokan's ears, as if they had heard human conversations thousands of years ago. One tree, one Bodhi, one flower, one world, the things in front of you are changing rapidly. After the space is slightly distorted, the artistic conception of falling dust and cracking empty seat came to another space. Ellipsis. Chapter 336. Consciousness returned to the body. Luokan and Kaikongzo came back to their senses, but found that they had come to an incomparably wide place. Everything around looked like huge flowers, huge fruit trees dozens of stories high, fruit the size of a person. Here, everything around is full of the aura of the great wilderness, thick yet ancient, and incomparably vast. The entrance to the Mingming ruins is underground in the land of Meteor, but this place is vast. The top of the head is not mud, but a blue sky. Above the sky, there is a sun hanging high. This sun is bigger than the normal sun. Several times, positive, emitting a scorching glow. There are a lot of weeds nearby, which are more than half a person's height. The flower bones of the wildflowers on the roadside are the size of a basketball. It's like another world here, and everything has become huge. Falling dust here is like accidentally not entering the giant kingdom. Looking at the tree fruit the size of a person in front of him, Luo Chen patted the empty seat. Kaikong's eye understood and flew up. Luokan wanted to pick this fruit, but what made him feel strange was that his giant hand passed through it. That's right, he was astonished when he wore it. Then, Luokan touched the other weeds and trees. Without exception, he felt all of them empty, as if he had encountered a phantom he passed through. This feeling is like, as if these things don't exist in this time and space at all, or in other words, Luokan doesn't belong to this time and space, and now he just came to this world as a bystander. He rubbed his forehead, he felt that everything seemed a little complicated. Confused, they moved forward all the way, wanting to see what this place was, where he saw many extinct or things that are on the verge of extinction, but they are just trees and flowers, and there is no sign of other life. Without stopping, he continued to walk forward. Soon, an ancient leaning tower appeared in front of them. The leaning tower was sitting on the tower base. There were wide steps in the middle of the tower base, leading to the door of the leaning tower. Everything looked very solemn and noble. They set foot on the steps, because no one has been here for a long time. It is full of weeds and moss, stepping on it, as if they can feel the vicissitudes and solemnity of this place. After walking the long stone steps, they finally came to the front of the leaning tower. The huge stone gate carved from bluestone was tightly closed and weighed 10,000 jin. Standing in front of the stone gate, falling dust was like an ant. In the center of the stone gate, there is a mysterious rune, which is like a human eye, carved with runes. Suddenly, the eyes carved by the rune became red and vivid, and a red light shone down, showing off Rikong's whole body, and then the eyes changed from red to green. Boom! Shishi shuddered, and the huge stone gate that had not been pushed open for many years slowly opened in front of Luokan and Kaikongza. One person and one beast walked in. The space inside the leaning tower is huge. Runes are also carved on both sides. When someone is visiting, these runes light up, shining a white light, illuminating the space in the tower. Every time you take a step forward, the runes on both sides will light up. With the continuous advancement of one person and one beast, a lot of runes light up, following them on both sides. Everything is full of solemnity and ceremony. After more than half an hour, they finally came to the center of the leaning tower. There is a building in the center, which looks like an altar. Around the altar, there are dragon-type elves with claws, which is the pattern of the split empty seat. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. There is a stone plate above the altar, which is like a stone mill. The stone plate is due to the east, the south, the west, and the north. Each has a stone carving of a split seat. The 4 stone carvings are lifelike, and an invisible coercion emanates from them, as if they will rise up at any time and attack the invaders as if they were in the air. In the center of the stone plate is a stone ball the size of a basketball, as if these 4 stone carvings are guarding the stone ball. Buzzing tilde. As if feeling something, the altar trembled slightly. The stone ball in the center of the stone plate was trembling constantly. Ka tilde. The stone ball shattered, and the stone chips rustled and fell, finally revealing an incomparably white sphere. This is the true appearance of the stone ball. The white jade ball whirled quietly above the stone plate, and suddenly it seemed to sense something. The white jade ball came to the front of the cracking seat with a bang, and then radiated a dazzling light, and finally slowly melted into the forehead of the cracking seat. After sleeping for 1,000 years, it seems that it has finally waited for the person it has been waiting for. Luokan was stunned. How could he actually touch it? Along the way, they couldn't touch everything around them, even the ground. They didn't step on the ground at all. There seemed to be a very, very thin layer of energy under their feet, isolating them from the ground. It's just that this energy is very thin, and if you don't look carefully, you won't be able to see it at all. Ah! Risikuza let out a roar. The 5 energy balls around him are spinning frantically. In Luokan's shocked eyes, Kaikong's body has undergone earth-shaking changes. Sichuan. Chapter 337. During the rumbling, 5 energy balls of red, yellow, blue, green, and white were spinning wildly around it. I saw Risikuza's whole body was filled with white light. Luokan raised his brows. This is the light of evolution. If you put it this way, the white jade ball just now is the Mega Evolution Stone of Rift Seat. At this time. Suddenly, the red energy sphere among the 5 energy spheres around it shuddered slightly, then rushed out abruptly, came to the forehead of the cracking seat, and then slowly melted in like the white jade sphere just now. Roar! The white light suddenly rose sharply, as dazzling as the sun's rays. Soon, Korikuza's figure was revealed. After the evolution of Mega, Rikakuza's body has undergone earth-shaking changes. The body has become more slender, the lines are incomparably smooth, the head has become hideous and domineering, and the dragon horns are derived from the tentacles. Come out and swing with the wind. However, this is not the biggest change since it's Mega, the biggest change is its skin color. At this time, its whole body was completely molten red, like a beautiful art sculpture. There are no other colors in its 22 bodies, only red is its only one, and even its pupils are like 2 flames. Burning, looking majestic and dignified. Standing beside it is like standing in front of a big melting pot, its whole body emits a scorching light. Seeing the cracked empty seat like this, Luo Chen was a little stunned. System, the Eye of Probing. Name, Mega Rift Block. Level 95, 2nd level Divine Beast Intermediate. Attributes, Fire, Flying, Dragon. Qualification, Super Divine Beast. Evaluation, Fusion of unknown meteorite energy, obtained the original evolution stone, the body has undergone earth-shaking changes. Looking at the physical attributes of Kaikongza presented in his mind at this time, Luokan was astonished. Actually, there is an extra, Fire attribute, and the level has also become a 2nd level Divine Beast. The aptitude has changed from a 1st level Divine Beast to a Super Divine Beast, which means that Risikuza can grow into an existence of the same class as Chaoshumeng. Also, isn't the white jade bead just now a Mega Evolution Stone, but a Origin Evolution Stone you've never heard of before? Just when Lu Chen was thinking, Risikuza exited its Mega form, and the red energy ball flew out from its forehead and returned to the queue of the other 4 energy balls, spinning slowly. Then, in his shocked eyes, the green energy ball of the 5 energy balls made a humming sound, and it flew out immediately and melted in from Rikong's forehead. White light once again permeated Risikuza's entire body. After half a second, Korikuza changed its appearance again. Its body at this time is still the domineering body of the Mega form, but this time the Mega Evolution has completely changed its color, and this time it is not red. This time, its color is finally no different from the normal rift seat, the whole body is emerald green, like an emerald. System, Eye of Probing. Name, Mega Rift Block. Level 95, 2nd level Divine Beast Intermediate. Attributes, Grass, Flying, Dragon. Qualification, Super Divine Beast. Evaluation, Fusion of unknown meteorite energy, obtained the original evolution stone, the body has undergone earth-shaking changes. Ellipsis. This time, in addition to the normal dragon and flying, its previous fire attribute has become grass attribute. Falling Chen was completely blinded, he looked at the remaining energy balls around Korikuza, and blinked his eyes. XXX. In the end, it was not what he expected. The rest of the energy balls also melted into Risiku's forehead in turn. In the eyes of Luo Chen's dazed expression, Rikong's body color and attributes changed a few times. The yellow energy ball entered the forehead, the white light dissipated, and its entire body turned yellow, and in addition to the dragon and flight it also had an electricity system. Then the yellow energy ball left, the white energy ball entered, the white light dissipated, and it became pure white as jade. This time, there was an extra, immortal, type. The white energy ball left, and the blue energy ball entered. After the light of evolution dissipated, Risikuza turned into a sky-like blue with an extra, water, attribute. Luokan's mouth is slightly open, a mega evolution with 5 forms. This crackling seat can actually switch back and forth among the 5 attributes, coupled with its original flight and dragon elements. You think, he has a total of 7 attributes. This is a bit outrageous. Luokan never imagined that this time he would come in so much to gain. Is the Source Evolution Stone different from the Mega Stone? Just when Luo Chen was about to see if there was anything else to gain here. Boom! The earth is constantly trembling. Time seems to be constantly receding, the scene is regressing rapidly, and the whole world begins to become blurred. Luokan's consciousness turned black, as if he had fallen into endless darkness. He didn't know how long it took, but there seemed to be light in front of him, and he seemed to hear someone calling him. Luokan, Luokan. A familiar voice rang from his ears. Slowly opening his eyes, Luo Chen found that he had come out, and was standing in the barrier, the gate of the ruins. Outside the barrier, Lily and Sharona were calling him. What's wrong with you, Luokan? Why are you standing there for half a minute? Luo Chen was stunned. Didn't I come out of the ruins? Lily and Sharona looked at each other, and the beautiful eyes said something, and what they said made Luokan a little confused. No, after you and Kaikongza entered the barrier, you have been standing at the gate of the ruins for more than half a minute. Don't go in either. Hearing this, Luokan was at a loss, and he actually didn't go into the ruins. How to explain what happened just now? Is it all an illusion? Luokan was a little suspicious, whether the experience just now was real. At this time, the next to him, Kaikongza let out a low growl at him, and the red energy ball instantly came to its forehead, melted into it, and then changed its shape into a crimson red. Luokan's eyes lit up, and he ignored the shock of Lily, Sharona, and the clan elders at the Mega Rift seat. It's true, everything is not fantasy, they really entered the ruins just now. As for why Hyerna and the others thought that they stood here for half a minute, it might be because they did not enter with the real body, but the soul. Their souls passed through the wonderful power of the ruins, and then came and went to a space that did not belong to this time and space at all, but a space in the distant past. Ellipsis. Chapter 338. Just when Lu Chen was contemplating. How did we get in? Lily and the others discovered that the powerful barrier power just now disappeared, and they could easily come in. Looking at the deep gate of the ruins, Lily and Sharona said, should we go in and have a look? Luokan shook his head. The current gate of the ruins is not at all leading to the ruins, it is just a gate leading to the cave. The most important thing has been taken by them. Or in other words, the ruins were no longer here when Fallen Dust and Crackling Seat took the origin stone, so the enchantment would disappear along with the things that were guarded. Let's go. Although they were puzzled, Lily and Sharona nodded, and the group returned to the land of meteors. I played for a while at the meteor falls in the meteor land, and the time passed quickly. Ellipsis. The next day, Luokan was ready to leave the land of meteor. Because of Junsh's letter, the thing has been found. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed. Did he finally find the most important thing? With the retention of the meteor citizens, Luokan and the others left this fairyland-like meteor land. I didn't stop at Fangyuan. I came to the aviation center, took the plane again and left the Fangyuan area. After more than 10 hours, Fallen Dust and the others returned to the Carlos area. After he landed, he ate lunch hastily, then left again, releasing Kuailong and his group and disappearing into the sky. Soon came to the sky above a city. This city is very distinctive. From above, there are huge trees everywhere. They are very old. The orange-red trees give the whole city a layer of orange color. In addition to the giant trees, there are also colorful flowers embellished, and there are streams interspersed in the city, and small bridges flow. You can feel the fragrance emanating from this city from a long distance, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. This is Carlos Aromatherapy Market. Judging from the scene in front of him, the name is worthy of its name. A group of people descended, and the whole city was filled with the fragrance of trees and flowers. After landing, Luo Chen looked at the time and called Jun Sha and the others again to ask when they would arrive. However, the news made him a little confused. Jun Sha and the others also escorted things from another area, and the time difference between the two areas seems to be a day difference. Carlos' time is 24 hours faster than Jun Sha's time. If you say so, they won't arrive until tomorrow. For a while, looking at the teasing of the two women next to him, Luo Chen was a little embarrassed, and he seemed a little anxious. Fortunately, there is also a gym in Aromatherapy Market, so it's not too boring. Let's go to the fairy gym in Aromatherapy City _. Saying that, they walked towards the fairy gym in Aroma City. Ellipsis. The Aromatherapy gym in Aromatherapy City is currently the only goblin-style gym. The style of the entire gym is imitating the architectural style of old Japan. There is a huge cherry tree in the center of the gym. Whenever the cherry blossoms are in bloom, it will be like a rain of cherry blossoms, scattered over the entire Aromatherapy Market. Does the huge cherry blossom tree have pink petals falling down, setting off the whole gymnasium like a dream? Luokan and the others walked in. Under the cherry blossom tree, a girl in a butterfly coat was helping an Ibrahimovic comb his hair and dress up. Seeing someone coming, she stopped what she was doing, looked at Luokan and them, and smiled politely. "Hello, I'm Ma Shu, the trainer of the gym, what's the matter?" "Hello, I'm a gym challenger, I'm here to challenge the gym." Ma Shu smiled warmly. "Then please come with me." Then she said to Yibu who was under her feet, "Xiao Yi, there is a battle, I will dress up for you later." The fairy elf gave a soft sound, and then returned to the elf ball. The follower Ma Shu came to the gym, and the two sides had nothing to say, so they went directly to the battle arena. The referee of the gym went forward and announced the rules of the game. Diaresis, the rules of the game are 3v3. During the battle, both sides can change the elf. If all three elves on one side lose consciousness, the game is over. If the gym challenger wins, you can get the gym badge, otherwise the challenge will fail. After speaking, he waved the flag in his hand. The game starts. Ma Shu was the first to throw the poke ball, and white light flashed. An unusually beautiful elf appeared, with a pink body and a very dusty temperament. It was mainly white, with pink ears, tail, and the lower half of the legs. There was a bow on the left ear and neck, and the ribbon-shaped tentacles were it. The most special part of the body bottom. The four Nuo Jiao limbs are relatively short, but they are very slender. They have very beautiful blue eyes, but white pupils. When they open their mouths, they can see two fangs on the upper jaw. They look a bit like a cat. The tail is crescent curved and a perfect pink color. This is one of Ibrahimovic's evolutionary types, the fairy elf. Fairy elf, this is the first time I have seen Luokan since he came to this world. Ellipsis. Happy New Year. I wish all of us a safe and healthy family. All wishes come true. Good luck in the year of the dog. Everyone bid farewell to single dogs, and all the best in the new year. Close black lens bracket. Also, you can guess what the most critical thing that Jun Sha and the others escorted is something related to the god of space and the god of time. Chapter 339. System, the Eye of Probing. Name, Fairy Elf. Level 65, middle of the King of Heaven. Attribute, Fairy. Qualification, King of Heaven. Like other evolutionary types of Ibrahimovic, the fairy elf also has powerful single attribute abilities. The water elves have the ability of fire, the fire elves have the ability of water, the thunder elves have the ability of thunder, the sun elves have the ability of super energy, the moon elves are evil, the leaf elves are grass, and the ice elves are ice. The fairy elf is the most special kind. The fairy attribute, Ibrahimovic, the elf, will be very popular no matter where it is. Not only its cute appearance, but also its nearly 8 evolutionary types. Even in some regions, Usangia, none of them are as precious as Ibrahimovic. Ellipsis. The fairy elf of the middle level of the king. It seems that the master of the gym in the aromatherapy city is not bad. Looking at the fairy elf, Luokan threw a elf ball, and Pikachu appeared. The elves of both sides are in place, and the game begins. The referee waved the flag in his hand again. As the voice fell, Ma Shu chose to strike first. Fairy elf, Misty Field. The fairy elf called out, and suddenly a thin layer of mist rose up in the field. Use the voice of charm. With a cry, the fairy's mouth opened slightly, and a circle of purple energy spit out. At the moment of contact with the air, it began to spread out from the middle and turned into patterns of love. Like a spring in the shape of a heart, it is surrounded by circles, getting bigger and bigger, directly trapping Pikachu. 100,000 volts. Pick up. Pikachu's body twitched with electricity, and then the thunder burst out, shattering the alluring sound that surrounded him. Luokan really doesn't have much interest in gym challenges nowadays. If it was normal, he would still enjoy gym battles, but now it's a critical period, and he really doesn't have the mood to play gym games. After Pikachu landed, he said directly, "Chidori." Pikachu nodded. On its right hand, there was an incomparably bright yellow light ball, and the sound of countless birds chirping came out from it, which was extremely harsh. Perhaps it felt that Luo Chen was not in high spirits. This time it was not playing with it. Although this 1,000 birds were not its greatest strength, it was more than enough to handle a middle-level fairy elf. Seeing that there are countless thunder snakes scurrying around like a small sun, Ma Shu's complexion changed, and he could feel the terrifying power contained in this move, before she could think of the corresponding tricks. I saw Pikachu's figure flickered slightly, and he had come behind the fairy elf. Ma Shu's eyes changed, and in a critical moment, fairy spirits use guardians. At this time, the eyes of the fairy elf also changed, because it could feel that the hair behind it had exploded upside down, like needles on its back. It screamed, and the pale pink energy emerged from its body, condensed into a protective shield and enveloped it. Boom! Zzz. Chidori bumped into the shield. Click! In an instant, the protective shield shattered directly, and the dazzling thunderlight pinched in Pikachu's fist directly pressed against the fairy elf's back. Boom! XXX. The electric current shot wildly in the air, a big explosion occurred, the gym was blasted out of a big pit, the fairy elf flew out and fell outside the arena, her eyes were turning in circles, and she had already lost consciousness. The fairy elf lost consciousness, the gym challenger wins. The referee announced the result of the first match. Ma Shu was still a little stunned. What happened between the lightning and Flint made her a little bit surprised that her fairy elf actually lost like this. She took back the fairy elf, threw an elf ball again, and a white light flashed. A little elf with a big mouth like a crocodile appeared, which looked like a ragdoll, and it was the big mouth doll. Luokan felt it. The level of this big-mouthed baby is similar to that of a fairy, probably around level 65, but this big-mouthed baby should have the attributes of steel plus fairy. The game begins. The referee ordered again. Luo Chen looked at Dazuiwa. He could clearly see a glass ball on Dazuiwa's neck. It was a Mega Evolution Stone. He looked at Ma Shu. Please first, don't hide it, use it with all your strength, otherwise you won't have a chance to use it. Ma Shu nodded. She didn't hesitate. Big Mouth Baby, Mega Evolution. In an instant, colorful energy thin lines burst out, connecting with each other in the air, and the Big Mouth Baby was wrapped in white light. After the white light dissipated, its entire body has become very different. The mouth, which was like a crocodile, was split into 4 parts, which was extremely terrifying. Fairy wind. Dazuiwa's body surged with energy, and a breeze with a sweet aroma blew toward Pikachu, and it even rode up on the wind and came to Pikachu's back in an instant. A pair of razor-sharp fangs in the big mouths of the blood basin glowed with white light, and they bit Pikachu fiercely, carrying the power of thunder. Iron Tail. There was electricity under Pikachu's feet, and he dodged instantly. Big Mouth Baby nibbled at the air, and Pikachu had come to its back at this time, and Iron Tail instantly swept it into the air. Then it jumped on its knees. One blow to solve it, Thunder Fist. Pikachu clenched his fists were hot and dazzling, and he punched Dazuiwa fiercely. Boom! Like a meteor falling to the ground, the earth trembled, a big crater appeared, and the Big Mouth Baby lost consciousness. Big Mouth Baby lost consciousness, the gym challenger wins. Mashu frowned and looked at Pikachu and Luo Chen solemnly, such a powerful elf and trainer. She threw a third Pokeball. This is an elf like a queen of flowers, with green feet and with a wreath. The Eye of System Investigation. Name, Waji Elf. Level 70, Peak of Kings. Attribute, Fairy. Ellipsis. This is the Queen of Flowers. This Queen of Wajia is the existence of the Peak of the King. However, for Luokan, there seems to be no difference between the Peak of the King and the middle rank of the King. Soon the battle begins, and a few minutes later. Boom! Following a thunderous light that filled the sky, Queen Wajia fell to the ground with a bang, her eyes rolling in circles. The 3 elves of the Master of the Gym cannot fight, and the challenger of the gym wins and gets the Goblin Badge. Mashu couldn't believe it, her 2 elves were so utterly defeated, and her good deeds got 0 seals. Mashu was a little stunned. After a long while of urging by the referee, she recovered, and finally let out a sigh of relief and walked towards Luo Chen and the others. Congratulations, you won, this is the Goblin Badge. Admit it. Luo Chen took the Goblin Badge and left the Goblin Gym. Before leaving, Mashu looked deeply at the back of Luo Chen and the others leaving. What a terrifying trainer. Ellipsis. After leaving the gym, after a few days of running around, Luokan and the others were also a little tired, so they found a hotel to rest early. The time soon came to the next morning. In the morning, on a meadow outside Aromatherapy City, a huge spaceship landed in the sky. The logo of the Junsha family was engraved on the body of the spaceship. Soon, the spaceship landed. The hatch opened, and Junsha and Joey came out. Luo Chen looked at it and smiled slightly. Has that thing finally been found? In this way, everything is ready. Ellipsis. Chapter 340. The hatch opened, and Luokan looked at Junsha and Joey. The 2 smiled and said, fortunately, the mission is fulfilled, and the plan is all right. When they said this, the tone of the 2 was also relaxed, because the most crucial part of the plan had already been completed. It's hard work, what about the stuff? Luokan asked. Inside. Luokan and the others walked in. The interior decoration of the entire spaceship was very luxurious, full of science fiction. The space inside was huge, like a moving luxury castle. At the moment Luokan and the others walked into the spaceship, ripples suddenly appeared on the hull of the spaceship, and then the entire spaceship disappeared into the air. To be precise, it was invisible. In the cabin, under the leadership of Jun Sha, they came to the safe room of the spacecraft. Although they walked very lightly along the way, without Jun Sha's leadership, the 3rd-level divine beasts wouldn't even think of taking advantage. After checking the identity and confirming Junsha's iris, with a puff, the door to the safe room made of unknown metal opened. Several people walked in. The safe room is not big, about 100 square meters, but in this narrow space of 100 square meters, I don't know how many advanced scientific weapons of the Junsha family are installed. Once someone forcibly invades, they can crush the opponent into slag in minutes. When they encounter an irresistible ability, the entire safe room will start the self-destruction program, and everything will be destroyed into slag. At this time, a gun shaped crystal was placed on the laser platform in the center of the safe room with a high safety factor, like a key. Junsha lifted the protection of the gun-shaped crystal in the safe room, took it down, and handed it to Luokan. The key to the gun is here. Luokan smiled and nodded, took it from his hand, and looked at the spear-shaped crystal in his hand. He smiled and said, the key to the spear is also in hand. I already have the white jade orb, the Vajra orb, and the 3 holy mushrooms. In this way, all the conditions for summoning the god of time and space have been assembled. Compared to that mysterious organization, we have an absolute advantage, and we can arrange some things first. Luokan is also in a good mood. The things he needs to summon the god of time and space are the key to the spear, the white jade orb, the diamond orb, and the 3 holy mushrooms. Now everything is ready. The most critical and core part of the plan has also been assembled, and the next step is to set up Shirufu and the mysterious organization behind him. By the way, where did you find the key to this gun? On the way to the spaceship conference room, Luo Chen asked. Hejong area, obtained by a regional elf hunter organization. Jun Sha said lightly. Although the tone is relaxed, Luo Chen knows that the process is not very easy. The cross-regional elf hunter organization, their power is not smaller than the rockets, but in just a few days, Junsha and the others are just determining the key to the gun. At that time, the power of thunder directly destroyed this cross-regional elf hunter organization. Ellipsis. The group came to the conference hall and discussed the plan to be carried out at the beginning of April. 2 hours later, after Luokan, Joey, and Junsha had perfected the details of the plan, Luokan bid farewell. Now that the most important key to the gun has been obtained, it is time for him to go back to his own territory, Nashi Island, to prepare. This is your share. Before leaving, Junsha threw a black card over, and she said, this is the profit from the flaming group. I have already divided it into 3, this is yours. Share. This fluffy card can directly buy a prosperous city in a region. This is something similar to a bank card in this world. This one from Luokan is the most advanced existence. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot ask for flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Luokan was not polite, and stuffed it directly into his pocket. Although he was not short of money, Meow Meow, Kojira and the others needed countless money for their research. Then, Luokan, Junsha, and Joey separated, and they came and went in a hurry. The 3 of them were very busy. Luokan needs to go back to prepare, and Junsha and Joey also have to go back to prepare the part of the plan that they are responsible for. After leaving Junsha's spaceship, Luokan came to the aviation center again and boarded the plane to Kanto. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. The next morning, they returned to Kanto Junshin town. As for Luokan, Sharona, and Lily's mother coming back, Luokan's mother couldn't close her mouth with laughter. After simply accompanying his mother, Luokan left Lily and Sharona at home, and took the fast dragon to Nashi Island. After meeting Kojira, Meow Meow and Cheomung, the 3 spent 3 days building the entire Nashi Island into an impregnable wall. The elves were also carrying out special training in full swing. Just like that, time passed day by day. After arranging things on the island, Luokan stayed at home and accompanies his mother and 2 daughters to wander around every day. Everything was very calm, just like the tranquility before the storm. Time flies day by day. Soon, the end of March is here. On this day, Luokan received Kojira's change. Hearing Kojira's report, Luokan's eyes flashed. Because, the normal Nashi Island has undergone some changes today. Sichuan. Chapter 341. After receiving Kojira's report, Luokan's expression changed slightly. Without stopping, he made an excuse to leave first, released the fast dragon and rushed to Nashi Island. Nashi Island, it was a little chaotic at this time, especially the forest in the east near the lake, it was a mess. How about the 3 holy mushrooms? How about the loss on the island? After landing, Luo Chen asked Kojiro, who was already waiting for him. The 3 holy mushrooms are not in any serious trouble, and there are no casualties on the island. Cheomeng controlled them in time, but most of the forests and lakes were destroyed. Luokan nodded. He also did not expect that the Sansheng mushroom, which has always been very gentle, would go berserk, almost destroying most of the island. That's right, the reason why Luokan came in such a hurry is because the Sansheng mushroom has gone mad today, and at first it became extremely irritable, and after 997, it directly disregarded the enemy and me, and broke his arms wantonly on the island. Although Sansheng mushrooms are phantom beasts, they are not good at attacking power, but no matter how low their attacking power is, their level is also divine beast. When they explode, their power is not too terrifying. Meow Meow is understanding the specific situation, Kojiro said. He and Luo Chen walked into the laboratory. In the laboratory, Meow Meow was checking the body of the Sansheng mushroom, and a super dream was standing beside him, to beware whether the Sansheng mushroom would run away at any time. Boss. Seeing Luokan coming in, Meow Meow said hello. How is the situation? Everything is normal. I asked them and got to know the specific situation with them, but their mental state seems to be very chaotic. No matter how I ask, I can't find out. Meow Meow was a little helpless. XXX. Looking at the 3 Sanshou mushrooms with restless minds, the energy of their bodies is not under their control, and overflowing from time to time, even in their eyes, there is still not a tyrannical meaning. Luokan was wrinkled, and the 3 holy mushrooms in the past gave people a very warm feeling. Even if people in a bad mood approached them, they would feel like a spring breeze. But now, the mood of being close to them has also become irritable. Ellipsis. Luokan walked over and tried to ask something, but to no avail. The Sansheng mushroom was still restless, even his eyes were red, and there was a faint omen that he was going to run wild again. If you want to ask something, you have to calm them down first. Chao Meng said, it is also a little helpless, it masters the law of destruction, and does not know anything about auxiliary skills. Let it save people, it is better to let it go to dry rack. What about the super ancient giant fat man? Its singing should make the 3 of them stabilize. I tried it, but it didn't work. The level and life level are too different, and it doesn't work. Luokan nodded and said that the elf who is known for his auxiliary functions, he has a choice. He patted his backpack. Celebi, come out. Celebi jumped out of the bag and looked at Luokan suspiciously. Can you calm the hearts of Enorm, Yuxi, and Emrido? Celebi looked at the terrified Sansheng mushroom, and then nodded. Compare tilde. It flew over and came to the top of the head of the 3 holy mushrooms, revolving around them constantly. Celebi is an elf that represents time and life. Its own existence can make the forest trees prosperous and make people healthy and long-lived. One after another, pale green ripples fell from Celebi's body. The trees outside seemed to be drinking, consciously shaking their leaves, and glowing emerald green under the refraction of the sun. Bathing in the light green light sprinkled by Celebi, it was like soaking in a hot spring, very refreshing, and the mind became empty. Soon, irritable the restless 3 holy mushrooms also slowly quieted down, their scarlet eyes began to return to normal, and their eyes became clear and pure again. The 3 holy mushrooms finally returned to their normal appearance. They flew up and whispered to Lu Chen, full of apologies. They were apologizing for destroying the forest on the island. Fallen Chen just stopped and asked them again. This time, the reason why they will go berserk is obtained. It turns out that these 2 days, they often feel involuntary throbbing in their hearts, which makes their mood extremely irritable. When it is serious, they will not be able to hear the outside world, and eventually they want to destroy everything in front of them. Luokan frowned. He had some guesses in his heart just now about the abnormality of the 3 saint mushrooms. It is now the end of March, and the beginning of April is getting closer and closer. There is a special connection between the 3 holy mushrooms and the god of time and the god of space. In this way, they feel something, or they can predict that after a few days, the god of time and the god of space will have big trouble, big catastrophe. This feeling is like a kind of telepathy between relatives in reality. In the next few days, Luo Chenju and Celebi stayed on the island alone to appease the 3 holy mushrooms and prevent them from running wild again. In the past few days, Nashi Island has also been filled with a sense of tension, like the tranquility before the storm. Ellipsis. Soon, the time came 3 days later, which was the early morning of the first day of April. On this day, the atmosphere on Nashi Island was extremely serious. In the middle of the plain of Nashi Island, Luokan, Cheomong, and Sansheng Mushroom were all here. He placed the key of the spear and the Vajra orb on the ground. "Anorm, Yuxi, Emrido, I will trouble you," Luo Chen said. Sansheng Mushroom nodded firmly. Luokan also told them about the recent events and plans to be carried out in the past few days. Next, the 3 holy mushrooms were suspended in the air, forming a triangular formation, surrounding the key of the spear and the diamond orb. They closed their eyes, and incomparably rich energy radiated from them. Then, the red gems on their foreheads and tails glowed brightly. The key to the spear and the Vajra orb seemed to feel something, and suddenly the light suddenly rose, which was extremely dazzling, echoing with the 3 holy mushrooms. The 3 holy mushrooms held hands, and the light on their bodies, the key of the spear, and the light on the diamond orb became more and more brilliant. In the end, the light directly covered them all, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Li tilde. In the white light, the 3 holy mushrooms let out a cry. In the end, the white on was soaring to the sky, and the light seemed to have accumulated to a certain critical point. Boom! A huge white beam carrying the power of the 3 holy mushrooms, the key of the spear, and the Vajra orb shot straight into the sky, which was extremely spectacular. With the huge beam of light soaring into the sky suddenly changed, and I didn't know when it became dark. A big hole appeared in the thick cloud layer, as if a tornado was stirring the wind and clouds, as if it was a black hole. There were terrifying razors shining in the faults of the clouds, as if something terrifying was about to come to the world. Ellipsis. Chapter 342. Countless electric lights flickered constantly in the dark cloud black hole, like the end of the world. Suddenly, the space seemed to be shattered, and ripples appeared in the circles of circular rotating turbines, spreading in all directions. The sound of space shattering came, and a dark blue elf slowly emerged from the ripples, surrounded by bubbles. The moment it appeared, it seemed as if time had stopped, the raging wind had quietened down, and the swaying Haibo seemed to have been pressed the pause button. There is only its existence in sight, and there is no room for others. Under the gazes of everyone, this little elf representing time finally moved, and the ripples of time spread out, like a god. Dialga moved, from half recumbent to standing, and then slowly opened his eyes. The black eyeballs were imprinted in the red ones. Like a judge holding a chain, he could see through it at once. In your 22-year-old heart, the reflection in your eyes is the epitome of the sandy area in the southern part of Nashi Island. It was only a few seconds, but it seemed like a century had passed. Dialga has light blue stripes all over its body, a crown on the top of its head, a shape similar to a long sapphire crystal, and a shell-shaped, fish scale-shaped spiky raised structure on its back. The head is like a smaller dinosaur, the white fangs on both sides of the mouth are tightly fitted, and the back of the neck is connected to the spine with 3 silver-white thorns. There are 3 metal claws on each foot. The claws are wide but short. The metal part of the chest is like its natural breastplate, with a cobalt blue pentagonal diamond in the center, and some gray on the torso. The metal structure, the spine is connected all the way to the tail layer, has a gray pattern, which looks mysterious. The wing-like structure on the back can be expanded to control the flow of time, twist the time axis according to its own needs, make it slow down, speed up or stop, and because it lives in another dimension, the Alliance and even various organizations, for Dialga card records are few and far between. After summoning Dialga, the 3 holy mushrooms completed their mission and looked a little sluggish. The white jade orb that was originally floating in the air also became dim due to the opening of the dimension entrance and exhausted its energy, and it looks like it will disappear in the next second. Dialga with a low roar, the sound waves swept through, as if the flow of time had changed. It was asking the Sansheng mushroom, and at the same time, it looked at Luo Chen with a somewhat unkind look. It thought it was Luo Chen who controlled the Sansheng mushroom and forcibly summoned it. D tilde. The three holy mushrooms were talking to Dialga Luca, and the hostility towards Luokan in Dialga Luca's eyes dissipated a lot. Next, Dialga told Dialga Luca about the plan that Sansheng mushroom will carry out, and the fact that it and the god of space have a very big crisis. Roar. After Sansheng mushroom had finished talking about everything, Dialga roared at Luokan with anger in his voice. As one of the most powerful elves in the world, who is it afraid of? As a law spirit, it needs a human being to protect it. It turned its head and left, going into the crack of time that had not completely disappeared. Dialga, everything the Sansheng mushroom said is true. I advise you not to leave, otherwise your end will be miserable. Dialga stopped, staring at Luokan with cold eyes, a momentum rising from her body, making the time around her seem to stand still. It let out a low roar, and the spiritual power emanated from its body. Luokan understood what it meant. It was saying, since you have the ability to protect me, let me see your power. Looking at this appearance, Luokan is clear, how could the first-level divine beast cooperate obediently? Since we can't agree, we can only implement the second set of plans, then let it cooperate. You can try, Luo Chen said calmly to it. Roar. Then there was an earth-shattering roar. The space around it twisted, and tiny light spots condensed between its two fangs. When it reached the size of an adult fist, it threw it towards the place where the dust fell. The cannon light cannon is like an enlarged version of the bullet. It is really like the speed of light, because it is too fast to rub against the air. Sparks are scattered, and the sound of piercing holes is made along the way, and it is unexpected to move towards the dust. Flew over. Boom. Just as the light cannon was about to hit Luo Chen, a black shadow quickly blocked in front of him, stretched out his fist, and white light covered the entire fist. The moment he stretched out his hand. Ka ka ka. A cracking sound came from the intersection of the fist and the cannon. I saw the space in front of the cannon light cannon and Cheomung fist send out dense cracks, spreading all the way to the entire move, like sand and stones scattered in the wind, which were directly scattered, and the energy was decomposed into a state that was invisible to the naked eye. Returned to its original form. Cheomung's punch, even the space shattered. Dialga Luca was obviously stunned for a few seconds, and Cheomung's distinctive appearance attracted its attention. With hundreds of millions of years of experience, he just couldn't think of it. Here comes the elf's name. Dialga faintly sensed the power of dreams, but it was very different. Is it on par with Cheomung? Luokan frowned. System, Eye of Probing. Ellipsis. Chapter 343. Name, Dialga. Rank, Quasi-Supernatural Beast. Attributes, Steel, Dragon. Qualification, First-Class Divine Beast. Evaluation, Mastering the Law of Time. Because of the particularity of mastering the Law of Time, its combat power can match that of the Super Beast. Ellipsis. The level is a quasi-super divine beast, but because of the particularity of the laws he masters, has the combat power reached the super divine beast level. Luo Chen squinted his eyes, and sure enough, the power of time is one of the top existences in any world, and the level of a quasi-divine beast actually has the combat power of a super divine beast. At this time, Chao Meng rushed over. With white ons attached to his fists, the ability to shake the fruit was activated, and his feet stomped in the air. Like thunder and lightning, he came to Dialga in an instant. He clenched his fists tightly, the white on his fists rose, and punched Dialga's face. Ka ka ka. The space was shattered, and there were dense cracks extending towards Dialga with astonishing power. Dialga roared, the texture of light flashed across his body, and the space crack stagnated, not disappearing, but imprisoned by the power of time. Roar! Dialga moved, it stepped out one step. Luokan and the others only felt a flower. Dialga's body actually came directly in front of Mewtwo. At the critical moment, he couldn't react and couldn't dodge in time, so Mewtwo could only passively defend, with his hands folded in front of his chest. Boom! Mewtwo was shot and flew out, galloping like a meteor. XXX. Under the terrifying power, Chao Meng was pulled away by thousands of meters before he stabilized his figure. It looked at Dialga with a fixed gaze, and it was the power of time. It felt the same as the previous battle against the Kurama. At that moment, Dialga used the power of time to imprison time, so look at it. It will look like teleportation. At the moment when Mewtwo was photographed flying out. Buzzing tilde. A change came, and suddenly under the entire sky, more than 10 incomparably powerful forces rose up. In the sky, the moon god, Zakuzaxian, and the super ancient fast dragon appeared, as well as lightning bird and Y god who were rescued from the flare group. They surrounded Dialga in the air. On the ground are the god of time, Lucario, Pikachu, Zoroark, and the three pillars rescued from the flare core, and Shinado standing next to Luokan. These dozen or so are all elves at the level of divine beasts. Looking at this, Dialga's eyes shrank slightly. Although these elves were not able to threaten him with their combat power, there were too many elves at the level of divine beasts. You must know that it takes an extremely long time to give birth to an elf of the level of a divine beast, but it has easily appeared more than 10, which has to make it horrified. Then, the energy of these more than 10 mythical beasts rose greatly, and the Nashi Island was reflected in a colorful scene, and a gorgeous aurora appeared in the sky. Boom! These elves all condensed into their own unique tricks, and charged towards Dialga from all directions on the ground. Roar tilde. Dialga was furious, and some low-level and middle-level divine beasts so much lower than him dared to attack him, which made him feel insulted. It roared, and the light blue texture light on its body rose sharply, just when the light was about to hit it. An invisible roar emanated from its mouth. In an instant, the wind stopped, the clouds calmed down, and everything in the body was still. The attacks from these divine beasts disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and eventually vanished. At this moment, Dialga used the power of time to restore all the unique tricks of these elves into the purest power between heaven and earth. Then, Dialga sent out a huge beam of energy towards the elves, and the light blue light on his body was full of brightness, which controlled the flow of time. For a time, many elves only felt that they were in a quagmire. Their movements seemed to have slowed down several times, and they could only watch the energy beams blast towards them. Emergency moment. Tilde. The energy beam was filled with dense cracks, which eventually dissipated completely. It was the Mewtwo who rushed back to shatter this energy beam. Although everything is described as a long time, everything happened between the electric light and flint. Diaresis, your level is too different from it. In front of its time law, the law you have is invalid for it. Chao Meng said. All the elves nodded, retreated far away, and swept the array for Mewtwo. That tail was so cool just now. Chao Meng looked at Dialga, his eyes flashing with fighting intent. Since breaking through to the super divine beast, it has not had a smooth fight to the end for a long time. Its eyes condensed, and the white light suddenly rose up on its body. After the white light dissipated, the muscles on its body swelled, and its legs were strong and powerful, and it had already become a Mega Y form. Seeing the countless Mewtwo's with soaring momentum, Dialga's eyes also flashed solemnly as Han Nuo Jiao saw. The momentum of its whole body is also rising, and it is terrifying. The blue pentagonal diamond on the chest emits a dazzling light, and the fish scale-like structure with 5 thorns on the back suddenly swells. The blue light covered the whole body. From a distance, it looked like a blue flame burning. The overlord who was born from the fire raised his upper jaw, and his eyes turned dark red. The light blue energy gathered in 3 strands toward the dark blue sphere in the mouth, and expanded twice outwards. When it was so large that it could no longer withstand the incoming energy, it moved away like a blocked spring. The obstructing boulder, like a rushing current, rushed out with a sound of, wow, and a column of blue-purple light rushed out, surrounded by a spiral of silver light. This is its exclusive skill, Time Roar. Chapter 344. Dialga is the only elf known to be able to learn the roar of time, which is his own exclusive skill. The blue-violet light beam carries silver light on the outside, like a spiral bullet, which looks ordinary at first glance. But at the moment when it poured out, an indescribable aura oppressed the sky above the island, and the momentum was so threatening that the time of the entire island seemed to freeze. The moment the roar of time flew out, the roar of time came to Mewtwo in an instant, as if a few seconds had passed. And Cheomong, locked by Time Roar, only felt that the time around him was frozen, and an invisible force imprisoned it. Under the power of time, every action seemed to slow down several times, sinking deep into a quagmire feeling. Chao Meng's double fists clenched sharply. The power to destroy the law and the ability to shake the fruit were attached to its double fists at the same time. Enhancing Fist was launched, and the veins on the fist burst out. Under the shocking momentum, Chao Meng Zhou's 000 body's power belonging to time was directly crushed, and Chao Meng's body lightened as if it had crawled out of the quagmire. It roared at the time in front of it, and then punched it out. This punch pierced through space and shattered time. In the end, with a loud bang, the fist collided with the silver bullet. Suddenly, where the two met, the space shattered into layers, and unparalleled sparks shot out, like the explosion of countless nuclear bombs, and the scene was hot and terrifying. Under the collision of the two super spiritual beasts, the elf whose strength was lower than the third-level divine beast let out a whimper and was knocked unconscious. Boom! In the end, Mewtwo's punch was blocked by Time Roar, and Time Roar was shattered by Mewtwo's punch. After smashing Time Roar, Mewtwo didn't stop, but rushed out, punching Dialga. Dialga didn't show weakness at all, and greeted him with a roar. Bang bang bang. The two elves were fighting fiercely, and the time flow in the arena where they were fighting was completely messed up, fast and slow. The battle scenes were intense. The multicolored energy light ball exploded in the sky, and the seawater around the island oscillated, forming huge waves, and a 100-meter-wide vortex spread across the entire sea. This also leads to frequent earthquakes in the Kanto region, and the plates in the Kanto region are dislocating and moving. The terrifying power of the fight between the two super mythical beasts made the entire Kanto feel it. In the sky above the Elf Alliance in Kanto, there is a huge spaceship with the bow of the spaceship. The face of the Kanto Alliance is a little ugly. What's going on? Haven't you figured out where the source of the earthquake is? In just over 10 minutes, the whole of Kanto has been felt countless times. Small earthquakes are almost innumerable. Large earthquakes with a magnitude of 9 or higher have occurred 5 times. This is very abnormal. Fortunately, there are many wooden houses in this world, and high-rise buildings are also solid, so there were no casualties. Report, detected, the source of the earthquake is on Nashi Island in the sea outside Junshin town. A staff member looked at the computer in front of him and said, in addition, we have also detected that Nashi Island has a violent energy reaction, which is the power of the elf. What level of elf? The Alliance said humanely. Super, exceeds the machinery that the machine can withstand, but according to this energy response, at least it exceeds the existence of Ho-Oh's level. The staff looked at the computer in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost, suspecting that the machine was wrong. Hearing this, the head of the Alliance shrank sharply. Of course he knew whose territory Nashi Island belonged to, but the level of elf fighting surpassed that of Ho-Oh. Does that mean that there are elves on Nashi Island that are beyond the first-level divine beasts? With incomparable horror in his eyes, he looked at the direction of Nashi Island. In this Nashi Island, what kind of elves were fighting? And Luokan, what step has he taken? Ellipsis. Speaking of which, let's talk about Nashi Island. Mewtwo and Dialga are still fighting fiercely. Boom. At this moment, the space shattered with a terrifying bang, and an invisible shock wave swept away in all directions. The two elves separated. Dialga was injured, but the injury was not serious and there was nothing serious. Mewtwo was unscathed. Dialga stared at Mewtwo with solemn eyes. The other party actually hurt him. Under the power of his own time law, he couldn't take it. Moreover, during the battle, it discovered that the opponent was actually destroying the law, and its level was higher than its own. It had already broken through to the boundary of the first level Divine Beast and reached the level of the Super Divine Beast. If it hadn't mastered the law of time, and if it had been a different law, it's no surprise that it would have lost now. Luokan looked at Dialga and said, "Why, you are not its opponent." Dialga snorted coldly. "Its strength is a super beast. It is not at the same level as me. If it is at the same level as me, it has no way to take my time law. If there is a kind, use another elf suppress me." Luokan squinted his eyes. "The law of time, isn't it amazing? Even if Cheomung doesn't make a move, I'll take care of you. Then I will defeat you with the law of time that you are most proud of." While speaking, Luokan patted the backpack. Kurama and Celebi jumped out of the backpack. Chapter 345. Luokan smiled, and the Kurama woke up. Ever since he got time talent, Kurama has been sleeping, developing time talent, but just now, he was so far behind that Kurama has woken up, and he must have completely mastered time talent. I saw two squeaks, one red and one green figure jumping out of Luokan's bag. The ruby-like Kurama stretched out, the hair on his body was glowing red, his body was hunched, and his eyes were a little hazy. There was a flash of light in the middle, because it also felt the power of time in the latter, although it was very different from the power of time it had mastered. Celebi, on the other hand, sat on the top of Luokan's head with his small head tilted, and looked at Dialga in the sky curiously, and from time to time he made a like cry. Looking at the two elves that suddenly appeared, Dialga's huge eyeballs shrunk to a point. He looked at the Kurama and Celebi in amazement. Celebrity is very familiar with it, and it is also a known elves in the world who have the same law of time as herself. And the other party's time law is stronger than his own. Celebi's time law can shuttle time and stay back and forth at different time points. But Dialga Luca's own time law can only control the flow of time, which is strong and weak at a glance. It is also fortunate that Celebi is not a battle elf such as divine beasts. It is just a ghost beast, and it does not have too powerful attack skills and attack power. In addition, it is the guardian of life, loves peace, and does not like fighting. Otherwise, the title of God of Time will not fall on its Dialga. It can be said that Celebi is in the world of elves, and no elves will feel bad about it. And another. It looked at the Kurama, and also felt the power of time in the Kurama. It is a little confused. In this world, the only elves with the law of time should be themselves and Celebi, but what happened to this elves that it has never seen before? Although it looks like Ninetales, Buddha first level divine beast, it can detect that this elf is not at the same level of life as Juwei at all, and the two are basically two elves. As the god of time, it has lived from super ancient times to the present. It is one of the oldest elves in the world. In this long life, it has never seen this elf in front of him. Kurama, come on. Luokan doesn't talk nonsense with Dialga anymore. Now that the Ninetales have woken up, it's easy to deal with Dialga. After all, the law of time is a bit buggy. Although Mewtwo can also defeat Dialga, but under the law of time, it has to spend a lot of hands and feet. Hearing Luokan's words, Kurama's eyes widened instantly, no longer half asleep and half awake. It kicked its feet and charged towards Dialga. The 9 ruby-like tails behind it swayed in the wind and came to Dialga in an instant. The 9 tails moved with the wind and smashed into the air. A series of sonic booms. The light blue stripes on Dialga's body glowed brightly, and an invisible force shrouded it. This is the power of time, trying to imprison the Kurama in vain. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. However, in the face of this power, a purple chain suddenly appeared in the nine-tailed tail of the kurama. Like a bracelet, it appeared on each tail, full of mystery. Bang bang bang. The 9 whips hit Dialga accurately on Dialga's body, and a body the size of a mountain was smashed and flew out, let out a wailing, and fell into the sea, sliding on the sea for nearly 1,000 meters before stopping. Body shape. Dialga was a little stunned. How could this be possible? It was just feeling that its own time law was cancelled by the opponent. Under the confrontation of the same force, its own time law actually lost, then it means that the opponent for the control of time, is it still above yourself? 000. XXX. Dialga was taken aback by this idea. In fact, the fact is exactly as it guessed, and yes, the time rule controlled by the Nine-Tails is still on top of it. Because Nine-Tailed is no longer a first-class divine beast. When it first got the time talent, its level was the first-level divine beast. After a period of digestion and consolidation, it has completely developed time talent to the extreme. Name: Kurama. Rank: early stage of super divine beast. Property: unknown. Race: tailed beast. Evaluation: the Nine Tails have fully grown and can use the full power of the Nine Tails to develop the time talent to the extreme, and have the ability to manipulate time. Now, its strength is Super Divine Beast. After Cheomung, Luokan's second superheroic beast. 100 million. Chapter 346. Seeing that he was photographed by an elf that he had never seen before, the anger in his heart had already suppressed its rationality, but he just thought that he was careless just now and was succeeded by the other party. It roared, and the surrounding seawater quickly poured away, setting off a stormy sea. After the ignorance was over, it was replaced by Dialga's monstrous anger. Just now, the Nine Tails did not burst out with the aura of his own super god beast, and the Nine Tails are a tailed beast, and their aura is different from that of ordinary elves. So Dialga didn't find out the heels of the Nine Tails. The god of time, who controls the law of time, actually let a little elf that he had never seen fly out, making him lose a big face, making him furious. You must know that even the super dream beast of the super beast did not have much benefit in front of him, but this elf dared to blast himself out. Although there was no injury on his body, it made his noble dignity suffer. Insult. Thinking of this, for a while, the anger in its heart had already suppressed its own strength. His eyes turned bright red in an instant. With a roar in the sky, the seawater around him roared like boiling water in an iron pot, and rolled backwards in all directions. Dialga's whole body exploded with momentum, the blue stripes on his body rose sharply, and it rushed over with a bang. The incomparably strong limbs stomped heavily on the sea, and each step stepped on one deep depression after another, making the entire sea bounce like a bouncing bed. Imposingly, he rushed straight towards the kurama. Although it was shot over 1,000 meters away by the kurama, this distance is only an instant thing for the elves of their level. After one step, it was already hundreds of meters away. As it ran, there was also a terrifying energy light group condensed in its mouth, which was blazing hot. It quickly stopped on the coast 200 meters away from Nashi Island, and the energy light group in front of its mouth was constantly getting bigger, accumulating the energy of destroying the world. Boom! An incomparably terrifying beam of light sprayed out from its mouth. It was incomparably vast and powerful. It charged straight towards Nashi Island, and its power was so powerful that the world changed color. Wherever the light beam passed, the seawater churned towards both sides, and the terrifying power made the sea bare except for the rocks on the bottom of the sea. This Dialga actually wanted to destroy Nashi Island together. Looking at this amazing beam of energy, Kurama's mouth widened, and a force of suction formed in front of his mouth, which condensed into a dark black unknown material energy ball in front of his mouth. When it swelled to a certain point, it was swallowed into the belly, and then it also turned into a dark black beam to greet it. A black and a white energy beam suddenly collided together. The world seems to have become silent and silent. One black and one white energy beams were entangled with each other, and the two energies were fighting against each other, and then exploded with each other, shattering the space, and blasting a huge black crack in the void. The scene is spectacular, but there is no sound of the ground moving today, nor the aftermath of terrifying power, nor the smoke and dust that startled the sky. The crack in this space swallowed all the energy in, as if even the sound could not escape its swallowing. In the end, the two energy beams that destroyed the sky and the earth just disappeared. The space crack struck by the two elves was also repaired little by little, and finally became normal. Shoo shoo tilde. In one blow, the two elves didn't sit idle either. Dialga came to the sky above Nashi Island again. At this time, the anger in his heart was even more intense, and his skills were actually blocked. The blue light attached to its whole body, the blue stripes on its body were fiery, and the 5 fishbone-like thorn structures emitted a dazzling light. The jewel bead in front of him flickered on and off. The whole body seemed to have a light blue flame rising, and the momentum increased greatly. It opened its mouth sharply, and a purple beam blasted out. It was covered with a silver halo and rotated in the air, looking like a silver bullet. Since it's time roaring again. In a short period of time, Dialga actually used Time Roar twice. You must know that this exclusive skill, or the original skill, will cause a very large physical consumption to it every time it is used. However, it actually used Time Roar to deal with the 9 tails again. One can imagine the rage in its heart at this time. Watching the impact of Time Roared. Kurama's red vertical pupils instantly turned purple, the ruby-like fluff on his body also turned purple in an instant, and he stepped on the 4 tuft flames under his feet. The chain of time appeared on its body surface, forming an X shape that crossed its body, and on the 9 tails, there were circles of tiny chains of time wrapped around the tails. It screamed, the time chain purple light on its body soared, and the 9 tails behind it slammed into one, forming a single strand. The chain of time on the tail rattled. Boom! The tail and Time Roar collided, like the tip of a needle against a wheat awn. But not for how long. After a few seconds. Puff tilde. Dialga smiled. It was very confident in its own unique skills. It didn't need to look at it to know that it was the opponent who lost. But when he looked closely, his expression suddenly became horrified. It was his own time roaring that dissipated with a puff. How can that be? Its eyes are full of disbelief, and it knows the power of the roar of time. Among the first-level divine beasts, there is no elves who dare to face it. But now the other party is fighting head-to-head and roaring away his own time. The horror in his heart finally dispelled a lot of its anger, and his reason returned, and his eyes were fixed on the Kurama. It was extremely shocking, and saliva was involuntarily gurgling in his throat. Then, there is only one possibility. The opponent is a super divine beast. Ellipsis. Chapter 347. It looked at the Kurama in shock, and saliva gushed in its throat. Then, there is only one possibility. The other party is a super beast. Thinking of this, Dialga's brows twitched, and the shock in his heart couldn't be further added. It has gone through an unknown number of years, and has lived from the era before the super ancient times to the present, but it has not yet taken that step, breaking the boundary of the first-level divine beast and reaching another world. But now, this little elf that he has never seen before has actually reached the realm he dreamed of. In addition to the one just now, the breath on his body is a bit like a dreamy super dream. There are actually 2 super beasts on this small island. Its huge pupils looked at Luokan with a look of astonishment. Who is this human being? One person actually owns 2 super beasts. After a brief shock, Dialga had to force himself to calm down. He was in the middle of a battle. Since this 9-tailed elf is a super beast, and the law he masters is also the law of time, then he will definitely not is its opponent. Its eyes rolled. He roared abruptly up to the sky, and the momentum on his body began to bulge again, and the energy volume became more and more bright, as if he was brewing some big move. It's terrifying, and the power on his body seems to be able to destroy the world. Then, This Dialga's front hooves suddenly lifted up like a steed. Just when Luokan and the others were waiting in battle, like a great enemy. This Dialga's hooves stomped hard in the air, and then he turned his head and ran in the opposite direction. The speed simply exceeded the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached a kilometer away. After taking out the strength to suckle, he ran wildly. It's not stupid, it's already a super beast, and it's a fart. If it is a super divine beast like Cheomung, you can still fight a dozen times, and you can still deal with it with your own time law, but for Kurama, who has the same power of law as yourself, then fight. Although he and the other party are both spirits who control the law of time, this thing is just like ordinary stones and diamonds. Although they are both stones, just try the two. The opponent's level is higher than his own, his understanding of the law of time is higher than his own, and the power comes from the same source. It hits itself, just like hitting a sun. Although it's not so exaggerated, it's almost the same. For the Kurama, who has a higher understanding of the power of time than himself, there is really no way for him to fight the opponent. When Luo Chen saw this, his face darkened. The god of time actually escaped. What about the integrity of your beast? What about your dignity as the god of time? Kurama, he said quickly, and with these few breaths, Dialga almost ran out of sight. Ninetails nodded knowingly, the purple time chain on his body rattled, and the purple light all over his body rose sharply. Its purple vertical pupils glowed with a strange light, and an indescribable power radiated from its body, shrouding the world. Time goes back. Ninetails let out a small sigh, and an incredible scene suddenly happened in front of Lu Chen and the others. A few seconds ago, because of Dialga's shocking weather, the gravel splashed in the air. It actually came back from the sky little by little and began to recover, and the leaves that swayed and fell from the branches not long ago also had a strange situation. It actually lifted up from the ground little by little, swaying returned to the branches. All of this, as if the whole world was set back a few seconds ago, as if time was going back. In the distance, at the end of the sky, the figure of Dialga had turned into a black spot. Its figure slowly enlarged in Luo Chen's pupils, and the hooves it stepped out were moving backwards towards Nashi Island. On this island, except for the Kurama, only Luokan and Cheomung and Shanaduo around him cannot be controlled by time. This is also because Kurama deliberately controlled the law of time to bypass Luokan and them. At this time, Dialga was as if there was an invisible hand, pulling it back to its original position bit by bit, as if the tape was rewinding. Dialga is very hard, because it also masters the law of time, so the power of this time return did not affect its thinking, but it did affect its body. Now it can only watch its body rewind, little by little. After a few seconds, it returns to the sky above Nashi Island. 4 foot. This is embarrassing. Dialga's eyes drifted to other places, and it knew that this, time return, should be the elf's exclusive skill, or the original skill, similar to its own time roar. In a short period of time, it must not be used much. So it was still thinking about how to escape. But at this time, there were two sounds. The Kurama and Chao Meng soared into the sky, blocking all their escape routes from left to right. Are you still running? Luo Chen asked. XXX. Dialga is silent, asking it to devote itself to a human being. Its arrogant self-esteem can't do it. 000 looking at Dialga like this, Luokan frowned, although he could forcibly defeat it, but after that. At the level of divine beasts, the Pokeball can't trap them at all. What is a Pokeball? It's just a temporary residence for elves, and it can't bind them at all. Didn't you see in the original book that the elves of the Rockets came up with a Pokeball when they came up with a Pokeball? This Pokeball is not some kind of magic weapon in Shenxia novels. A single thought can control their life and death. Forcibly defeat it, and then recover it. For this first-level divine beast that has lived for countless years, let it be resentful, and I can't guarantee that it will give you a bad memory that day. So it has to be willing to surrender. After thinking about it, Luokan has no ink marks, and coercion is not enough, so he can only lure him. He said, I have a way to make you break through that step and become a super beast, so I ask you if you want to cooperate with me. In response, Dialga's eyes suddenly stared, and a thick voice sounded in Luokan's mind, what are you saying? Luokan didn't speak, and pointed to Xiaomeng and Kurama. Okay, the deal. Dialga looked at Luokan with burning eyes, and agreed very readily. As for the integrity of the first-level divine beast, the dignity of the god of time, go to hell, can that stuff be eaten? Ellipsis. Chapter 348. Okay, the deal. Dialga looked at Luokan with burning eyes, and agreed very readily. As for the integrity of the first-level divine beast, the dignity of the god of time, go to hell. Looking at Dialga, who promised to be very refreshing, Luokan smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, an elf like Dialga can't resist the temptation to become a super beast. It has been stuck in this realm for many years. Even if Luo Chen is trying to deceive it, it is willing to bet on that 1%, or even 1,000th chance. Luokan doesn't believe in Dialga 100% either. He still has to be careful about this first-class divine beast that has lived for an unknown number of years. When he took out the psychic scroll and completely turned Dialga into his psychic beast, he was completely relieved. In this way, you won't be afraid that the other party will be ignorant and condescending. If the other party has any thoughts or is not cooperating, he will psychically come and beat him at any time. Anyway, it is not the opponent of the Nine Tails and Mewtwo. Ellipsis. Not long after taking Dialga, Luo Chen's communicator rang. It was Junsha who called. How's it going? Are you squatting with them? Luo Chen picked up the phone and asked. We squatted in 10 places related to the god of time and the god of space. As expected, they came to Baiyang town in the Shanao area. Jun Sha said. Luo Chen smiled, okay, I'll go over right away. Knowing their whereabouts, Luokan's mood is also inexplicably good. The invisible enemy is the most terrifying. Without the slightest trace of ink, Luo Chen instructed Dialga to stay on the island, and then instructed Kojira to do some things. He and Mewtwo flew away together. Mewtwo and the Super Beast did not retain the speed at all, and galloped towards the Shanao area with Luokan. It took more than 10 hours to reach the Shanao area by plane, but it took more than an hour to arrive at the speed of Xiaomeng, which already exceeded the speed of sound. Ellipsis. As soon as he landed in Baiyang town, Luokan found that there were unusually many people in Baiyang town today. It was crowded with people, so lively. Came to the secret stronghold of the Junsha family in Baiyang town. Junsha and the others were having a meeting in the conference room. Seeing Luokan coming, she said, Here Tilda. Well, why is Baiyang town so lively today? Today is the final of the gorgeous contest. Hearing this, Luo Chen squinted his eyes. It seems that those guys are very good at choosing dates. You and we should act too. Well, don't worry, everything is arranged, they can't run away. Ellipsis. Bang bang bang. One after another, fireworks exploded over Baiyang town. Today is the celebration of the gorgeous competition. In the center of Baiyang town, there are 2 towering towers that stand straight into the sky, extremely dignified and domineering. From time to time, the sound of the sounds of nature played by musical instruments rang out from above, melodiously covering the entire Baiyang town. This is the landmark of Baiyang town, the Tower of Time and Space, which can also be said to be the landmark of the Shanao area. The Tower of Time and Space reads as a tower, but it is actually 2 towers. One is called the Tower of Time, and the other is empty. Tower. Because the distance between the two is almost close together, the locals prefer to call them the Tower of Time and Space. Legend has it that both the Tower of Time and the Tower of Sky are closely related to the patron saints of the Shinto region, Dialga, the god of time, and Palkia, the god of space. Legend has it that the tower at this time can connect the dimensional space where the god of time lives, and the Tower of the Sky can also lead to the dimensional space where the god of space lives. However, everyone regards it as a legend. For so many years, no one has really gone to the dimensional space where the two mythical beasts live through the Tower of Time and Space. No one noticed, when everyone was immersed in the opening atmosphere of the gorgeous competition. A team of men knocked out the guards of the Tower of Time and Space and sneaked into the Tower of Time and Space. They galloped fast, as if they were galloping up the tower. The group was well trained and the team was neat. Even the footsteps were the same, and they galloped away without making any sound. This group is the members of Shalufu Company this time. There are 15 people in the group, divided into 3 groups, and the man in the suit at the front is the person in charge of this operation. Although the suit is straight, there are scars covering the entire cheek, looking very ferocious. He is very prestigious in the whole team, and everyone is looking forward to him. Soon, they came to the top of the Tower of the Sky, where the spire was. A group of 15 people stopped at the top of the tower, and the middle-aged man with a scar on the head said solemnly, "Today is the place where time and space meet each other, and it is also the day when the dimensional space of the two is the weakest. The plan this time does not allow there is something wrong, otherwise, you all know the consequences, the genetic laboratory, there has been a shortage of people recently." As soon as these words came out, the other 14 people beside him all shuddered. Diaresis action, said the knife-scarred man. Suddenly, the group of people untied the large packages on their backs and took things from the inside out. In the end, it was assembled into an extremely precise instrument. However, this group of people was also very careful, and sent, superpower, elves to watch the wind around them when they acted. Unfortunately, no matter how careful they were, they never thought that there was a very strange cloud in the sky that had been stagnant in the sky and did not move. The people in this cloud are Luokan and the others. They are under the care of Cheomung, a super divine beast. It's no wonder that they can find it. Looking at them, Luokan was also a little curious. The white jade orb, the diamond orb, the key to the gun, the 3 saints, the necessary things to summon the god of time and the god of space are all in their own hands. How can they grab them? The god of time and space. I saw that the precision instrument they assembled shot out an infrared ray, covering the entire space in front of them. At the same time, the screen of the instrument was constantly flashing with dense data zeros. Soon, someone suppressed his excited tone and said, "Boss, it's detected, it's this place." His hand pointed to the empty place in front of him. The scarred man smiled. "Very good." He opened his suitcase and took out a sword from it. I don't know what material the sword is made of, it seems to be made of several different spar. It looks very ancient and mysterious, with no opening or tip, just like a broken sword. Is this the weakest point? He sneered and said that the sword in his hand suddenly stabbed hard in the space in front of him. Ellipsis. Chapter 349. It opened its suitcase and took out a sword from it. I don't know what material the sword is made of. It seems to be made of several different spar. There is no sword tip, like a broken sword. Is this the weakest point? He sneered and said that the sword in his hand suddenly stabbed hard in the space in front of him. The broken sword, which was made of several crystals, stabbed into the empty air with a whistling whistle. But in the next second, an incredible scene happened. The broken crystal sword actually stabbed in from the air, as if it had stabbed into some entity. Suddenly, a dazzling light bloomed on the crystal, and the space pierced by the broken sword of the crystal was changing, as if there were countless lightning and flames flickering in it. The space that was stabbed began to crack, and dense cracks appeared, and finally it shattered directly, revealing an irregular crack that was about 2 meters wide. After the crack appeared, the sky above the Tower of Time and Space also became different, as if something hidden in normal times had surfaced. It is clearly visible that the entire sky above the Tower of Time and Space has become blue 000, white in 2 colors, with clear distinctions. With this crack as the center, the sky to the west of the crack is blue. The fluctuation of this energy is very similar to the energy fluctuation of Dialga. This is the energy of time. And the sky to the east of the crack is white, which is the energy of space. But what is very surprising is that in the crack, the energies of time and space actually merge with each other, and if you look vaguely through the crack, there seems to be a continent inside. Legend has it that the god of time and the god of space divide their territories in the east and west directions of the Tower of Time and Space, and each guards one side. But every few years, at a very special point in time, the dimensional space where the god of time and the god of space inhabited by the well water and the god of space will meet each other in the sky above the Tower of Time and Space. Blend together. The two will fight each other without the other occupying their own territory. So although they are both the patron saints of the Shanao region, the relationship between them is not harmonious. Instead, they are like fire and water. Ellipsis. Look at the crack in front of you. Luokan squinted his eyes slightly, so it turned out that the day when the dimensional space of the god of time and the god of space intersected, directly entered the dimensional space where they inhabited, and then wiped it all out. Sure enough. Looking at the blue and white energy attached to the crack, the scarred man saw joy on his face. In this way, Dialga and Palkia can be wiped out. Let's go. With that said, under the leadership of the scarred man, a group of 15 people filed in and went straight through the crack. The figure seemed to be swallowed up by the darkness and disappeared into this world. Ellipsis. After a while, they came to another world. Half of the sky in this world was blue, and the other half was unchanging white. At this time, it was as if two spaces that did not interfere with each other converged. In the sky, there is a body like a mountain, with a white body and purple stripes on its body. It is extremely domineering and ferocious. An elf resembling an erect tyrannosaurus is suspended in the air, falling asleep under the white sky. From a distance, one can feel the incomparably strong aura on its body, like an abyss. With every breath, you can clearly see that the space around it is in turmoil, and with its breathing, it trembles, disappears, and reunites. This is one of the two gods of time in the Shinto region, known as the god of space, Palkia. Looking at the sleeping Palkia, the scarred man and his party showed delighted eyes. This was one of the goals of their trip, and the other goal. They turned their eyes to another piece of blue sky. Suddenly, their pupils shrank. No. I didn't even see Dialga. They suddenly had a bad feeling. Find it for me. The scarred man suppressed the ominous feeling in his heart and ordered. The other 14 people took out sophisticated instruments from their bags and probed the entire space. Soon, the instrument probed the entire space aside. Reported to the leader, only detected Palkia's life response, no Dialga. Cold sweat dripped from the man's forehead, and he stuttered when he spoke, but the rest of the people were not much better. Go, just like him. They all know the consequences of the failure of this operation, and when they think of the failure of the operation, the punishment they will face, they will involuntarily shiver. Damn it. The scarred man was furious, but he didn't suspect anything. He just thought that Dialga might have run away and not stayed in its own dimensional space. XXX. This will take a little more time. Since there is only Palkia, don't waste time, quickly resolve the battle, and then go to find Dialga. The scarred man said solemnly, they could not take responsibility for the consequences of the failure of the action. Yes, the rest replied. Having said that, they played with the instruments on the ground. There were a total of 8 instruments forged from unknown crystals, which resembled firearms and weapons. The 8 instruments spread out and surrounded Palkia. The rest of the people put 2 cans of liquid of unknown substances on the instrument, and then turned on the switch to Palkia not far away. A huge energy group was ejected far into the sky, and its power was astonishing. It was so powerful that it blasted towards Palkia in the midst of thunder. The energy beams shot by these 8 instruments formed a large net in the air, shrouding Palkia. This is Palkia's dimensional space, and it is also full of space power, but the space power here is melted under the energy network, just like ice encounters boiling water. It seems that this big net can restrain the power of space. Ellipsis. Chapter 350. This energy net soon came to the sky above Palkia, and while Palkia was asleep, the power of space emanated from the body unconsciously, filling the range of dozens of meters around it. But this energy net did not feel any hindrance even when it encountered the power of space emanating from the first-level divine beasts like Palkia, and all the power of space was melted away, like a mountain of 5 fingers. He firmly grasped Palkia in the palm of his hand. But the sleeping Palkia didn't notice it at all, because this was its dimensional space, and it didn't think anyone could come into its own space, so it didn't have any vigilance against the outside world, and was sound asleep and unusually relaxed. This is like ordinary people sleeping in their own homes. Anyone who sleeps in their own homes is always vigilant against the outside world. Scarman and the others saw this, and they chose to do it. Looking at Palkia, who didn't react at all, the scarred man and the others showed excited smiles. Success. But the next second, shoo tilde. A piercing sound came from the sky. Boom. The sound of the explosion exploded in the air, and at the moment of the close call, an energy bomb flew from nowhere and hit the energy net in the sky accurately, smashing it to pieces. Immediately, shocked expressions floated on the faces of the scarred man and the others. Don't you think it's too early for you to be happy? A voice that was indifferent and full of icy cold rang behind them, causing them to quickly regain their senses. Who is it? They looked behind them. I saw that there were 2 more people behind them. One was Junsha, and the other was a teenager. The young man was as young as Jade, with a ruby-like elf on his shoulders, with 9 tails hanging down. With a lazy expression, the young man touched the elf on his shoulders. His eyes were looking at them filled with a hint of ice. It's you. You're so brave. We didn't look for you, but you came first. The scarred man scolded him angrily. They were no strangers to Luokan, and he blocked their plans again and again. If it weren't for the elves he released from Sakagi and Akagi, they were all insignificant beasts, and there were important things to do, so he didn't want to add to the fuss. Accidents. Otherwise, they would have already attacked the opponent's territory to wash an abuse. Roar. At this time, because of the sound of the explosion just now, Palkia, who had been asleep for a long time, finally opened her eyes, as if the whole world was shaking. Opening his eyes, Palkia looked at the worm-like falling dust on the ground and the group of men with scars. His face was a little confused, and he couldn't figure out where he was for a while. But soon it came back to its senses. It was in its own dimensional space. Roar. It roared. Palkia was very important to its territory, not to mention that this is its dimensional space. In other words, this is its home, but when it sleeps, there are a group of people came uninvited to its home, which filled it with anger. This situation is like waking up and discovering that there is a wave of strangers messing around in your home. Fuck. The scarred man's face was a little ugly, but he actually woke up Palkia. It was because Dialga was missing, which made them very passive. They needed to arrest Palkia as soon as possible, and then go to find Dialga. Cards trace, but now that Palkia is awake, it is inevitable to spend a lot of time and then find Dialga, which is likely to delay time and cause them to be punished by the above. But now they can't care about anything anymore. The plan for now is to arrest Palkia and bring back 2 triangles, full of metal texture, is like a pyramid that has shrunk countless times, and it is full of mysterious tadpole texts. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Looking at this thing in his hand, Luo Chen's eyes flashed. He was very familiar with this, and the pokeball of the super ancient dragon was also like this, with a mysterious tadpole on it. In that case, these 2 should also be pokeballs. Luokan's eyes were constantly flickering. He squinted, suddenly said, "Are you looking for Dialga?" While speaking, his hand suddenly hit the ground. Spirituality. 000. Puff puff. A large cloud of smoke exploded in front of Luokan, and suddenly, a huge, blue-colored, domineering little elf appeared. Looking at this little elf, after the scarred man was stunned for a short time, his eyes were not panic, but ecstasy, Dialga, it was actually Dialga. In this way, the above explanation can be completed on time. Just when they were overjoyed, Luokan's eyes flashed. Shoo shoo tilde. The scarred man suddenly felt that his hand was empty, and saw that the two, pyramid-shaped metal products in his hand had disappeared. Beautiful work, Shanae Duo. Luo Chen sighed at Shanae Duo, who was beside him, and then resulted in two, pyramid-shaped, metal objects from the latter's hands. Shinado used teleportation to smooth over the two, pyramids, in the opponent's hand. Damn. Just when the scarred man took something out of his bag again. Cheomong, do it, leave a living room. This is not a battle between elves, and Luokan will not wait for the opponent to make a move. Chaomeng moved instantly, and his figure was like a ghost. 100 million.